Alright, hello everyone. Welcome back to Phoenix Wright. It's been a little bit since the last part. Did we have a stream last week of this? I can't even remember at this point. These last couple weeks been all mushed together for me with how inconsistent streams were, but hence why we're streaming today. I do remember kind of what happened last time. We were investigating a forger, or the death of a forger. And it turns out that guy was apparently making sketches of our past cases somehow. Not really sure what that's about. Maybe he's just a really big fan. But we got our first trial day today. Apparently also the introduction of some new fangled jury system. I don't know if we're going to get to see how that's going to work out today. But that should be interesting. And then this person, who won't talk or say anything, but is apparently our client. I don't know. She doesn't seem like someone who might kill anyone. She seems way too meek for that. But you never know. Sometimes the worst killers are the ones you least suspect. Good morning. Yeah, still not talking. So, you're Vera, right? I'm Trucy. Trucy Wright. That's right with a W. But not right. Right? Yeah, the jokes really are falling flat with this one. We're on your side. You can tell us anything, please. Good morning. I cannot believe she talked. The first thing that happens here, she finally talks. She speaks. Not bad, not bad. But I think you'd do better with a little smile, you know? You're so pretty. You need to sell yourself, you know? Trucy, let's take it easy for starters. Thank you for taking my case. I'm getting some resemblance to another character that I know of. I'm sensing a theme here with this sketchbook. I don't know if she's gonna take the stand or not at some point, but we'll see how this goes. Okay, well, that's a start, I guess. Hopefully she doesn't run out of paper. There she goes with the nail polish again. That's great, really. It's so cultured. Wanna try? Oh, really? I don't know. I think she was talking to me. I'll gladly try. Hand it over. Girls. I mean, does it really matter? You're wearing gloves, Lucy. I don't think no one's gonna even see it. The victim, Drew Misham, was a forger, and a stolen painting was found in his studio. Life of crime, really. And maybe one that led to his death. Pardon the pun, but that paint looked really weird on that portrait. It's like they made the portrait, and then they just kind of painted on the paint. Like, it doesn't even look like it's on there. It's like someone took the portrait already drawn through into, like, paint, and then took, like, the pen tool, and then just did a couple of random strokes and called it a day. It looks very out of place. Well, we will now begin the trial of Vera Misham. Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy and he's looking around all nervous like. Repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time, and may indeed alter our legal system forever. Today is a test of the jury system, and the first step toward a new order in our courts. Secret mission. The jurors will function like a jury. It is hoped that their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurors in the courtroom? See, closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The jurors have access to everything that transpires. I guess they didn't have time to, you know, make a jury stand inside the courtroom. That requires a lot of renovation after all. Justs, Judge Vell, and Judge Cour. Now see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was going to say that. My apologies there, Judge. Justs, today, judge today's trial coolly, if you would be so kind. Jurors are unbound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. And we're about to find out just what effect they're going to have. I mean, isn't that kind of like what the judge also sort of does? Like, the judge also listens to all the opinions and evidence of the court and then comes to a resolution based on his own feelings. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. The details of the case, if you would. The victim is the painter to Mission. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned. By whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, fair Mission. There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Son, someone has been doing the homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. The mug? Ah, residue was found on the rim, I see. The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death. The court accepts this as evidence. According to this report, the victim's death was caused by atroquinine poisoning, a chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 milligrams. A touch of atroquinine in the body is the touch of the Reaper's scythe. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, you may present your witness. I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. A journalist, no doubt. Hey, Gradient. Hey, it's going pretty good. I'm hoping I can make it through today's stream. Last couple of streams have been kind of hard to get going, but fingers crossed today goes well. I'm hoping we'll at least get through today's trial. I don't know how long this first trial session's gonna be, but I've heard this case itself is like quite long, even as far as like final cases are concerned in the series. Fun fact, 0.002 milligrams is also known as 2 micrograms. It is indeed, but I think, you know what, we're already expecting too much from Americans to understand what MG stands for. Trust me, I've seen some people. They do not know what MG stands for. But to encode the Mew character into this game, I think it's going to confuse way more people. So it's probably a lot easier to just say 2 1,000ths of a milligram. It's long enough, but it's no rise from the ashes. Is it really? Okay. Some other people were saying that it's like it may as well be 2 separate cases. So in my head, I'm like, oh, that's pretty fucking long. But we'll see. Rise from the Ashes was pretty long. But wasn't that also kind of like, I mean, that was a bonus case, so that kind of made sense. I don't expect anything to top Rise from the Ashes. I would say, aside from that, 3's was surprisingly long. I remember 3 feeling fairly long. But maybe 3 wasn't long and it just felt that way. Does Vindes would state his name and occupation? Oh, this guy. I forgot about him. We saw him, like, briefly at the end. Ah, right. Well, for starters, my name is Spark Brusher. My job is a lone observer of the world. In other words, a freelance journalist, right? If you don't mind, I'd like to state something here for the record. Yes, Mr. Brusher. I dislike conclusions, specifically the aspect of jumping to conclusions. Preconceptions make Park Sandbox of endless desert waste. End quote. But you're a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday. Well, that's true, yes. But you must understand I stand before you today as a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scoop turns Mr. Brusher into that Mr. Brusher. End quote. Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? Simple case, eh, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. I visited the studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview. That seems pretty late. The first outsider to enter the atelier. Journalistic history made. End quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next? Star falls. End quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time. But you were in the room. Checkmate, Mr. Brushel. That does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned him. Ooh, even the judge is questioning his testimony. What are you saying? Judge! Need I remind you the cameras are rolling today? I felt the need to be a bit dramatic. You didn't do it, did you? We do a killing like that? Come on, that's like newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know, wild accusations rock courtroom, end quote. Fuck indeed. Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. I'm so happy for him. Very well, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please. So we just call him out on the fact that, like, he was also there, right? Despite him saying that no one else was there. Oh, back. I meant to press. We'll still press, of course, but it seems like the easy way out of this one. 9 o'clock at night? Isn't that a little late for an interview? If the great painter Drew Bishop says, come at 9 o'clock, believe you me, I go at 9 o'clock. The first, and as it turned out, last interview with such a prolific painter. Alright, can you tell us what it was like when you arrived? You were the first reporter ever in Drew's studio? Posterity that will look back on that night as a turning point in journalistic history. A basically insignificant step for all of mankind, but a giant step for that Brushell guy. End quote. If no one on the outside ever had access to the studio, then it would serve to reasons that the deed was done by an insider. Unless it was him. By which he means Varric did it. So, how did this epoch-making interview go? Do you mind being a little more specific? Oh, let me tell you, I enjoy cuppa. In fact, it all began when I was in 3rd grade. No wait, 4th grade. That's not what I meant. I believe I know what Forehead is driving at. Is this coffee the victim was served? Did anyone other than the defendant touch it? Right, that. That's what I was gonna say, really. Well now, if you've got a question to ask, you'd best straight up ask it. That's what I tell all the new recruits. Several times, if necessary. Right for a grade schooler. That's my motto. Which isn't to say I can only write grade school level stuff, mind you. Who touched the coffee? Dunno. I was in the back, looking at the studio's equipment when she served it. Damn. And what happened next? What's this about a star falling? Star falls, huh? It's like an old telegram. Send money. Over. Zowie, you don't know? That's like a journalism code word. An important personage passes away. A star falls. Get it? But there's no gravity in space, is there? I would think stars could fall, really. Does this matter? Oh boy, this is good stuff. Good stuff. How about star breaks? Nah, lacks punch. I know. Star dies. Nah, lacks imagination. Of course, you could go with Drew dies. Straight to the point. I like it. I think we need to hear about something a little more substantial. Moment of death. Where was he looking? About where Mr. Mission passed away. Oh boy, what a scene that was. He puts his coffee mug down with a crash, right? Yes, and then? Then the cold finger of death touches his spine. Life's flame sputters and fails. So cold was that touch, he could do naught but tremble uncontrollably. Actually, life's flame is a little tired. Life's river froze over. Yes, that's a go. I think he's starting his article already. Could you describe that in a little more simply? Well, as you can imagine, I was pretty surprised. He hit the floor, as they say. Artist seizure is final performance. End quote. Attocanine paralyzes the central nervous system. The body arcs back like a bow and limbs trembles. That's quite enough of that. Some of us want to be able to sleep tonight. Oh yeah? Well, I want details. Lots of juicy details. For that you can listen to our last year's hit single, Attokinine My Love, by the Governors, available at all Asian music outlets. The point here is that the victim died of attokinine poisoning. Well, Mr. Justice, how did you find that testimony? I'm going to say it's important. I don't see any reason not to. Well, as an account of the moment of the victim's death, I'd say it's very important. Please add it to the testimony. Very well. The court requests the witness add this account to his testimony. Like Gravity Falls? Only problem with that is this game, I'm pretty sure, doesn't it predate Gravity Falls by like 5 years? I don't know, when did that show premiere? Alright, I'm gonna assume that we picked the right thing. I'll come back to that one if we need to, though. You say it was definitely death by poison. How can you be so sure? Hey, look, I'm a journalist. I've seen a lot of things. And I've had more than my fair share of experiences with so-called poisonings. Man eats fishy fish, goes bye-bye. End quote. Food poisoning doesn't count. Did I get him to talk about something else? Oh, we could still get him to talk. Talk about your coffee. I mean, obviously his coffee didn't have poison in it, right? So you drank the coffee that Vera served you too? Of course. When someone serves you coffee, you drink it. That's what my old boss always used to say. Never to get what he meant by it, though. But you're still alive, which is to say you didn't die. Of course not. No point falling before you're a star. End quote. That's not exactly what I was getting at. What were you getting at, then? You know the poison was on the rim, not in the coffee. Oh, yes, yes! There were 2 cups on the tray she bought. And one of the cups had Drew's signature painted on the side. A chance to guess would take that one by mistake, I guess. Well, Mr. Justice, was that testimony important? We're talking about the coffee the witness drank. I'd say that is very important. Very well, please add that to your testimony, Mr. Breschel. You're sure you drank the coffee? Oh yes, yes, quite. I gulped it down, felt that sweet scorch in my throat. But you say the victim took 1 sip and fell over. And you still kept drinking? Oh, of course. Drink your coffee when it's hot, never when it's not. That's what my old boss used to always say. I never really knew what he meant by it. Yeah, add everything. You say Mr. Bisham had the coffee too, but did you actually see him drink the coffee? Of course. He who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger. End quote. I live in a man sees dog eat dog and writes about it world. Yet? I guess I can't say I saw him drink it, really. He had 1 so-called sip, if that. Man puts lips to mug, drinks? End quote. That poison is quite virulent, I hear. My stomach did a so-called somersault. Since I gulped down that coffee without so much as a second glance at it. Wait! Maybe something's there. Some kind of so-called trick. Anyone who want to venture a guess, for the record? Does this guy have a pause button? Well, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable? Yeah, throw it in the pile too. Victim drank his coffee, then immediately fell over? Oh yes, yes. You can go to press with that one. Your Honor, this is a vital piece of information. Please add to the testimony. Do we know if Drew is left or right-handed? You know, that sounds like something that could be relevant. I don't think we determined that yet. Very well. The witness will add this to his testimony. Later, wait! Okay, so I see. We get to choose which piece of info we add to the testimony here. So he either took a sip or he didn't, and then fell over? Oh yes, intuitively. Just like that. Wham bam! So Mr. Misham drank the coffee and immediately fell over immediately. I think Breschel's telling the truth, too. Should I get him to talk about something else? Nah, we'll leave this one here. Problem with the testimony is already pretty obvious. I'm wondering if this is even a red herring, because I still feel like it's the other bit here that needs to be... Yeah, this. I feel like this is the one we're presenting on. Can you say that for sure? For sure? Sure, I'm sure. Your studio isn't a big place, kiddo. I'd know it if someone else had come in. What if they had been hiding in there from before? Even if someone had been hiding in the studio, they hardly could have poisoned that mug without anyone noticing. You think I, Spark Brusher, would miss something as obvious as that? No way. Sure makes it sound exciting. I guess that's his job. There's only one moment we need to focus on, really. The moment when Drew Misham died? Exactly. There has to be something there. Okay. He had one sip, if that. The next moment he was on the floor. Is this... Where do we have the... We do. Okay, death by chicken poison at the same time, death 9 to 9:30 p.m. Nothing else in here. I'm guessing the 9 to 9:30 is just like approximate time they were served coffee. So nothing's saying if it was like for sure instant, but it sounds like it's pretty quick of a death. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time. Okay, we don't have a whole lot in terms of like relevant evidence at the moment. Like, we just have the paintings, we have... Imagine 2 inches by 2 inches, bare trace of deadly poison. This might be what I need to present. I might need to change that bit of testimony. I forgot about this. There's not really anything here to, Oh no, there we go. Can we take these off? Looks like you have to take this back part off first to put a photo inside. Have to be a really small photo to fit in there. True. That pale bluish stain. Why would there be poison on something like this? Well, there's one obvious reason. Whoever put poison in the coffee rubbed a bit on here, too. That's not very obvious, Juicy. I think I see something, don't know how to bring it up though. I feel like the main problem is that poison isn't generally instantaneous. Well, generally it isn't, but it seems like this game is at least establishing whatever this poison is. Whatever, if it's realistic poison or not. The poison that killed him, it sounds like it was pretty instant. The witness's testimony in that regard is being corroborated by the prosecution. So I'm tempted to believe it. However, I think I'm going to change this testimony. I think we need a different one here. Coffee maybe? Is one of these relevant to the picture? I kind of completely forgot about that, so... Just want to, like, if we change it... I don't remember what the wording was. Let's have this part in the testimony. I drank the coffee too, but I'm not dead yet. Yeah. I mean, that's fine. We know that the poison wasn't in the coffee, so that's not extremely relevant. So let's give her that one. Moment of death? I don't think... What was this one? Yeah, so even like Gavin's saying that, like, oh yeah, this is like super fast poison. Those spasms, that was definitely death by poison. This feels like the most relevant, but I don't know if... I don't know if, like... Is that true? I mean, it sounds like it's true, but I feel like that's what we need to refute. But I'm not sure with what we could refute it with. See it there? That's poison. Yeah. Don't lick it, Apollo. Don't worry, I'll be fine. No, you won't. You'll die. Look, I know. Look, I know. I meant I won't lick it. Notice what you do when I'm not watching. Concern is touching, really. And next thing you know, she'll tell me not to drink coffee before bedtime. Nothing else on this cup. Nothing really eye-opening with that one. Mr. Justice, are you waiting the court's time endlessly shuffling record? I was kind of hoping it would add all of them to the thing. The fact that it only adds one is like... Oh, okay, we know it has to be one of these because that's always the case. If you have to put an extra effort to pull out a statement, then that usually means that the statement is the correct one to present on. Maybe there was like one time where it was a red herring, but it's pretty easily to come to the conclusion that, yes, this is the one you want. We're talking about the poison right now, so I feel like this is the answer. But how do we... Unless this is one of those times where it's a fake, and we go in here. No one else entered the room besides her at all time. I'm gonna... We're gonna present this. Maybe this is a red herring. No, it's not. Okay. Character bios? You can't present characters in this game. Which is kind of strange. I kind of miss having that ability. But you can't present characters, unfortunately. We can look at the characters, I think. Oh no, we can't. There are no character bios in this one. Weird. Yeah, usually there's character bios. But it's not like you could present them anyways. Yeah, it's not featured in this game for some reason. Okay, so yeah, he arrived around 9. That checks out. First I'd say into telling it, okay, journalistic history made, blah blah blah. Dog Ross coffee right after we started. That was definitely death by poison. What else could it be? Could it not be death by poison? Like, where else would he have spasms from? It's gotta be... slow-acting deadly poison. Oh, fuck. So Gavin's wrong. Hang on. No, this isn't it? Okay. I see where the problem lies. I missed that key word in there. Yeah, we need a different one. Nope, I know. One of these is... I think one of these said something about, ooh, it's fast. No, it's not fast. When were they talking about being fast? I can't believe everyone in this courtroom was wrong about this. The Stars coffee. Yeah, apparently he didn't even take so much as a sip and then he died. Which Gavin agrees with, and that's totally how it works, but apparently not. Didn't even see that bit. Give me that statement. Next moment he was on the floor. Okay. There we go. I don't know how I missed that the first time. Hello, welcome, Jacqueline Rose. How's it going? You don't have a problem with? Particular property of the poison used, atropine. Oh, Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of 0.002 milligrams paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justice, would be rendered to a quivering pile. Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information. An omission? Atropine is as virulent as he says. But death has come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because atropine is slow-acting. Slow-acting? Oh, what? According to one forensic scientist, it's one of the most virulent poisons, but it's absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. And we suppose that the moment Mr. Misham sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate. Then he would still have had time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. For a second there, I thought he was missing legs, because the color of his pants are like the exact same color as the witness stand. Order! What's the meaning of this? If what the defense says is correct, why, that contradicts the entire testimony we've just heard. Well, Mr. Brushel, anything to say? On the record? Slow acting. S-L-O-W-A-C-T. It was virulent, all right. Even then, it had already begun digging its claws into the journalist. It's working on his scoop. It's Buster, yeah? Hey, Buster, let's take a trip down memory lane. Huh? Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital. You know what I think? I think that was a not-so-subliminal suggestion. End quote. I admit it does cause a problem if he died when you said he did. I would be forced to say off were assigned to my simple case. And you would be forced to say farewell to your article. Come again? You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? He's a journalist, he definitely can. And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up on the scent. And you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Scoop. Scoop? Look, wait. Just wait a second. Just 1 second. We're waiting. Out with it. I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. A revival recollection. End quote. A story survival. End quote. Attorney utterly confused. End quote. Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I heard it poison that takes its sweet time, see? But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently. Mr. Fisher, you say you noticed something that explains what happened? You bet I am. The antidote for a poisonous contradiction. End quote, you might say. Or, I still have no idea what you're talking about. End quote, I might say. I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee. Oh, do you now? Order! Order! As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony, that Mr. Misham died the instant after he drank. Of course I'm standing by my testimony. And my dream of exclusive rights to this story. I suppose it was too much to hope for. What was? Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case, not him. Him? Phoenix Wright. Who else? Sang Herr Bosser. Report for us, if you would. What was it that you noticed? That's a smile of overconfidence, if I ever saw one. This court is a critical trial of the justice system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed. Can't believe that Brushel was the Bay Harbor Butcher after all. Okay, now we definitely are going to be presenting that picture frame. And he's going to now need to try and weasel his way out of, like, saying how he didn't poison the picture frame. Because remember, there was a half hour of time. There's a half hour range of the guy's death. And the poison only takes 15 minutes. He could have easily put the poison in that picture frame. How it killed him? I don't know. But that's probably where it came from. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. Oh, see, there you go. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note? A suicide note? Really? And what, frame his daughter for murder? A suicide note? Yes, he had this look on his face. Man's face inscrutable as a quadratic equation. End quote. Suicide? Poor Mr. Misham. That means Vera's innocent. Someone commits suicide in the middle of an interview? I don't know, it'd be pretty dramatic. You know what, if anyone was going to commit suicide in the middle of an interview, I would say an artist would definitely be the kind of person that would do it. Oh. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination. So he gets poisoned by the picture frame. And he was writing, he was probably looking at that old envelope is my guess. The one that was resealed. Was there anyone at the studio other than Mr. Misham? Well, his daughter Vera, of course. Was anyone besides Mr. Misham and Vera present? Not a single one. Not a cat, not a rat, not even a mouse. So the only person who didn't belong to that studio there was you, wasn't it, Mr. Breschel? I know what you're doing. I know your game. Attorney uses classic Ramsden phenomenon ploy. End quote. No, he's just asking questions in the way that the court permisses, by not asking them directly. If you intend to suggest that Spitpota is a suspect, I'm sure you also intend to present evidence supporting that assertion, correct? In the meantime, let's move along, shall we? So maybe I present the envelope here? So he put the letter away when he saw you? Early reporter gets worm. End quote. That's my secret. I'm not sure I follow. It's the night of the interview. I arrive 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in. Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry, really? Mr. Misham sure seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. Wait, yellow? We know of a red envelope. Oh, here's your profiles. Now they're here. Yeah, you just can't present them. I guess that's why they don't appear there. Sort that they did, but maybe not. I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one. It does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice? I wonder. It does have the ring of something important. Oh, we're adding it to the testimony. Vince finds this testimony vital, Your Honor. Very well, please add it to the testimony then. Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. And you saw him seal this envelope with the letter? Hey, don't look at me like that. I saw what I saw. Oh, you think this might be a big break? Yeah. What I need to do is show some decisive evidence now. Oh, yeah. We're getting to it, don't worry. You didn't think anything might be wrong at the time? Hey, when I go in for an interview, that's what I'm there to do. Interviewer finds looking more effective than carrot. End quote. So what about now? Thinking back on it, did you sense anything strange in Mr. Misham's behavior? Well, yeah. That's why I'm telling you all this to begin with. Very well, continue with your testimony. A suicide note? Well, yeah. Don't quote me or anything. I'm just saying it's a possibility, you know? So you didn't actually check the letter? Of course not. It was sealed. Contents of can unknown until can is opened. End quote. You can always check the label. Do you think Mr. Misham was writing a suicide note? If he was, that would solve the case in a jiffy. Kinda makes me wonder about that letter. Alright, where is it? Yellow envelope? Huh. Fat chance. As just so happens, there was a single letter in a desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope. Prosecutor Cavan. Yes? Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no. But therefore, it's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. Is it really, though? Oh, is this guy gonna come out as, like, being colorblind or something? Because... okay, sure, why not? We just did that all last case, after all. People having various types of eye abnormalities. I guess, but not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already, 7 years ago. Well, Mr. Breschel? I can explain that. True, right? He wanted to get that letter in an envelope pronto. Get it out of sight of my beady eyes, right? So he grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed it away. And what about the whole red and yellow contradiction, chump? Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim? That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. I mean, it's possible. Wait, no, it's not. Wasn't this envelope, like, sealed? Like, isn't that why we had to x-ray it? Because it was, like, resealed? That's impossible. I like your ex-person. So full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope. With, the assistance of a forensic scientist. What? Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Misham. Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself. This man has been sufficiently scooped. Order! Order! Mr. Breschel, can you explain this to the court? Oh, my. How could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots. End quote. I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Breschel. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yes, a stamp. A so-called postage stamp. End quote. Did we not just finish explaining how this letter was addressed to him? I mean, if we look at the letter, it already has a stamp on it. A postmarked stamp, mind you. A stamp? Whatever for? Well, to mail his letter, what else? And then, why yes, I think I saw him put in his letter in his letterbox. Yes, it was a yellow envelope, and he put it in that box. Oh my god. Alright, it's fine. We can just... What did he even say? And apparently this yellow letter has nothing to do with the case. Oh, how I wish it did. Just think if that were a suicide note. What a story. Star writes suicide note in front of reporter, falls. End quote. As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That said... Yes, Your Honor. It makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope. It was about some, I'm assuming some sort of art deal with someone. $100,000 is quite a good deal of money. So this was from 7 years ago, yeah? So, am I finished? Here, I mean. Am I finished here? I was thinking of, going home to start writing. I don't think we're done. Because I got one more piece of evidence to call out your bullshit with. I hate to state what should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, you make that, rather unique face. Come on. Attorney has active imagination, little else. End quote. Even I noticed something and my eyes aren't what they used to be. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. Such as active imagination. End quote. Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story. Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here. Usually. Actually, it took a great bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter leverages story, gets his interview. End quote. A story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. Oh, I think I know where we're presenting on this one. So you're threatened to go to press with this story? That's how you got your interview? Blackmail? Well, yes. I mean, no. No. I wasn't exactly black. I mean, I'm not. Something wrong, Mr. Breschel? Look. This is my story, my tidbit. Journalist info is livelihood. End quote. I see. Well, you have me chatting away in here. What's going on out there? What if some Wally Wordsmith or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? Yeah, I know a couple people. Wonder how they're doing these days. They could be going to press while I'm going to waste. The court feels you're paid, Mr. Breschel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace. Certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago? A lot of stuff seemed to have happened 7 years ago. Oh fuck, okay. We'll press first, just in case. Victim Drew Misham had an aversion to reporters? Boy, I guess. Not even my considerable charms did much for him. Until I finally got my thumbs up, that is. Maybe you can elaborate on that a bit for us? Exactly what sort of story was this? Oh, a little one. Like I said. Nothing more, nothing less. Nothing in between. End quote. I might have suggested I had a lead on this particular story, but I didn't threaten or cajole or nothing. Honest. So a suggestion was enough to get an interview? Mr. Misham must have really wanted to keep it under wraps. Certain case 7 years ago. Tell us, what case? Let me state one thing, Mr. Attorney, and you can quote me on this. I can't talk about that case. Why not? It's about journalistic pride, and staunchness, and credibility, and connections. Journalists reveal sources only over his dead body. End quote. So what'd it be? Gonna strangle me? Dead men don't tell tales, Mr. Attorney. Sounds pretty determined not to talk. Our chances of breaking his will aren't looking good. On the one hand, we have your story, and on the other, this letter. What makes you think the two are related? Oh, but I was just saying it's possible. Call it reporter's intuition. End quote. Hey, I say a lot of things. You gotta pick all of them apart? Be my guest. All of them? No, just the incredibly suspicious ones. I see. Anything else to add about Mr. Misham? Just how amazing was Mr. Misham's talent? Huh? Ooh, wait, boy. I mean, hey, he's a star, man. A star. The flow of his brush is like a great undulating river across the canvas. Artist paints light up studio like sun. End quote. This guy's full of wacky gestures. That one just now is wackier than usual. It's kind of nervous to me, Apollo. Definitely. I'm sensing something different than before here. Maybe it's time to bring out you-know-what. It just might left a bad taste in my mouth. It all makes sense. Nothing jumps out as ridiculous. Wonder what this story he's talking about is. Must have been good to get an interview with a famous recluse like that. Something powerful enough to drag Mr. Misham out of hiding. I wonder. Maybe it had something to do with Mr. Misham's art? Okay, for some reason the stream connection goes to hell only when I turn on the microwave. Are you like watching this on a phone or something? Or you have your computer's like beside the microwave and it's on Wi-Fi? Because that would make perfect sense. Microwaves are very good at interfering with the radio waves of, say, Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. They just totally fuck them up. I'll usually take my phone to the kitchen as well, and I use like Bluetooth headphones to watch videos while I do stuff in the kitchen. And if I turn on the microwave, then the audio of my headphones just completely goes to shit. Weirdly enough, the Wi-Fi is fine. It's probably just because of the router location compared to the microwave, but yeah, no, the microwave can completely destroy my audio connection. Wi-Fi, I guess the microwave is too close to my room. Yeah, it could be that. If you have like thinner walls, there's definitely a good chance that if the microwave goes on, then the Wi-Fi connection's probably getting interrupted because of it. Alright, so I'm thinking this last one here is likely the most suspicious, regardless of the bracelet. But let's see what we can find with the bracelet on this one. Seems like a good one to start with. Looking for something pretty minor, I think. Swallowing, maybe? Is he playing with his other hand on something? We can't even see his other hand. No? Eye twitching? Come on, this has to be the one. No? Guess that one's fine. I was thinking like we were gonna call him out on bullshit on his talent because he was a forger, but... Take a good look at those pearly whites. Oh, did you see something in his mouth? Okay, let's try that again. The one place I didn't focus on. Are we just admiring his teeth? Like, is his tongue move in a weird way? Nah. Okay, let's try a different quote then. Red envelope had probably had something to do with it. Story concerned certain case. Let's try the red envelope. That seems to be a pretty... The red envelope seems important. Man, this guy's like rock solid. His ears aren't twitching, nothing like that. Sorry, a certain case was 7 years ago. This one seems like fluff. This could be suspicious. It's okay, at least you get lots of good shots of his sexy pearly whites in the meantime. I want to try and figure out where the fuck we're looking here. His hands are like down by his side, like he's not doing anything. Is it the toothbrush against the head? Because like every other one of these so far has just been him looking straight ahead. Unless this one. I'm just gonna try all of these, see if there's anything. Is it because he's smiling more? That's pretty creepy more than anything. Probably when he looks most fidgety. That's his secret, Cap. He always looks fidgety. I haven't tried this one yet. That one's a possible one. It's so far the only one that looks different besides the last one. Maybe this one? I completely stopped moving his hand. Nothing on this one. Like, it's similar to the last one, but that doesn't mean anything. And then we have this one. Oops. Did I do this one? You know what? I'm gonna say... Was it this one? I'm gonna say it was this one. Just because it's like unique compared to all the others. It's the only thing I can think of. But he... Okay, but the problem is it's not a specific quote, it's the entire statement. Yeah, I always wondered how that was supposed to work too. Like, when you go through the cross-examination, it's like you're able to just freely repeat parts of the thing, and you're responding. When you press, you're responding to specific statements as if they're just saying them now. But is it like implied that you're recalling these statements? And then you're like saying them back, and then you're questioning them? Or like they actually just... Is this... Do you get to listen to it for a gameplay perspective, but then all of this happens in real time? I don't know. That part was like always... How was it... What was it supposed to be equivalent to? Is it his eyebrow? No. That doesn't make sense. No, we're looking for something specific. Because it's always like one specific like line, and there's an action unique to it. I'm thinking his pen's gonna move, I'm thinking his glasses are gonna move, his nose is gonna move. He's gonna fiddle with his toothbrush, doesn't even do that. I mean, is this last one? All we know is he doesn't want to talk about it. All he says is that Drew is a good artist, basically. Yeah, that's why I feel like this last one is the one, because... Like, we brought up earlier how he's a forger. That was the... That was stated at the very start. So... Wouldn't this be the one? Like, is there a muscle spasm somewhere? His toothbrush is completely still. He loves fiddling with that thing. You'd think that would be what we're looking at here. I'm still tempted to perceive on, what was it, the second one? Because it was the only unique facial expression of them all. Even if it was just the entire thing. Because we're looking for some sort of obvious lie. Eye twitch. Anywhere. Perceive the magic conch. Unfortunately, I don't think this guy's much of a Shell fan. Wasn't that a different person? Have we had someone who's like a big fan of shells? I thought we did. Or maybe that's a later game. I think the next game is supposed to have like a whale or something. So we'll probably get something there. Like this one. I'm looking at his eyes. It's the only thing that I feel could possibly be the tell. His hands are just down by his side on most of these. I mean, this one could also be it. No. I guess, I don't know why he'd lie on this one specifically. It probably did take some work to get the interview set up. Does his hair twitch? Does he, like, get wrinkles on his forehead? Maybe his ear. Hmm. Certain case from 7 years ago. Okay, that's probably fine. Red envelope probably had something to do with it. Probably not telling us something about this envelope. Maybe he's the one that sent it. Watch his eyes. I'm just like going through every single body part methodically at this point. No, not sure on that one. So I feel like it's gotta be this one. Okay, if it's not this, I'm gonna perceive. I'll probably just click perceive on like the second one the whole way through. Was his eyebrow like this in... Stop. Go back for a second. Okay, I guess his eyebrow was like this on this one too. Maybe the trick this time isn't so much as like something specific to a specific line, but just like spot the difference between the entire quote. Nothing with this toothbrush. I feel like it's gotta be the toothbrush. It's not gonna be the pocket. That doesn't make any sense. Oops. Like his animations are more suspicious outside of this mode. And we've pressed all of these, so he doesn't have any more. The bracelet is on, which tells me that it's not going to be evidence. I'm gonna perceive on this one, just because it's different. I'm just not sure where. That's the problem. Like, it has to be somewhere specific. On one of these 3 lines. Does he ever reach up to touch his toothbrush? I don't want to perceive there. I feel like that's wrong. Okay, maybe I'll just look this one up, because, like, I've looked at this thing, like, 5 different times in 5 different ways, and I'm not seeing anything. Eyebrows now? Maybe this one? the way he's like talking, is it? No. Toothbrush is down there. His ear's not twitching. Alright, alright. Okay. Wait, what? Okay, so what I was right on it being the last statement. How apparently it's here. Or is it on the other side? You know, forget his teeth. The answer is his armpits, if you'll believe it. I certainly would have. Oh my god, that is so subtle. I can't believe this is it. I think I scrolled past this like 3 times because I didn't notice that. Gotcha! Okay, it's probably one of the more sensible tells, for sure. Like, sweating is definitely a sign of lying, but that is so fucking subtle, especially because it's in black and white. That's insane. Oh, man. Yeah, that one... I don't know how I feel about that one. Sweat much, Mr. Brushel? Yeah, well, a man can't help his glands, you know? Yeah, that's what people who don't put on deodorant say as an excuse. It's more than that. When Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets. You're hiding something about his talent. What? That's ridiculous. Evidence time. Let's show where Mr. Misham's true talent lay. It just so happens I have evidence showing the talent mentioned in that letter. Is it this? Do we present that, or do we present this? What are we presenting here? Maybe this one? Because the sketch doesn't match? You can see it? I'm gonna try presenting this. We have many paintings to choose from here. Okay, it's probably the real painting. I swear to God, if it's the fucking real painting. At least I got the statement correct. Like, I knew from the start it was going to be the 5th statement, even if I did end up checking like every single statement like 10 times. Yeah, it's this one. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Watch this. After I click the mouse, we're going to bring up the half-finished version of this painting because it's going to be relevant. Because heaven forbid that I pick the other one first. This painting was found in Mr. Misham's studio. There are 2 problems with this painting. First is it wasn't painted by Mr. Misham. The second is that there's another painting in the studio which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Yeah, the other one I just clicked on is the one I'm referring to here. Can't believe that doesn't count. Alright, fine. We didn't actually show the other painting. I feel like it should have counted, though. Then we have a letter discussing a payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. The business of making forgeries. I should have been able to pick the other piece of evidence. I did look at like past some parts of the game that we've already played out of curiosity to see if there were like alternative pieces of evidence. There were actually a couple of times where you could present more than one piece. So it's not like the game's a stranger to the idea of having multiple answers. I just feel like it could do more for it. Everyone, please. Everyone, can we keep this private? Please? This is my story. My scoop! Forgery? That's a serious crime. Jim Misham is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back. Another art meaning forgery? Jim Misham was talented, alright? Talented at making precise, detailed fakes. A fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover. Criminal elements? What? You can't seriously be talking about. Exactly. I'm talking about forging evidence. Rumors started circulating 7 years ago. 7 years ago? So, are we to understand that this letter, this payment of $100,000 was for... Exactly. Forged evidence nets tidy profit. End quote. Order! Order! Why, it's like our victim was living a double life. This is my chance. Maybe that's what all those machines were for, that we saw in the back. So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have plenty of enemies we'd have known nothing about. This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We certainly found no criminal connections when we concluded our investigation. How do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here. But there is no proof of tying this letter to our case. Our case was and remains simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night. And you, of course. Hey! The only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews. Mr. Brasher, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen. What are you talking about? My journalism is perfect. Journalism is so solid you can stand on an elephant on it. End quote. In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If we can ascertain the situation in that studio from the recap, the trial is over. Paulo, what's he talking about? Cross-examination showed Mr. Bushell didn't have a reason or means to poison him. As long as there's no other suspects. And the killer had to be Vera. That's what. This next testimony is our last chance. Mr. Bushell, your testimony, please. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She's admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. And nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. A nice testimony, clear, succinct, and without room for doubt. Aw, shucks. You really think so? I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may begin your final cross-examination. Right. Still have one trump card left to play. I won't let this trial end until I use it. That poison doesn't prove Barrett poisoned it. How many times have we heard that when the airfall had the poison reached its victim via that coffee mug? And from where did that coffee come from, Not to beat a dead horse again and again, but perhaps you could fill us in? I'm on it. You need a horse beat? I'm your man. He would beat a dead horse. And you witnessed her pouring the coffee? Of course I didn't witness it. When she came in with that tray, coffee was already poured and steaming. Let us not forget the defendant had admitted to pouring the coffee herself. I heard her statement. I poured, I served, and I killed. She admitted to such? I don't remember that last part. That last part was just a little joke. This isn't the place for jokes! Especially with a jury watching. I don't think I'm going to get anywhere with this coffee mug. Need to find another weak spot in this case. You sure about that? Well, to be really, really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time. One of those candies might have been poisoned. Yet that's the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room. What do you mean filled the room? Were you expecting like cut open his body and then just mint comes wafting out? And no mint residue was found. Wait, were you expecting to find a junior mint inside of him? It was a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something or other than coffee? Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof, possibility is there, I can feel it. It's maybe not prove it. Not yet. Possibility isn't going to cut it, not now. Mr. Misham ingested that poison via a route other than coffee. Proof is possible. Gotta risk it. Oh, excellent. Let's see your proof then. Please show us your evidence. What evidence shows that the victim wasn't poisoned via his coffee mug? Finally. No? Are we too early? Must I explain this over and over and over? We don't need possibilities here, Efford. We need proof. I know that. You should also know that every proof has its moment. And perhaps you're a bit early. Oh, even the game is like, yeah, come on, just give it a bit more time. I can tell you what we know at this point. The victim put nothing to his mouth but that coffee mug. Yeah, I mean, I'm still trying to figure out how the picture frame could have possibly poisoned. Did he like fucking kiss it? Like, how do you get poison off of that? Another hole in this case needs plugging before I can prove anything. First things first, I better uncover a weak spot before I try to strike again. Okay, at least that didn't cost me anything. A brushel is probably mint inside and out. I bet he's more of a strawberry toothpaste kind of guy. He looks like someone who would enjoy strawberry toothpaste. Gotta get that Tom's strawberry in there. Not one thing? You sure? Yep, as sure as I can be. Well, with one exception. What exception? What? Journalist Spark Brushel does interview. Leave studio. End quote. Ah. Come on. It's a joke. Get it? Not funny, I know. But still. Something leave the studio that night? Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before? Something left the studio. I don't remember what that could have been. Now that we've proven a witness is a comedian of sorts. Was it the letter? Was there something that was... I thought the mailbox was empty though. Yeah. No, never mind then. I don't know. I'd like to turn our defense to our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night? Oh, this. Maybe? Was it one of these things? Oh, I mean, this did, technically. I mean, that's like... I feel like that's being pedantic, but... technically, we were handed this outside of the studio. So, yeah, but that wasn't... Was that the night? No, that wasn't that night. That was like after the fact, because she had it. We got this from the defendant. Was it? Did this letter come from the studio? I honestly can't remember if it did. Is that maybe? Is that his signature? Let's compare it to the mug. I don't know, he has a pretty distinct M on the mug. Unless it's upside down. I mean, maybe? It looks wrong. But this letter didn't leave that night. This letter was in a drawer. Did it leave? Alright, let's try and pull a Columbo here. I think one thing might very well have left the studio that night, actually. Certain something that's vanished from the crime scene. By which you mean... something other than our witness? Of course. Don't tell me. Well, miss him. Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional. Let's see what you've got for us, Mr. Justice. Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. But I do have evidence that shows how it could have been taken from the scene. Oh, are we talking this, but like whatever was inside of it? I guess not. I'm still too early, aren't I? Fuck. Okay, what was not at the scene of the crime? Was it this? No, this is from Gramier. That has nothing to do with this. Is it this? It's not the paintings. This was found in the victim's desk drawer. It's saying how it was taken. Yeah, well, what was taken though? I don't remember. Phoenix gave this to us, so that's fine. I don't think this was taken. This is Vera's own business card. Why would it be taken? This was empty. But was there something in it? It's saying how it was taken. I do have evidence that shows how it could have been taken from the scene. Oh, are we speculating that something got taken through the mailbox? I mean, there's nothing else here that could have been taken because everything else was at the scene. I'm gonna present this. It is the mailbox, what the fuck? It's the only link between that studio and the outside world. So what are we postulating was taken? Because I feel like I'm at a loss here. A letterbox? And how was this how would you take anything through a letterbox backwards? Like, you're gonna put something in and then try and pull it out through like the little slot out front? What did Mr. Brushell just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter. Yeah, maybe the yellow envelope? Maybe he did actually see a yellow envelope? Yeah, I said that, and yeah, it was true. Furthermore, you went on to tell us that you put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox. That very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night, the yellow envelope disappeared. So this yellow envelope that may or may not exist, we're just going to assume existed. Okay, I think I see where we're going here. Ah, yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. Huh? Yeah, we don't have this, like, we don't have this letter, this theoretical letter. Here's a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Misham. Is it really important that this envelope the witness says he saw it disappeared? Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. Seems very important to me. Very well then, the witness will add this to his testimony. You got it. I still think this fails to change anything, Airforehead. I wouldn't be so sure. The letter disappeared from the crime scene that night. It's exactly the opening I've been looking for. Nothing could be more serious than an envelope disappearing from that studio. And you were hiding that fact from us. Yes, well, actually, I don't accuse the possibility that the letter disappeared from that studio. But therefore, isn't there a much more serious question before us? Right. How Mr. Mission was poisoned, I know. But Mr. Breshel's testimony has changed, which means the facts of the case have changed too. What he's told us means something entirely different now. I'm starting to think. Let's keep thinking, Apollo. You say clearly as though it were obvious. This claim that the defendant poisoned the victim is merely conjecture. Yes, well, you see, in my business, it's all about making the most ridiculous things sound right. A bad habit, I know. At least he admits it. Yes, well, actually, I guess this is more of a case of ridiculous journalist sounds wrong. End quote. The court is forced to agree with you. Please refrain from wild conjecture. Understood loud and clear. Well, I can believe that. What do you think, Apollo? Everything he's saying seems so not flawed. Well, that's kind of what you want from a testimony, really. I need to keep my eye on what matters. How and why was Drew Misham killed? If I report the coffee, that's not going to change. But if that coffee didn't kill him, I need to find what did and prove it. Okay, we know what killed him. It's going to be the painting or the picture frame. What could have poisoned was his daughter. A letter was put in the post from the studio, but I hardly think that matters. Could the letter have been poisoned? Like the envelope been poisoned? Should probably save here, but... How do we, like, postulate this idea? Now do we present this? Or maybe this one? The only could have poisoned was his daughter. Do we put this here? Like, just say, well, his daughter didn't do this, did she? Objection! Damn, okay. It was worth a try. I knew that didn't make a whole lot of sense because we just got a new piece of statement. Maybe the new piece of statements where we put the I feel like the picture frame has to be presented at some point. All this talk of poison, how do we not bring up the picture frame? Where's this gonna put me? Okay, it puts me here. That's pretty much where we were. A letter was put in the post from the studio, but I hardly think that matters. Okay, what are we doing with this? Nothing could be more serious than an envelope disappearing from that studio, and you were hiding that fact from us. Yes, well, actually, I don't think it's a possibility that the letter disappeared from that studio, but, Forehead, isn't there a much more serious question before us? Right. How Mr. Mission was poisoned, I know. Mr. Breshel's testimony has changed, which means the facts of the case have too. What he's told us means something else entirely different now, I'm starting to think. I have an idea. I think I know how the picture frame fits into this new statement. Damn it! Okay, I thought for sure I was gonna be right. The one time I was ready for Apollo to pull out some crazy ass theory. That would've been the time. I thought maybe like the contents of the frame had the poison on it, so he takes it, he puts it in the envelope touches the part that you lick, and then he licked the poison. Because it was on the picture that rubbed the envelope that he then licked with his mouth. Like, I think that's how he got poisoned. It has to be the envelope. He had to have licked it shut. So the envelope itself probably was poisoned. I'm just not sure how we, like, how do we present that? A letter was put in the post from the studio, but I hardly think that matters. It's empty. Is it this? I know this isn't what left the studio, but... And it's also from 7 years ago, so that doesn't make any sense either. Already did that. Okay, so we tried the photo, we tried the mailbox. Could it be the letter? Letter was put in the post from the studio, but I hardly think that matters. Because this is a new statement, so it makes the most sense. Only one could have poisoned him was his daughter. This is not a new statement, so I don't think we have to present here. Like, that fifth statement seems more ripe for presentation, but this is the new statement. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. What about the letter he had to send? Like, this could also be it. Like I said, he probably had to lick the letter. Yeah, exactly. Like, he would have had to lick a letter to send it. I mean, I know there's letters you don't have to lick. There's envelopes you don't have to lick, but traditionally, you have to lick them shut. And in this case of poison, like, I feel like he's definitely gonna have used that. Like, that seems like the obvious way to get poisoned. But... did he lick this shut again? Because it was resealed, if I remember correctly. Objection! No. But again, it's not the new statement. I just don't know what we'd present on the other one. A letter was put in the post from the studio, but I hardly think that matters. Is this how there was poison that got on the rim because it was still on his lips? Objection! Like he got the poison from somewhere else and then transferred it to the mug? I'm probably on the right track here in terms of the overall, like, story, but... it's not... I'm thinking too far ahead here. Clearly. Is this the letter? Objection! No. More of a problem where the heck to present. Exactly, like... I think it's a what, not a where. Traditionally, if you get a new piece of testimony in a new statement in a testimony, you present on the new statement. I think maybe once has that not been the case. I'm just not sure what we present here. Like, we've pressed every statement. I know, it's not gonna be the paintings. You're not putting a painting in a mailbox. This is just Vera's own card. I don't know why that would be irrelevant. I guess it's not this. Maybe this is a red herring, because, like, what else would we even present here? Let's put a post from the studio by Harley thing. Unless it's this. Objection! I was thinking, like, the time of death was important or something related to, like, when he mailed it, but no. Okay, let's consider a different statement here for a bit. I already tried, oops. I already tried the picture frame on 5. The only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. Could it have been someone who sent him a letter? But it wouldn't be this one. I mean, what about the frame itself? Your Honor, my client's a freak and licks frames. I tried presenting the frame. I thought we were gonna, like, make some crazy connection with the frame and whatever was sent out, but no, that's not the case. Yeah, I was trying to... For a while there, I was like, I couldn't figure out, like, well, why would he lick the frame? But then it occurred to me, maybe something that was in the frame had the poison on it, hence the back. Yeah, the game did make the remark about the frame being too early, but I've tried the frame on both statements 4 and 5, and that wasn't it. Like, I tried it on 5 with under the pretense of, oh well, someone else probably, you know, put poison in the frame, and then here obviously something that was in the frame is what he mailed. Did we try the letter here? Objection! I think I did. I think it's gonna be either the frame, the red letter, maybe the mailbox, or I don't think it's not this. Because he put a yellow letter in the mailbox, and we don't have a yellow letter. This is pink. Did I try the frame here? I think I did. Objection! Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. No, it's gotta be this one. Okay, letter. Let's read this again. Okay, nothing could be more serious than envelope disappearing. Yeah, and you were hiding that fact. But what was in it? Such a serious question, right? How Mr. Mission was poisoned. Testimony has changed, which means the facts of the case have too. And what he's told us means something entirely different now. No, we need to show why that matters. I think that's the whole crux of this thing. It has to be this statement because we need to show why that's important. Is it this? No, I just tried this. I mean, maybe the time's right now. Objection! No. Okay. Since I'm just trying everything now anyways, I think I'm gonna look this one up because I don't know. Should I go through and press some of these other one statements again? I thought we did already, but... Poison reached its victim via the coffee mug, and where did coffee come from, right? Obviously, defendant. Oops. Press this again. Wasted her point of coffee. Of course he didn't, because she already had it with her when she came in. Now Gavin's cracking jokes about false statements from the witness. And we have this one. It would be really, really precise. I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time, of course. And the candy might have been poison. But there's no junior mints anywhere. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee? Yeah, he licked a picture frame, Your Honor. I have reason to believe the victim licked a picture frame. Possibilities there, I can feel it, just maybe not prove it. Possibilities, I'm gonna cut it, not now. Mr. Mishram ingests that poison via root other than coffee. Now? Maybe now it's not too early. Maybe now that we have that fourth statement, maybe it's fine to present the picture frame. Proof of the disappearing envelope. Oh, this is new! Okay, is this another case where you press something more than once to get a different response? Sure as hell seems like it! It's one of those again. Of course, which means that envelope had a stamp on it. A stamp? Ah! As we all know, stamps come with dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it by licking the stamp. Well, I mean, you don't have to, but most people choose that method. No one's worth talking to actually lick stamps in this day and age. Actually, most stamps around here now are more like stickers. They have like a back, like a wax backing on them. You just peel it off and it's got the glue already. No more licking stamps. Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all. Okay, so he licked the stamp. But wait, how does that explain the actual canine on the rim of the coffee mug? If he licked the back of a poison stamp, the poison would get in his tongue, yeah? What would then happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth, His traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing. It was the other way around. What? Coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Mishram. Mr. Mishram poisoned the coffee mug himself. Yeah, if the poison takes a while to act, then he would have still had it on his mouth. He probably sat down to have coffee. Probably didn't even know he was poisoned. Order! But that doesn't... does it? Recall if you would. Atropine is a slow-acting poison, yes? Poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope. But the time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe. Does make more sense. I think that, at the very least, pretty much disproves Vera's involvement. Even the witness agrees. I have something to add, Mr. Brescia. Oh, his nose is picking up another scent. As I believe I mentioned earlier... Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Mishram sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Yes, a stamp. A so-called postage stamp. End quote. But you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one. Maybe he just ran out. Incidentally, to research the desk drawer seems a crime. There were no stamps. Not a single one. Maybe it was his last stamp. That does pose a problem. How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison? Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. Makes proving the stamp he used was poison possible. Is it time? Good show, good show. You can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene in the first place. No, probably can't, and I question why it was stored in such a location. Well, let's see what the defense has to say. Where's your evidence that proves the existence of this poison stamp? 2 inches by 2 inches. Seems like the perfect size for a postage stamp. Well, that certainly is a cute little frame, and by little I mean really little. It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that too during my inspection, so what? Ah, apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important. Missing something? Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. Atracanine residue. What? Why wasn't I told about this? The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most. You're insane. Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps? So he couldn't find any stamps, so he got desperate and decided to use a collector's stamp, I guess, that he had. Okay, well then whatever was in that envelope must have been really important to mail out if he decided to use, like, a stamp he wouldn't normally use to mail. The poison stamp was in this frame? Impossible. But Prosecutor Gavin, why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide if the mood stuck. You know, can I say something? I had a thought, see? What, Mr. Michelin? Please stop jittering around like that. The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger forges friends, makes enemies too. End quote. So a poison stab might have been a murder weapon aimed at him. Oh, Fitch. That's Fitch. Leave the ridiculous flights of fancy to the Cavendish song lyrics, please. Finally, something we agree on. The stamp was a murder weapon? Nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. Murder is not a simple business. Considering the consequences if you get caught, I would say it's a very complicated business. I think something like a postage stamp is perfect. It's nigh untraceable. Especially if it's been sitting there for a long time. Someone's out there, whoever delivered that stamp, probably really pleased with themselves right about now that they finally killed the man they so hate. Oh, I disagree. Come again? Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Jewish him hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail. The mail? Now, if you want to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew read letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous. That's your proof. I want proof. Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. Might not have evidence per se. Things are finally starting to come together. What is it, Apollo? Fists are trembling. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Mission was killed. There's a journalist who was killed by being poked with the end of a poisoned umbrella tip. So like someone just like nonchalantly poked them on the street and then they just died sometime later, because yeah, poisons realistically aren't that rapid. They do take a while to kick in. A lot of them anyways. Some are faster than others, but there's definitely some slow ones. So yeah, if you just poke someone with an umbrella like that, it's probably really easy to get away with it, because it would take so long for the person to kill that you'd have no idea. The special umbrella had a needle concealed in it. Oh, I see. Well, yeah, okay. I mean, if they found the umbrella, then they'd be able to trace the poison source back for sure. But, you know, just on the surface level, it's a lot harder to observe a crime like that when it's, like, something so subtle. Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice. A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Misham the stamp of death. Someone with the intent to kill. Is it this? It's gotta be this. 7 years ago? Isn't this envelope the one from 7 years ago? Think about the text of the letter again. There are 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. The enclosed stamp. And this is page 2. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. And yet it took him 7 days to send this thing. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. In other words, if I have this straight, the stamp, poison, on the stamp, lick, lick, end quote. That's a terrible headline. Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asks? He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in his letterbox. 15 minutes would have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. The clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath. And the murder weapon be taken away from the scene. Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system. But then why did he wait 7 years? Did he just forget? Such a splendid imagination you have, Hereford. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So, this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago? Yeah? Is that what you would have us believe? Really? Well, it is a little bit of a stretch, but it's a possibility. Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? A poison stamp in this envelope? A stamp that then became the murder weapon? How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence? Well, it was 7 years ago and we don't even know who sent that letter. And your answer is silence, I see. Very well. I move to... Oh. Emma! Well, like my Christoph Gavin impression. Did I sound like him? Don't quit your day job. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after for a detective? Someone had to come dig you out all of this mess you're making of this case. Mess? You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted in science a little more. You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope easily. Care to explain yourself, fraudulent detective? Blare me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right. Poison detection spray. Yeah, just spray a little of that in the envelope and you're good to go. Reduce the red envelope at once. Yeah, that's why he was never told about it, any of this stuff, because he didn't want to believe it, because he fucking hates science, apparently. Like most of the police force. You can open it on the authority of the court. Oh, there it is. Well, would you look at that? No mistaking it. That's atrocanine residue. I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past. Now, 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last. Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why didn't this murder take place 7 years ago? I don't fucking know. Do we have to? Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Misham figured it out. Figured out what? He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead. So he sent his reply with a different stamp. And put his decisive evidence in a frame. And then he what, just forgot about it? So he finally used the postage stamp after all this time? You're still here? Can I make a statement here on the record? I, Spark Razortooth Brushel, claim this scoop is mine. Drew Misham killed in cold blood. By sender of 7-year-old letter. End quote. No. Maybe something more succulent. Star falls after 7-year delay. End quote. There you go. That's a better title. I see no room for further argument here. Though I admit, this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp his ticket straight to afterlife. End quote. Oh, I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge. It's okay, he's had more than 7 years of bad influence. I don't see what's a little more. I see no room for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant. Apollo. I think we just won. Very well. This court finds the defendant. Now what? Wait, let me guess. You want me to find the perpetrator? Is this the bright future of our legal system? Prosecutor Gavin? A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago? Tickets for the Gavin shows are invalid after 2 weeks. But it doesn't make sense any other way. And besides, it's well within the statute of limitations. We can search for the real criminal later. It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in Ford's claim. A contradiction? A poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago. Thereupon it was framed until now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Misham have done what he did? Let me explain that. He must have realized it was poisoned. Therein lies the rub. 7 years ago, the forger Drew Misham sends the top and puts the stamp in the flame. I do not debate this. But this begs the question, why 7 years later did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? And why did he frame it? Why not just throw it out? Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Misham simply forgot? Put the murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years and forgot? You expect us to believe he sprang the chap on himself? Yeah, that seemed very unlikely. Well, I admit, this is all quite shocking myself. It does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap that had still been sitting on his desk for 7 years. Apollo, I don't think we're winning anymore. I'm glad to see we're all back into the real world now. Welcome back to the reality. We've been waiting for you. Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? It's a poison stamp. Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court first? I see no proofs that such a thing ever existed. Then what was on that paper? What was there? What was that poison from then? What about the arginine residue, huh? Oh, I agree, that does seem to be arginine residue. But therefore, it's certainly no stamp. Yeah, but... even if your Persis poison stamp did exist, Drew Misham would never have used it. That is all. Obviously cursed stamp lickage. I like the idea of someone ripping the stamp out of the frame, slamming it onto the desk, and then just like choke slamming the guy into the stamp, forcing him to lick it. Unfortunately, there were no signs of a struggle, and also no marks on any part of his body. So as cool as that would be, sadly it could not have happened. I believe we've come to a conclusion. Again. Apollo, we were wrong the whole time? I can't believe it. Poison traces match up. It can't be coincidence. Yeah, but I wouldn't say we're wrong just so much as like, yeah, we don't know for sure it was a stamp. I mean, it probably was, but we can't say for certain what it was. I'd like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year. Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor. Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Bisham received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison atropine on the document inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at the crime scene. On this tiny picture frame, the defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope. An envelope that left the scene of the crime with the poison stamp on it. Yes, but even if this envelope contained the poison stamp, and Drew Bisham, knowing this, put it in the frame, he never would have used that stamp. I'm afraid you're right, which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense's case. Haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. Traces of atropine, the envelope, the frame, and Drew Bisham's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us? Defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. Ah, fake clue. Fascinating. And if we find this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, yeah? Fake clue that's thrown us off the poison trail is none other than... Oh... Is Drew Bisham just not dead? The victim himself? That seems absurd enough to be the truth. Okay, let's think about this. The red envelope. Why would he frame an item that was going to kill him 7 years ago? Why would you frame that? Why would you not just toss it entirely and use another stamp? Are there any other Drew Bishams that we should know about? Yeah, what if this Drew Bisham is a forgery himself and there's another Drew Bisham? What if there never was a Drew Bisham? We never saw a body. Maybe this is all part of the trial examination that Phoenix set up, and this guy's not even real. Although Phoenix, I think, seemed to imply that this guy probably actually died, and this is, like, essentially a real case. The frame? Like, okay, I could see the red envelope, there was poison in it. There was something poison in it. It's likely a stamp. The envelope, the letter mentions a stamp. That's probably true. I think it could be the frame, simply because, like, why would you frame something that dangerous? If you knew it was a trap, why would you keep it? That seems ridiculous. And then to, like, pull it out and use it 7 years later for some reason other than just simply forgetting, even less likely. So it's probably going to be the frame or Drew Bisham. Or if he legit just liked the stamp. I mean, maybe. But I don't know. Even if I liked the stamp, if I knew it was probably poison or it was going to kill me somehow, I probably would also dispose of it. I wouldn't be keeping something like that in my house. But that's just me. I still like the idea of picking Drew Bisham just because it sounds so ridiculous that it could actually be right, knowing these games. Like, just the circumstances around his death. Like, the frame was poisoned. Science, we can't argue with science. The frame had poison in it. The red envelope had poison in it. Those can't be fake. Unless, like, someone planted the poison in there. But, like, the letter itself was postmarked from 7 years ago, so we know that's real. The picture frame was probably actually sitting there, so that's probably real. I'm picking it. The victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug, linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself. Congratulations, you've completely lost me. So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger? It makes a good story. I'll give you that. Yeah, it really does, doesn't it? Fake clue. Fakes. Forgeries. I know that face. That's the I just had an idea face. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again? 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into that very same trap and dies. Why? That's what I want to know. Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Here we go again. The victim was a fake. One forger smelled the trap, one forger fell into the trap. That's 2 forgers, and one of them was a fake. I could see that making sense. The fake forger didn't know it was a trap, so he just used the postage stamp looking for a stamp, not knowing it was poisoned. It's the only way you use a stamp like that. Like, that's not something you easily forget, especially if you frame it and put it on your desk, like you know something special about it. So you're telling us is that Drew Misham as a victim was a fake? Well, if he was a fake, who was the real forger? You'd better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo. I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, show us just who the real Drew Misham was. Drew Misham wasn't the real forger. There's only one other person it could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Misham himself was a forgery. The real forger was... Is it her? It could be her. She worked at the studio. She has her own business card. If you look at the business card, it says Vera Misham. It does say Drew Misham Studio, but I'm thinking it was her. I don't know who else it could be. Unless this is like some crazy ploy and this whole thing was set up by Phoenix and he's the actual forger. You know, they go with the whole like forged evidence thing from 7 years ago. Come on. How many times have we like ended up blaming our own defense or like the defense for a different crime than murder? It's like they're not guilty of murder, but here's like a bunch of other terrible crimes that they are guilty of. There can only be one explanation, really. Real identity of the forger known as Drew Misham is none other than his only daughter, Vera Misham. Order! Order! Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb, even for you. Kinda agree. I mean, Vera, a forger? Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery has been taking place in that studio for quite some time. Forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Well, actually, that does make kind of a certain sense. Oh, but then, like, was she really forging that long ago? She's only 19. That means she would have been 12 when this all 7 years ago when that letter came. And one more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio. That was pretty perceptive for a 12-year-old. She smelled a poison trap like that. If that letter was addressed to her. Drew Misham's and Vera Misham's. If we know that Drew Misham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. Forger was Vera Misham. Well? Is this wrong? I feel like this is a bait and switch, but maybe we're beyond that? Fascinating. No, I think we're fine. Is she a prodigy? I mean, if she's forging paintings like that, she must be. Vera Misham? You've been paying attention to the trial so far. Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger, Drew Misham? Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She's staring at holes in the prosecutor Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared at by Frauleins, but believe me, as though they usually talk to me too. Tell us, were you the one who forged these works of art? Yes. So the forger, Andrew Bishop, was you? Yes, it was me. What? Court was in an uproar. It wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess. Oh, I need to see the other half of this case. Or I mean, like, the other half of this trial day. We're not stopping here. It seems so obvious once we start getting down to it. Okay. So where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Well, it's Drew Misham who was killed. Wasn't Drew Misham the forger, basically. Huh? Well then, who was he? Well, he was actually... doing her nails. Why do every time I look at this picture, I see something very different? And not at all a hand. Something else of a similar material, but of a different shape. I'll let you figure it out. Yes, for father. I know it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, father saw it in me. Saw that I had the talent. The talent for making forgeries? How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I can make anything. Anything? Something tells me that she was brought into the family business pretty young. She was homeschooled. Yeah, that's what it sounds like here. Father was so proud, and I so happy. But in the end, I was making those forgeries. I've never had a good constitution nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, father is... Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So you were already you already creating your works back then? I started when I was only 12 years old. So the one who figured out the stamp was poisoned, that was... Mr. Justice, it's time. To the courtroom, please. Right. Out of time. Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Right. See, we checked them out and saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice? Yes? Father, he knew of you. Of both of you. Your late father? He was watching, gathering information. All about the Writing Co. law offices. But lately, we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, not really gags. Yeah, when father heard you had resumed the legal business. How pleased he was. Who was Mr. Misham? How am I supposed to know it? What if he was Daddy's daddy? Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. You know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. Was it time to interview her? Court is now back in session. Her seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked? How did you set up this Do Mission Forger persona? There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries? Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? Is a remarkably similar one? Ah, yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it. So, she was the one who made the forgeries. Yet, she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her. I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I? Regardless, we need a little more info. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, yeah? Yes. It was in the desk drawer. Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. I created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. Father handed the deal, all of it. I received that stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. I like that she signs every one of these sketches that she just draws to express her emotions. I certainly was much of great interest in your testimony. Not such a witness realness, is it? Very well, please begin the cross-examination. Right, okay. Need more information about this forger. This Drew Misham. So these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier Father was. I was happy too. Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work? My first painting sold when I was 12. Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing was illegal. I don't know. I feel like that might not be the case this time, actually. Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery. True. Please, tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father. Alright. Work other than a painting? Is this referring to the forged evidence, perhaps? By other than a painting, you mean you'd only done paintings up to that point? Yes. But Father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings. For instance? For instance, a letter someone had written. Or a fingerprint left upon a cup. Or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter. None of this is making her sound very innocent at all. And the $100,000 promised in this letter was the start. The beginning of a new industry for Do Mission. A new industry? The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh. So, you didn't know how the things you were making were being used? I enjoy painting very much. I think I understand. The Fraulein has lived an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope? Father signed them and sent them back, I believe. Did he follow the instructions? Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp. This is a rather important matter. Yo, the Leviathan, welcome. How's it going, everyone? Thanks for the raid. How you doing tonight? This is a rather important matter. Give me answer some thought. Fall Justice a favorite? Yeah, this one's been pretty good. I'm liking that even case number 3 didn't feel like filler for once, which is pretty impressive. Honestly, every case in this game has been really good. Even the tutorial case. Which, even the tutorial case felt like a full case. Even if it was missing like the adventure segment. But this one in particular has been really good so far. We're on case number 4 right now. The one with like the forgery artist. What do you mean you received it? Did I do something wrong? You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on a back. Atraconine. A moment, Airforehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fräulein Vera, why did you receive the stamp? Is something wrong? It was beautiful. Ah, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps? Well, I guess that would be one reason to frame it. Yes, I think it was. Fall Justice cases generally all feel good and interesting. Yeah, these have been a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to the next 2 games in this trilogy for sure. If they're even like half as good as this one, I'll be fine. I'll be pleased with that. First case is probably the best first case in the series. The first case in Apollo Justice was really good. I was actually surprised how it didn't feel like a tutorial case. Despite all the the tutorial stuff it had, it felt like a proper case. And it actually had a really fun story, even if it didn't have like the adventure segment or anything. Yeah, I mean, okay. I don't know. I think out of the 5 games I've played so far, not counting the Edgeworth titles that we've played as well, it's like a tie between this and 3, for sure. 3 was also really good. I loved 3's plot. I think case 5 of 3 was like a great payoff to like the entire trilogy. But this one's been really strong too. So I don't know, it's hard to pick between the 2 for sure. I also really liked, I think a runner-up for me, I don't know, 2 was fine. I hated 2-3. 2-3 was such bullshit. The logic in 2-3 was so bad, but the rest of 2 was really good. Case 4 in 2-4 is really good. But I think overall game-wise, I don't know, if we're talking like, not Edgeworth, but like actual, like ones that are structured like a normal Phoenix Wright game, I would almost say the Professor Layton game would be like the 3rd in my top 3, honestly. Maybe that's unfair, but I think that would be my number 3 for sure. My dislike of 2-3 though is probably different than everyone else's dislike. I think a lot of people dislike 2-3 for the characters. I don't mind the characters. I don't give a shit about what kind of relationships they're having. My dislike all boils down to that one moment in the actual court proceedings on how things were explained. Oh, sorry, not one moment, like 3 or 4 moments. Every time a new revelation came up on how the crime was committed, I could not believe that was how it was. Like, it made no sense. Even for a Phoenix Wright game, that crime made no fucking sense. And I still despise its logic, because I could not figure out how, like, any of that could have happened. Literally, things broke the laws of physics. At least in most cases, things are plausible. That was not plausible. I hated that. Yeah, I'm mostly in it for the logic. For me, I like this series because of the mystery and the puzzles. and figuring out the logic of the crimes. The stories are obviously fun too, and obviously, like, as a fan of mystery novels and mystery stories in general, I mean, I've been reading mystery books since I was a kid. But, so I love that aspect. But playing these games, I love it for the puzzles, and I love trying to figure out the logic of it. 2-3 did not have logic. 2-3 failed logic. I hated it so much. Feels like a lot of the Ace Attorney fans haven't played the later one. Yeah, I feel like that one's like easily skipped by a lot of people. I think people forget that it exists because it was only ever on 3DS. And it would be really cool if that game got like a remaster or something someday. Because, I mean, as a Professor Layton game, I think it's definitely one of the weaker ones out of the ones I've played. I haven't played anything past, what is it? The first one, the fourth one on DS. The one that came after Unwanted Future. I always forget the North American name of it. Was it Miracle Mask? Or was that the fifth one? No, it was the Spectre. Something Spectre. I only played a part of that one. I haven't played any of the others past it. But I really loved the crossover game, even as a kid. And I think it still holds up. I think it does a little bit better of a job as a Phoenix Wright game. Although the overall plot as a Professor Layton game I think was fun. But I think the Professor Layton puzzles, it does kind of drop the ball compared to some other Professor Layton games. Curious Village is like, if you're gonna play one Professor Layton game, I think Curious Village is a perfectly fine one, and probably one of the best ones you can play, even if it's missing some of the quality of life that the later games do. Unwanted Future is probably another really good one. If you're gonna play one Professor Layton game, probably one of those two are probably your best choices. So the chat failed by chance, by mistake. It's thanks to this competitive stamp. Quite a close call. So they got paid their 100 grand and they were able to upgrade their studio. So you moved studio to where the current Drew studio is? Yes, we saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books. This single job had ties them to the criminal underworld. Two things that Mr. Misham wished: to reduce their visibility in the world at large. When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work. Probably to protect her. Makes sense, she was just like 12, 13 years old. So that was the real essence of the artist Drew Misham. You did the work and he supplied the face. So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in. Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp, could you tell us more about it? It was very pretty, and more than that. Yes? It was a picture of people I liked at the time. This is something new. So, who was in the stamp? I've considered streaming the Professor Layton games at some point, but I think even more so than Phoenix Wright, that would be such a long haul series to play through them all. Those games are extremely long, and sometimes those puzzles, like, I don't remember any of the ones I've played, but I just remember those puzzles being really hard at times. Really fun, but really challenging. But those are also like really good mystery adventure games. Apparently, we've got some class examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fraulein. Favorite magicians? Interesting. Magicians? I love mysterious things. I always have. Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat. You're confusing mysterious with freaky. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. See? See? Isn't magic great? Fine, great, yeah, sure. No need to get all excited. But the magic troupe we saw disbanded soon after. I was quite sad. Did she just say what I think she said? Magic troupe? Now where have I heard that before? The red envelope came after she completed her first job. That makes it a letter from a client. Whoever wanted a forgery made. Hello. We're close. We just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon in a red envelope, and the path it took to Drew Misham's life. It was fun, though I don't think I really feel like doing more of it. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, most of the Layton games, they're all pretty similar. It's just, it's more, they're like, it's interactive paper puzzles wrapped in a mystery. A really, I think a really good set of mystery stories. But yeah, if you don't really vibe with jiving with the paper puzzle aspect of it and like the logic puzzles, I grew up with like those kind of puzzle books. I had one of those giant 500-page like penny press word puzzle books, and it had like a lot of the same kind of stuff that you saw in a Professor Layton game. I grew up playing like things like Rush Hour and like Labyrinth type games, so a lot of that stuff was just, it was more of the things I already loved, so it was perfect. But yeah, if you're not into that, then the gameplay is probably going to be pretty hard to swallow for later entries, because it's just more of the same. It'd be interesting if it was just like a kinetic novel. I think a lot more people would enjoy it, but it would definitely lose a lot of its charm at that point. Alright, so what are we presenting on here? Okay, so after the job we move to the studio. I'm guessing it's this last statement about magicians, because I mean obviously we know some magicians here that we could probably jog her memory with. Maybe one of these. I don't think it's time for the envelope yet. I don't think we're quite there, but I think we're getting there. Nothing else here makes any sense. Let's go for the ticket. Objection! Those magicians you liked. Was it this bunch? You know, I'm kind of shocked. All this entire game, all this talk of magicians, and I feel like we haven't had like even a passing reference to Maximilian. Like, you'd think they would at least do something, like just name drop him at least once, directly reference the circus at least once. I don't recall there being anything like that in this entire game, despite the fact we've had so many other magicians. Like, I don't think there was anything in The Office that talked about how Phoenix, you know, ran a case and had to defend a magician in the past. Nothing like that. You'd think that would have at least come up once. It feels like it's so weird, like they just didn't, it's almost like they didn't want to mention any of the past cast with this game. I guess that's always the problem with like these soft reboots, is like we don't want to mention any of the past characters here, you know? We don't want to like bring any attention to them. It's like, why? What's the problem with that? It's a soft reboot, it's not a hard reboot. Those characters still exist. You're just doing like a time jump or something to make it easy for new people to come in. Oh, they're not a bunch. I see. It's still, I have to wonder, why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter? Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat Troop Gramier. But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think? Prosecutor Gavin? Oh, Prosecutor Gavin? Gramier? What's with Gavin? Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting? Please, tell me, what exactly did you make? Can I ask why? No! Answers the question, now! Don't scare her, she's not gonna answer. Or it's gonna be under duress and then it won't be legal. Prosecutor Gavin, you're usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Yes, it is unbecoming of me. I apologize. But I must know. Please, Miss Misham, tell me. It was a book. A single page in a book. A book? Please be more specific. It was a handwritten book. Like a diary. We're clearly missing some context here, although I think I know what this might be referring to. What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? Looks like he just saw a ghost. Miss Missum, is this book... Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no? How did you know? Prosecutor Gavin, defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. He's told you nothing, has he? You are soiled, Sully Dementor. Nothing. Sully? Who? Phoenix Wright. Who else? Daddy? He never told you about the trial 7 years ago? About how he came to lose his attorney's badge? It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. On the back it bore the mark of a silk hat. What? Phoenix Wright tossed out of the profession by false evidence. The forger who made that evidence. Is this girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Misham, you, to forge that evidence? For all our sakes, who was it? We only met once. You met the client? Well, who was it? It was... What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again. Spud, is there something about me? Is he the client? I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary. Who was it? Oh, no. Don't fall now! Guess we're not finding out anytime soon. Something tells me court's adjourned. Vera Misham, condition unconscious. Examiner's diagnosis, acute atropine poisoning. What? This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Misham. Vera Misham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. What, so it's like 0.001 milligrams? She is currently in intensive care and is to not be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case, at first glance. Until it finally began to show its true colors. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. Oh, he looks so much cooler! And that is where we must go. To find the whole truth. Oh fuck, okay, we can't stop here. No. No, we're going all the way on this one. We get a flashback trial wrapped right in the middle of this other trial. It really is just like 3, isn't it? Now, see, originally I was thinking like, oh, we can do a little bit of this, do a little lingo. Nah, this is too good to stop. I'm telling you, Apollo Justice, this one's really good. It's only a game of poker. Game I've played for a long time. And only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Well. Seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards? Why yes, over a game of cards. That was how we first met. 7 years ago. Seven years earlier. Phoenix Wright's final trial. Okay. It's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Gotta try and relax. Good morning, Mr. Enigmar. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received word the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand I am asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me. No Maya? I guess we're just getting her.
Oh, morning, Daddy.
I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? Are they picking on you?
I am fine, as always. This old boy is here to help me after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. My first show's today, after all.
Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about? Yeah, did she, like, mention something about performing at, like, a fucking... I don't know. I wouldn't say a strip club, but something of that nature when she was much younger? Huh? Me? Look what he started. Here. Seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. Magnifie Grammary. What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
What's this? A memo for you or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. Mysterious paper received just before the trial. I'm sure that's very legitimate. How do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it, somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy here. An easy win then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of these every year. Like, at this point, he's just like, whatever, I always win these things, I don't care. You'll be fine. The switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know this is a difficult situation I put you in, but allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes? They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So, do your best, but do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes. Isn't that right, Tusi?
Yep, you bet, Daddy.
My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I do what I can, for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shadi Enigmar, and known to the world as Zack Grammary. Wildly popular magician, star of Troop Grammary. His mentor, Magnifie Grammary, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of sage magic, until he was shot dead. And Zack Grammary is the suspect. Wait. But we met Magnifie Grammary. He was going to perform. We have tickets to his show. What do you mean he was shot dead? I was really hoping we'd get to see the Canadian judge again. When do we get to see the Canadian judge again? Come on, bring him back. Court is now in session for the trial of Shadi Enigmar. Bench is ready, Your Honor. Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about?
Bit of a buzzkill, really. Buzzkill, is this some sort of new crime? What if the worst? This is a trial, yeah? There are the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts. A Gaviner's concert got 10 times the thrill this gig's got. Who were you again? Clavier. Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah? Gavin? Defense attorney Christoph Gavin's, figures my bro's more famous in this part of town. Clavier Gavin. Lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviners. You're out of your league, rock boy. Valen Gamma. Oh, right, it's Valen Gamma who's performing now, right? Wait, how many people were in his troupe then? We've got Shady and Nigmar. We've got Valent. We've got Magnify. That's right. I remember now. He did mention Magnify was dead. And then was the Zach Grammary guy a fourth person? I thought there was only 3 people in the troupe. Was I wrong about that? Because sworn it was only 3. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. 2. My debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, would platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, yeah? Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way. I'm just getting warmed up. Attorney, right? Perhaps you'd be so kind as to fill us in on the case. That's young, baby. Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes. Detective Gumshoe. Hit it! Oh shit, it's Gumshoe! He's here! I can't believe he's actually here. And you are? Hey, you were the one that got me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. Hey, you! Huh? Me? Today's the day, pal. The day I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see? Does he say that like every time? What, you normally lack confidence in your testimony? Detectives, this is my stage. Candy antics. All this, hey you in and such. I could care less about your history together. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand. It happened 6 days back in the room at the General Hospital. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam, lights out. Them's the facts. That seems pretty straightforward. Not so long ago, the victim Magnify Grammy was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magic spell, as it were. Ah yes, the great magician. He died years ago, though. Say the name Magnify to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare. Yes, I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troop Grammy has made quite a name for themselves. Oh, okay, so there was probably only 3 people in the actual group then. He was just more of the mentor. That's why there was 4. Anyhow, the retired Magnify's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A malignorant tutor or something? Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah. A malignant tumor, perhaps? In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact. Yeah, so his time was almost up anyway. Someone just, want to skip ahead to the end. The facts do seem simple enough. But something's not right. The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock, knock, knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. I make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die. Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes? In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin. When he was shot with a pistol, as the syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, as the victim was clearly at the end of his life. Damn, cancer, diabetes, and then get shot. What a shitty life that must be. Unfortunate. I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had? Very well, Detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting?
Yes, sir. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his murder. The defendant did what he was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. I'm guessing assisted suicide isn't legal in this country. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir.
What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting?
So such are facts. I have here's the letter in question. To my beloved student Zach, I owe you... To you? Oh, okay. We'll read in a second here.
Very unusual indeed. Could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder?
I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter.
Ah, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court?
Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a beep about that bit, sir. One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason?
The evidence is in the details there, Tony. Well, was there some reason?
As it turns out, there was. Every night for half an hour, starting at 11, the victim, Magnifique Gamery, was given an IV. An IV?
There it is in the picture off to the side of the bed.
At 11, a doctor would come to set up the IV. 13 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night without fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV.
Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would.
What's his reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me. I want to read that letter in some detail before we do this. Where is it? To my beloved student Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. So many letters in this game. Now, which one of these was the forgery, I wonder? Because, like, there was the mention of a top hat on the back of the letter. This one has it as, like, a watermark. But I think I think this is supposed to be the forgery, right? Because it was like a journal letter and there's apparently a big top hat symbol on the back. So I'm guessing this is the fake evidence. Curious how this is going to play into the trial. Wait, he sounds different. What was that? Hold it. That didn't sound right. It sounded so abrupt. The fuck? Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it. Oh, I disagree. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead after all, just as he commanded. Could be a setup. But let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change. Thanks, pal. Fine. I can play it slow as well as I can play it fast. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe. See, this is what I was talking about earlier. It's like, you listen to the testimony first, but then you're still going through it. You do the pressing, and then like every time a press statement ends, it does something to connect to the next statement in the actual testimony, as if they're speaking it. So, do they repeat their testimony? Are we like just going through like, you mentioned this earlier, I'd like some more information about this. Like, what is the timeline of events here? Are we just like repeating the same like few minutes of time twice for like gameplay's sake? And this letter was sent by the victim? There it is. Gotcha. Your mind this time, pal. Huh? I had the handwriting checked out, of course. It's the victim's, no mistake. Ah, I see. Score one for the boys. I didn't lose, I was just ascertaining the facts. So why am I so annoyed? Doesn't he do this every time? Like, they check the handwriting? This is nothing new, Gumshoe. What are you talking about?
But a letter ordering your own death? Things aren't what they used to be, I guess.
Not sure this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor. So anyway, guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead. How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. And learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking.
Failed to grasp the concept of questioning, Detective.
At first we got this letter. It says shoot in the forehead. Loud and clear.
I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it.
Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind next time I need to write a letter asking someone to shoot me. I know who to pick. Fail to grasp the concept of shooting people is bad, Detective.
And we also found the defendant's pistol at the scene.
Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it had been fired recently. Well, Mr. Wright. Now, where was this pistol shot from? And why is there a shot through this clown? Like, is there gunpowder residue on the guy's forehead? Was it shot point blank? But then why did he miss? As far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. Technically, there is a court stenographer who records the testimony. Maybe you can have it read back.
Well, yeah. But then, like, the way that they... Whenever you do a press, like, pay attention to when this press ends. And they tie it into the next statement. It's like... They're talking to the witness. And the witness is continuing their testimony. Photo. Maybe there's something I can use in there. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead? I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Enigmar shot something else. Let's go with that. Okay, I guess this is a bad example because we're branching off into some other tangent here. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me.
Yes?
What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes. Bingo, pal. That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead.
Oh? The defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make.
What, and you can prove that with this photo?
I can prove he had a choice, yes. The defendant might have fired like he was ordered. But he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot?
Yeah, okay, they got a new guy. That's not the same person. Didn't, like, the DS versions of the game come out, like, literally the year before this? Couldn't just reuse those clips? Why did they re-record them? That's so weird. It sounds wrong. That's not the Phoenix Wright I know.
The clown doll?
Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead, too.
Ah, there's a hole in its forehead.
Maybe higher sound quality? Yeah, but they have... I mean, maybe, but it sounds completely different. I don't know. We need to hear an objection. I haven't presented evidence yet, Phoenix. Then we'll know for sure it's different, but that... Take that and the hold it, they sounded wrong. Like, okay, even for this trilogy, why not just use the clips that they used in the Phoenix Wright trilogy, which came out, like, what, 2 years before this? This came out, not last year, but the year before that, and then I think the other one came out, like, what, 2 or 3 years before it? Okay, that's Gavin's. And I suppose you have a reason as to why he shot the clown doll. He didn't just shoot the doll, he shot the doll's forehead. His forehead? Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. Wow. He didn't say which forehead. He just said a forehead. The forehead.
The defense has raised an intriguing possibility that the hole in the clown's forehead It definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter. I admit I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim. It's higher pitch. What is this? Perhaps he did have her to shoot a forehead as ordered. But the letter says nothing about whose forehead. That was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown's doll's forehead does demand an explanation. Yeah, but again, why couldn't he refuse? How did this satisfy the conditions of the letter? You have to come to the hospital and you have to shoot in the forehead. You have to fire a gun into the forehead of something. He's like, oh, I guess I can't refute these orders. Let me grab my pistol. That doesn't make any sense to me. Why are we doing this in the first place? I would just crumple that up and throw it in the trash this guy talking about. I'm not shooting anyone, you stupid. Might very well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. We cannot say for sure that the defendant didn't shoot the victim. So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. So let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim? Ain't not a bad summary, pal. More of a confirmation than a summary, but whatever. That was really more of a confirmation than a summary. But our defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself. Do these people even miss a chance to mock me? Well, now that Mr. Wright's gotten that out of his system, shall we continue with his testimony? I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. His testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention and read this letter carefully. Okay, victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. Defendant did what it was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. Bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man. Oh, I don't think we pressed these two. You mean this pistol? The one in the crime scene photo? That's the one. It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullet were a perfect match. So, you verified the murder weapon, in other words. You bet we did. It definitely belonged to the old man. Are you so certain? What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? You never heard of Zack and Valance Quickjaw shoot 'em? Huh? What's that? One of the defendant's specialties. Zack and Valance stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot. Yeah, but the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This was one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it. Those are blanks, right? Many boys and girls join the police because of that pistol I hear. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. What the fuck? What do you mean, Phoenix? Don't tell me Gumshoe was one of those people. Chief Grammy stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since. The court would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. Yes, he is. Well, this truly is a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets. Looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently. So wait, it had to be reloaded then. If he used the gun to shoot the clown and then someone used the gun to shoot him in the head, that means they had to have reloaded it. So, were there any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, as the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say that a lack of fingerprints is in fact a fingerprint of its own. Ah, intriguing points. Well made. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not well made. Not intriguing. In any case, this court accepts this evidence. Okay, that seems like very important evidence. Yeah, but if it's gloves, anyone could have worn gloves. My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. But now's not the time to. It's the time to return to our testimony. Okay, pistol definitely belonged to the old man. Bullets fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. Defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man for it. Okay, hang on here. He still shot the victim. Fires one real bullet. Barrel marks match bullet found in victim. No fingerprints found, okay. But then what about the bullet in the clown? Did that bullet also come from this gun? If you look closely, you can see how the pistol is made to bend here. It's a one-shot only model. I guess this bend is where you load it. So this is the famous Gramarye Golden Gun. They say kids used to love pretending they had one of these. I wonder if they pretended to miss their targets too. This glove fits my hand like a comfy shoe. Nothing else on this gun. Wait, it says there's no signs of use. Oh, okay, well, I guess an insulin shot or whatever, you'd usually like the needle would be empty at first, wouldn't it? Like, don't you usually get the insulin from like a thing and you have to like pull it into the syringe and then you inject it? I always hated getting shots. I guess Magnifi was giving himself the insulin shots. There's no way I could do that. Wait, Magnifi used this to inject his insulin. Why are there no traces of it having been used? Something to keep in mind. Are these things usually full of insulin right off the bat? Because I always thought, like, the way I've always seen it was like you, at least in a hospital setting, you put the needle in like a bottle or something, you pull the insulin into the syringe and then you inject it. So it being empty like this doesn't seem out of the ordinary to me, but maybe I'm wrong. Malignant tumor in liver has progressed to final stage with no hopes of recovery. Patient has had 3 months to live. Patient has chronic diabetes, requires regular insulin. Hey Jack, how's it going? Okay, so what do we have here for evidence? So we have the photo, we have the autopsy, we have the totally real and definitely not fake diary page, his cancer diagnosis, a potentially suspiciously unused insulin needle, a letter telling someone to come and shoot them, and the gun that's apparently the murder weapon. So if he shot the clown, he still shot the victim. Do we present the gun here? Because there's only one bullet in this chamber, so where'd he get the other bullet, right? God, that sounds so wrong. Trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I said, pal, after he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not. The murder weapon? How? It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim, too.
Objection!
I mean, he could have easily had another bullet, but yeah, let's bring this up anyways. Don't know why it mentions being washed if it was unused. Wait, did it? These for missing insulin shots have been washed and shown no signs of use. Maybe it's like a personal needle? Like, I don't know, maybe he was using it for previous shots and it's like the nurse comes by and washes it regularly or something. I could see that. It's probably easier to just wash and give him back the same needle than it is to just constantly get a new one. I don't know. That needle doesn't seem quite as suspicious as Phoenix is like making it out to be, but I'm sure it'll be important. That's not a contradiction. Not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot. Oh? Where'd he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove it to us how he got it. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and startling record sales. And utter lack of humility. What's this? It seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared. Like I said, detective was just the warm-up act. Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, is I ready? Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who, you will find, can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Gramarye who shot the victim in the forehead. Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned. So I know that's a plastic syringe and therefore a disposable syringe. True. And it does look like a disposable variety. 8/7 shows that reusing needles is bad. Well, apparently having guns at a stage show show kids to join the police, so I don't know if this universe has got like the right morals on their mind. Are we just gonna like actually finish this game today? Maybe Lingo's cancelled, I don't know. But this is just too interesting to stop. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say I expected nothing less. We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I did not think you would believe me if I told you. It better than you discovered the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know? I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? Ah, it's the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Tootsie. Speaking of which, where is she? You have seen the problem yourself. The letter. The one shot on the forehead. One, right? Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say. For now, at least. What's this for now business? I've done many things in my life, some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We? Wanted to know about the night of the incident? Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. I found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. 2? Yes. The one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valent. Oh, for the Zack and Valent's quick draw thing? My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then for a moment. You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Recall there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request. Though not his first. So there were other requests you couldn't refuse before? To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I fear I've brought pain upon Tootsie. Was Magnifique coercing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in Troop Gramarye? Yet in the end I did not shoot him. Instead I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I'd fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. The, what were those called? Rifling marks. Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you. Concerning the case. Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me? You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks? Yes, there is something. My mentor, his eyes opened. What? Magnifique Gramarye. The old devil, he was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway.
And we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes or so.
What did you talk about?
Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case.
Zach Gramarye. Seems pretty steadfast to me. Or maybe just stubborn. Miss Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom.
Once again, I am in your hands.
Right. Let's get back in there. Why is he being so coy about the details of this case? I don't care if he says it's not related. It's related.
Court is now back in session. During a recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head. Well, this is news. And the rifling marks? There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis. So they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon.
Well, yeah, because they were two of the same pistol. If nothing else, I gotta request a proper analysis done. There is time for that. I think that's very important.
Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? It is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness.
Your decisive witness?
How many times have I heard those words?
Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think.
Phoenix, so confident this time. Oh, don't worry, on my account, I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production. Being the other half of Chub Gramarye's famous duo, Zack and Valent.
Alan Gramarye. So we get to meet the great Magnifi's other disciple. A much younger Valent, if I may add. Wait, are we playing as Wright? We are indeed playing as Phoenix Wright. We even got to see Gumshoe again. Best case in the game.
Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation.
Valent Gramarye, magician.
And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student your partner's guilt. Fate, the grand illusion, filled with traps and tricks.
Wait, the shooting took place in that hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late?
If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes.
Okay. I always get the characters, don't I?
I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar.
Wait, that's the same letter Zack Gramarye received.
Yes, or perhaps I should say, ta-da! Order, order! And what does it say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself.
It's the exact same letter, just addressed to Valent instead.
Why, it's practically the same. The court accepts this into evidence.
Magnifi's second letter.
This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks? What exactly was your Chub Gramarye up to?
Apollo Justice sounds like a B-grade pro wrestler, some backstage name for alternative tastes. People have already made fun of his name for that. It's not like he had any control over it. Who knows what the justices were doing before this. Maybe their son was the first one to go into court. Maybe his dad was a wrestler.
By which you mean? I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less. It's just my opinion there, Judge. But from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and so doing shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there is a strain. A warping of relations, you might say. Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse. Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zack Gramarye, stands accused. Tell us why. Oh, I'll do more than that. Where he walks, the red roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating. Though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect.
The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. As every magician knows, timing is everything. When was the actual, 11 to 11:30? Well, shit. That doesn't really narrow anything down, does it? Yes, and now it is time to get this party fired up. Sierra Mist got renamed to Starry? I don't think I've ever seen a bottle of Sierra Mist. I don't know if that was ever sold in Canada. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnifia requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final blow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss. I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. Okay, both of them are claiming to have shot the clown. We really need the analysis on that bullet. So you were the one who reported the crime? Indeed. I would think. This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Gramery, is guilty. If it wasn't Zach Gramery, the killer was you, Valent. And no disappearing act will get you out of that. So how long would it take to request like a proper analysis of that bullet? I mean, we could do this cross-examination while your boys back in the lab are looking at that bullet again. Which, according to the letter, was 11:20 p.m. Indeed. In magic, timing is everything. Right. Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on stage before my stunt double has left, how would that look? Why, it would reveal the very secrets of my magic. Not as that you've revealed the very secrets of your magic for all of us. Let's move on. You've entered the designated time. And what did you see? So, you weren't worried for your own safety at all? I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes? What if the shooter was still nearby? I mean, he had a gun, right? They could have just had a shootout. I did not consider this, to be honest. It is forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination. What? Really? Isn't magic all about illusions and imagination? How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid. Now you're the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination. I don't know. Probably not really that true, considering how Phoenix Wright probably got to this point. I think most of his trials were won on the back of hopes and dreams. But it's really fate for pausing so suspiciously before responding. My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things. The reason I bring it up, Pepsi, before they changed the name, tried claiming trademark infringement against a TikToker named Sierra Mist. So wait, they were gonna do trademark infringement and then change the name anyway? The fuck? It's forbidden for a streamer to have good imagination. No, that one's true though. I'm not allowed to have a good imagination. If I was, I'd be better at these games, and that would be very entertaining. Which brings us back to this reason neither of you could refuse. So it does. And my partner, he did not refuse. But Magnifie wrote the same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zach couldn't? Because I have a will of steel, of course. I also do this trick where I bend steel bars. So perhaps the steel isn't all that so strong. So which is it? There's definitely a paradox here. Someone broke the rules. And yet both of them claim to have not broke the rules. There were 2 bullet holes at the scene, one in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you? No doubt my partner Zach has said that much the same. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder.
I'd better dig around here a bit more and see what I turn up. Mr. Valent, let me ask about something else concerning the crime scene. Namely, the bullet in the pistol, location of the pistol, number of pistols. Wasn't he the one who brought up that there was 2? Oh no, that was Zach that brought it up. Yeah, okay, sure. How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what, precisely? The 2 pistols were used in the Zach and Valent quick-draw shoot-'em, correct? 1 for each of you. You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. Okay, well, so that part checks out, because Zach did say he shot his gun and then took the gun with him. What did Zach tell me back in the lobby? Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, and I found there upon the bedside table 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. I see no problems with that statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene after all. So you picked up that pistol and fired it? Indeed I did. Alakazam, Alakazing, Alakaboom. Is the number of pistols really so important? Yeah, it is quite important actually. Number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? I mean, apparently you're pretty good at not obeying if the letter's anything to go by. Her reason for a name change is hilarious. There's a girl named Sierra Mist with like a C who did OnlyFans cam girl content, so the people who own Sierra Mist try to cease and desist her. People would think of the poorly when they hear a drink name. You know what? Not wrong. That's actually not a bad reason to C&D someone over a name, honestly. But they let the trademark on Sierra Mist expire, so the lady yoinked the trademark and C&D them for the drink? What the fuck? People will think of the drink and say my points, I'm selling the drink. That's like a reverse of when Nintendo bought the rights to the Mario Brothers porn. Just so that they would stop making it. Well, what is Sierra Mist exactly? Is it like a 7-Up or something, or what is it? I don't think I've ever seen that in Canada. So I'm not sure what it is. I've heard of the brand, but I don't think I've seen it anywhere. There's no younger Valent spins the staff much longer than present-day Valent. Ooh, that's a nice little touch. I didn't notice that detail, but that's a good little detail. You know, he's younger, he's spry, he's probably got a little more energy in him. Crappy Sprite 7-Up? Oh no, Sprite's Coca-Cola. Oh yeah, 7-Up's isn't Coca-Cola or Pepsi, that's right. It's its own thing, isn't it? Isn't it owned by like Dr. Pepper or something, 7-Up? I guess that makes sense then why they would have Sierra Mist then. Because up here we have Sprite, we have 7-Up, and we have, I guess that's the only like 2 lemon lime sodas aside from like store brands. Now that I think about it. And we have Fresca, but that's grapefruit. Yeah, Sierra Mist is Pepsi. Is 7-Up also Pepsi? I thought 7-Up was like its own thing. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. 7-Up is Dr. Pepper, so that would explain why Pepsi has Sierra Mist then. It's worse than Sprite. Think of Sprite, then replace the water base with vinegar oil? What the fuck? That sounds terrible. And surely it's not like that bad, because when I think of vinegar oil, I'm just thinking of like, you know, vinegar. Like that's pretty acidic. Really miss anyone else miss C+? I have seen C+, I think, one time. I swear that is it a Coke thing? Because if it's a Coke thing, I think oh no, that's High C that I've seen in those Coke machines, those like digital ones with all the drinks. So no, I don't think I have seen C+. I'm getting mixed up with High C. I don't think I've actually heard of C+, now that I think about it. Fresca is also Pepsi, I think. Yeah, I think you're right about Fresca being Pepsi, because I think I've seen that once in a pop fountain at like a restaurant. So you took the only pistol there and fired it? That's correct. And that pistol was this one, which was left at the crime scene?
Good show. I see you too are a magician of sorts. And you're an idiot of sorts. Do you have any idea what you just said? I see the fire in your eyes as you glare at the witness. So how about heating up this trial a bit? These slow ballads bore me. I got a hunch. Maybe that's all it is. Maybe I should ask about something else? The bullet in the pistol. Let's try this one. We're doing the same gimmick that we did as Apollo earlier. In order to shoot a pistol, you need a bullet. Where was the bullet? I entered the room and took the pistol in my hand. The bullet was already loaded, ready to fire at any time. The magician is always prepared, you see. Prepared for... One never knows when a miracle will be called for. A magician always has 7 doves in his pocket and a white rabbit up each sleeve. Clearly we're dealing with the professionals here. Is this bullet that was loaded in the pistol really so important? Yeah, maybe. Without a loaded bullet, we wouldn't have a murder. It's very important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. I want to see all 3 of these. This was already loaded, I merely had to pull the trigger. Okay. And what's the 3rd one? Pistol was already loaded, something doesn't make sense. Why weren't the victim's fingerprints on it? You should know that we of the Troop Gramarye are capable of many things. One of these being the levitation of iron balls, without touching them. There's no magic involved here. The shooter was just methodical is all. He simply wiped everything of fingerprints. Can't really do much with fingerprints that weren't there. Maybe I should ask about something else. Location of pistol. Where exactly was the pistol when you entered the room? Atop a small bedside table it was, as if to say, here I am, take me into your hand, pull my trigger, shoot him. The victim clearly wanted to be shot. But why? Perhaps he wanted to go out with a bang. Yet we'll never hear the truth from his lips, so all we can do is guess. So, okay, wait. At no point, you know what I just noticed is kind of funny with Valent's testimony here? At no point does he insinuate that Magnifi is already dead. Like, he claims to have not shot him, yet also claims to have arrived later. But at no point does he mention that he's already dead. I mean, that checks out with the crime scene photo. I don't think that's really important. I think we want to focus on the bullet here. I'm gonna have to switch it back to a different statement. But I think the bullet might be the most important here. So you informed the police. What'd you do then? What do you suppose I did? Use my magic to levitate my mentor's corpse, perhaps? I don't know, that's why I'm asking. Now please answer the question and skip the sarcasm. After I made my report, I called the doctor and we returned to the room. While we waited for the police to arrive, we discussed stomach medicine. Like, he says he did shoot him, but he's not really saying that he didn't not shoot him. You know? Like, it's like he's not really saying anything. We've confirmed all this with the doctor. It all checks out. He praised Mr. Valent's knowledge of stomach medicine, in fact. It is an honor I do not deserve, but I accept. Both of Magnifi's students received the same letter. Both admit to have gone to the hospital that night. 2 bullets were fired, and one of them killed Magnifi. Trying to find the cracks in his testimony. Is this the one? Pistol is already loaded. Something doesn't make sense. Why weren't the victim's fingerprints on it? You should know that we of the Troop Gramarye are capable of many things. One of these being the levitation of iron balls. Can we not... yeah, here we go. Location pistol, number of pistols. Let's go with this one. So there was 2, but there's only 1 when he came. Although, I feel like this would then check out with Zach's testimony of there being... of him taking one.
which I'm not really sure how that helps me. Yeah, let's go with it. Magicians existing in this world ain't that big of a stretch when Mike can literally summon the victim to stand with magic powers. True, but as far as we know, there's only spirit summoning magic in this world. No one's actually levitating iron balls or corpses. I can definitely see stage magic still being, like, existing in a world of real magic. It just depends on, like, how prominent the real magic is, right? Okay, only one pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it, I shot the clown. Ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. I don't think this is actually that useful. Because, like, even here, there's only one. Okay, what were my other options? Whoops. One of these statements is the one we need to present on, and just need to figure out which one. The bullet and the pistol, location of pistol. I think the bullet is what we need. I don't think the location, because the location was on the table. We know there's only going to be one gun, because if Zach got there first, he shot his gun and then took the pistol with him. So there being one gun at 11:20 checks out. The location is the table. Both of them said that the pistols were on the table, so that's fine. Nothing weird there. The crime scene photo also says that it was on the table. So I think that only leaves the bullet as the only... It was already loaded. Yeah, let's go with it. Yeah, it's only one bullet. These guns only apparently can have one bullet in the chamber at any given time. So you have to reload it after every shot. They're meant to be stage props, but apparently they can also shoot real bullets, hence the murder. Yeah, the letters only state to shoot a forehead. They don't state to shoot Magnifie's forehead. So that's why one of them shot the clown in the forehead, because that technically counts. And the other one actually shot the guy. So one of them actually committed the crime. One of them did not want to commit the crime, but shot the gun anyway for some reason, because apparently the letter said that we both know you can't refuse, for whatever reason. I don't know how that's supposed to work, or why they would even, like, humor that line of text. So we're trying to figure out what he did with his gun. Or, like, figure out a way to prove that he actually shot the guy in the head. Merely had to pull the trigger. Barrel marks match the bullet found in the victim, no fingerprints found. Do we present this under the presumption that they don't know that there was two guns? So to be like, well, there's two shots in this picture. How did both of them get shot? Right? Because, like, okay, so he said earlier, smell gunpowder hung in the room. My mentor had taken his final blow. So there's, like, the implication of a second gun, but does he actually realize that there was a second gun? This is the hospital room at the Magnifie. Time of Magnifie requested. Smell gunpowder hung in the room. Mentor had taken his final bow. Okay, so he does, never mind, he does state that his mentor was already killed. Never mind. I thought for some reason he never stated that he was dead. But no, he states it right here that he was dead. Merely had to pull the trigger. Then I informed the doctor and the police. This reminds me of the magic trick where the magician catches a bullet in his mouth. Some people did the trick with a real gun and when it's entirely unnecessary for the trick to work. Yeah, apparently that was like proven to be a thing you can do. I think Mythbusters did a thing on that. Where they like actually tried to see if you could catch a bullet in your teeth. And I think apparently it is you could plausibly do it, but like why the fuck would you? Seems like a terrible idea. You have a gun that fires a single shot, but only one. So there was actually two guns, according to Zach. So both Zach and Valent got the same letter and were told to go visit him that night. Zach was told to visit at 11:05 p.m. Valent was told to visit him at 11:20 p.m. Zach got there first, and he states that he did not want to shoot him, so he shot the clown with his gun, because there's two guns, each with a bullet. So he takes one of the guns, shoots the clown, pockets the gun, leaves the hospital. Valent comes 15 minutes later at 11:20, picks up the second gun, also claims to have shot the clown, and claims that Magnifi was already dead. So basically saying that Zach killed him. So one of them is obviously lying about that part. But it's a question of which happened first. Did the clown get shot first or did he get shot first? And we can't say for certain because the autopsy report says between 11 and 11:30. No one can say when he died. Magician doesn't actually catch a bullet with their mouth, it's already in their mouth before the gun is even fired. That's the trick. Ah, okay. I mean, that makes more sense anyways, because like the bullet's so fast you're not going to notice. Pistol's already loaded, I merely had to pull the trigger. Is this the right statement though? Fires one real bullet, barrel marks match bullet found in victim, no fingerprints found. I don't think we can prove that the gun was, if it was definitively loaded or not. So that's not helpful. Pistol's already loaded, I merely had to pull the trigger. I don't think this is the right statement. Aren't there victims of fingerprints on? It's because they all wear gloves. Well, wiped everything of fingerprints, but like, both of them wear gloves. It's not that hard to wrap your head around. Location of pistol, number of pistols. Okay, if we go with the number of pistols, and he's like, oh well, there was only one pistol there, and then I mean, yeah, like what do we can't disprove that because yeah, there's only one pistol in this shot too. Do we go with the double bullet thing? Like, oh, there's only one pistol, but there's two shots? Maybe, you know what? Yeah, let's go with that. Let's try that. Number of pistols. Only one was in the hospital room. But Zach said there's two. I feel like this might be possibly the correct one because it's the one that directly contradicts previous information. Only one pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene after all. So you picked up that pistol and fired it, yeah. I mean, okay, so we could present the picture on both of this and the bullet one for similar reasons. How are there two shots if there's only one gun? But if there's only one gun, if he thinks there's only one gun, no one else knows there was two guns. I think this is the better one to go with. Let's go with this. Only one pistol was in the hospital room that night. I shot the clown. But then how did this guy die? If he shot the clown, single gunshot to the head, where did the other gun come from? Because there's only one bullet. So do we present the gun being like, oh, there's only one bullet in here. How did the other guy die? If he was already dead, how did you shoot the clown? Or do we present the picture and then we get to point at the fact that there's two bullet holes in the picture, but only one gun. And the gun only has one bullet. I'm gonna go with the gun. Oh, that was actually it? No way. According to the defendant, Zach Gramery, when he entered the room,
There were 2 pistols on that table. 2? One of the pistols he used shot the clown in the forehead. Was used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left within his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Valent had told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you, I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valent. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. Oh, yeah, that's right. And they checked this bullet. They found the bullet in his forehead matched the gun on the table. They did proper rifling mark assessment on this gun. It's just the bullet in the clown that they didn't. He compares the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullet were perfect match. Mr. Valent, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. It's the only thing that makes logical sense, because the bullet matches the gun. Well, this is all rather sudden. What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin? I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proves the type of guns that fired them. But that's not what you told us before. You said you'd verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? Oh, we're going with the greenhorn excuse, are we? Okay. That was just this morning. I am still young. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now. Valent Grammy? Yes, Your Honor. You're present to this court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive. Objection! You'll see in due time. The testimony so far has barely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next. Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin? When Mr. Valent entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove. Right. The real fight is about to begin. Bring it. Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what. I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at that time was my partner, not me. No? Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi. It's easy to explain in this situation, Judge. For example, take our debut hit Signal, 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue to the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. The debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds? What a ripoff. Oh, wow. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus. And in the time of death determined by the doctors, there is an incontrovertible truth. Very well. The prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times, and we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision. I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus this case so clearly demands. Point taken. Racist remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on, right.
Wait, what did I miss in chat here? People like shooting, testing to see if they can use like a phone book or something as bulletproof armor? Yeah, I don't know about that one. That seems a little sus. Don't think that's gonna work too well. Rubber bullets can definitely still hurt. They are still bullets at the end of the day. I mean, you have to remember you're firing a projectile at like 500 kilometers an hour. It's gonna hurt no matter what it's made of. Doesn't matter if it like penetrates the body or not. If something hits you hard enough, it's going to cause internal bleeding. Even if it's probably not enough, like detrimental enough to like kill you, it's still gonna hurt. Like even if you wear like a bulletproof vest, you can actually still get real injuries from getting shot, even if the bullet doesn't penetrate. Because the kinetic impact is like so strong, you can still actually shatter bones that way. Alright, so I think we know where we're presenting on this one because, I mean, it's pretty clear that it was 11:05, not 11:10. 11:20 p.m. Can you prove that's when you arrived? Alas, such a feat may be beyond even the great valet. But there was no one in that room but Magnifi, and he was departed after a fashion. I have here defended Zack Lammy's own disposition. I snuck into his rooms at night at the appointed time. It was 10 minutes before I left the room, and the victim was still alive. Okay, so Zack snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, so 11:05. It was 10 minutes before I left the room, and the victim was still alive. So all that tells me is that when he arrived, when Zack arrived in the room at 11:05, the victim was still alive. But when he left, he wasn't necessarily alive. The time indicated by this letter to Zack was 11:05 p.m. Exactly. Which means the witness could not have entered that room before 11:15. Because his partner was still in the middle of his crime. I see someone did their arithmetic homework. You see, the defendant himself has corroborated the witness's testimony. Does that all make sense? Isn't there a contradiction there? Okay, hang on. Estimated time of death, 11 to 11:30. Lawyer telling Zack to come at 11:05, okay. Do we have any other info here? 11:20. If there was a contradiction, what would that contradiction be? Apparently I can get penalized for this. I need to be careful. I mean, I feel like there is, but like I don't know what to present to say as much. I mean, it does make sense. Alright. I don't see any problem with that testimony. If you say so. Let's continue, shall we? Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. It's not true. I guarantee that's not true. But I don't know how to make it, how to prove it. We'll come back to it. You walk in on a murder and the first thing you do is shoot a clown? The disciple does what the disciple must. My mentor's request without reason had caused for me a surfeit of sorrow. What would I, Valiant, be now without him? May the soul of Magnifi the Great find greater peace above. This I muttered to myself as I pulled that lonely trigger. I feel like shooting a gun in a hospital is like cause for alarm no matter what gets shot. Like, how are you not arrested for this? For shooting a gun in a hospital in the first place? Clown or no clown? Like, this guy's just a witness? He got away scot-free with this, and yet he's admitting it in court, and everyone's fine with it? In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, Tony. May I remind you that baseless remarks will earn penalties.
Proceed with that in mind. Yes, Your Honor. What a pain this is turning out to be. Isn't this the literal Rockstar prosecutor? He is, yeah. This is like him 7 years ago when he just put out his first song and it went platinum, and now it's like all going to his head. And then now it's fast forward 7 years and he's got like a big famous band and they're touring and everything. Although I think they broke up, or at least like one of their members is definitely not with them anymore because he got arrested. So I think they're in need of a new guitarist. Or was he a bassist? Oh no, I think he was like second guitar. I think that's what it was. I don't know. Going into this game, because I didn't know anything about him, I thought he looked pretty fucking cool. I love the way he acts in court. This is like the young version. He has a cooler costume, but I think I like his personality in the present more. Past Clavier's a little, I don't know, he's a little young, he's a little rambunctious, a little full of himself. Not quite as suave as modern present Clavier. Did the doctor say anything concerning the cause of death? Why, yes. I believe he screamed, "My God, he's been shot in the head." Doesn't take a doctor to notice that. I probably would have screamed the same thing. And I would have penned the requiem that arose in my soul at that horrid sight. Whatever happened to good old-fashioned investigation? In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, Tony. Okay. Okay, I think they really want me to say there's a contradiction on that first statement. So the coroner couldn't determine the exact time of death, but the doctor could? I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? We do usually get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death. Magic reveals in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. I see that that person has done their arithmetic homework. What's the point here? Is the IV in the victim was taken? It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. I guess they might have known. Isn't that the IV there? Like, isn't that it sitting there and not in his arm? Hang on. They can't determine shit. It wasn't even in him. That's not dripping anywhere. Okay, that's fair. You could potentially use this as a timer. I mean, medicine distribution is probably a very precise science. But in this case, there is no medicine distribution. It's sitting there on the pillow. Yeah, the IV with 0 injection marks on it? I'm calling bullshit on this. I think we found our real contradiction here. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim Magnifi Grammy's schedule? Every night at 11 p.m., Magnifi took an IV dip for 30 minutes. I can see the IV bag right there, yes. Now look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end. Unless they took the IV out of his arm after he died and they found him. That might be possible too. I think it's safe to just ignore the fact that there's no visible marks. I don't think that's a problem here. I know I've been duped on that assumption in the past, but I think in this case it might be okay to do that. Because it's like, it's a needle. It's going to be a tiny little dot. Maybe that doesn't really show up in artwork very well. It probably wasn't necessary to draw. But yeah, clearly the needle's been removed. Sad to say it fell out when he was shot. It doesn't look like it fell out. That looks like it was carefully taken out and put beside him. Things don't fall out and up onto a pillow. That would seem to be the case. Once the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. But either way, regardless, it's probably not too implausible to use it as an indicator of time of death.
know why, but should the back of the man's skull be completely shattered? There definitely should be a lot more blood there. Yeah, I mean, it depends, like, how far back they shot from, because, like, there has been no mention of, like, gun residue, so it definitely wasn't point blank. I don't know, these guys are probably picking up the guns, taking 30 paces in the back, and then shooting them from across the room. Sometimes those hospital rooms are pretty big, so I could believe it. Lack of blood would indicate that he was already dead for an extended period of time. Yeah, maybe there's something to the lack of blood, though. That could be possible. Went in, changed all his clothes and blankets and the room, and cleaned them up to get rid of all the blood. Man, imagine doing that in like the span of 10 minutes. Like, let's assume the second guy shot him at 11:20. The whole reason they were asked to, like, because the IV started at 11 o'clock and was supposed to end at 11:30. That means if the second guy who came in at 11:20, he had 10 minutes to do all that. That would have been impressive. That would have been a magic trick. I guess that would have been right up his alley. Ah, you could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. See, the IV liquid functions for our purposes as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determines the time of death. From the amount of remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. Approximately 10 minutes had passed since the IV began. Okay, so new evidence. And so it was when I, Valent, entered the room. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. 11:05 to 11:15. Oh, no, 11:10. Yeah, 11:10, because it would have been 5 minutes after he arrived there. Supposedly, anyways. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed, and this is proof. Well, Mr. Wright? That seem important? Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important. Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony. Yeah, get that shit in there. This is what we're presenting on. Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance? When I first entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then his left arm did I spy a rose, drooping and wilted. Its thorn the discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot, luckily for you. I mean, that part seems a little implausible, but okay. If that IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed. Even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. For it always without fail brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valent won their first Magician's Grand Prix? Yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians. Okay, I'm going to count that as an indirect reference to Max, because that was like a big part of 2-3 was the Magician's Grand Prix. And like Max's whole trophy thing. I'll count that. I'm taking it. I was adorned in this attire then too, and our trophy, a bust. Ah, what a day that was. Is this a murder case? The letter from the victim makes it sound a lot like assisted suicide. Yeah, it does sound like assisted suicide, but I'm assuming that's not legal, so technically it would just be murder, right? This is one trip down memory lane no one needs. Oh, even the game acknowledges it! My lucky color, yes indeed. That IV too. I say, I think it was hued especially for me, Valent. That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? Alan sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? Okay. Very one held by the Association of International Magicians. I was adorned in this attire then too, and our trophy a bust. Okay. Just trying to like see what exactly we're trying to contradict here. Left arm did I spy a rose drooping and wilted. It's torn to the scarred IV needle, knocked from the vein by the force of the shot. And if he had not been there, you might be a suspect. Doubly so, I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. So what's the contradiction here? Oh, you weren't wearing yellow that day, and I can prove it. How? It's lucky. I don't see how there could be a contradiction in this testimony. Oh, the IV color liquid? Oh shit, yeah, that's right. He did mention it, didn't he? Let's see the picture. Yeah, that's not... You're right. Shit, there is a contradiction. Fuck you, Valent. Certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck. But not this time. Mr. Valent, your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Yeah, he just gets piss injected directly into his veins. Now, I think the guy's more of a Mountain Dew fan, as you can clearly see by the photograph. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based. Based in what? This evidence, Your Honor. Don't worry, I've got all your bases right here. Very well, let's hear the defense's claims. Where's your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valent has told us? The crime scene tells all, Your Honor. The photo of the crime scene? All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Herr White, just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure. And I assure you it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white. Let's see what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony? Valent Grammary, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. Oops. It's yellow, yes? Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright? Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene. What's this? Confusion, doubt. Tell us what your elderly eyes spy. Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valent. Look at that IV bag. What is this? What foul chick? It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow. And I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. No! Maybe this guy's colorblind. Is it gonna come up he's like colorblind or something? Is that gonna be the twist here? We already did it once in this game. I don't know, is there a kind of color blindness that lets you mistaken green for yellow? Maybe for like completely colorblind. But then why would you even like note that it's your lucky color of yellow then? This comes down to some kind of mistake. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin, your witness's mistake. The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valent Grammary, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not. Well, this contradiction can mean only one thing. And to think, you almost had me. I see your two colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree at a glance that the IV liquid does appear sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you the liquid itself is quite yellow. Oh, is it because the bag's blue? Fuck you. Yellow liquid? How can you say that? But okay, you still wouldn't call it yellow. If the bag is blue and it's causing the yellow liquid to appear green, anyone looking at it is not going to say that the liquid is yellow. They're not going to look at it and be like, oh, that bag's blue. That means the liquid inside must be yellow. No, they're going to call it as it is. I'm not having any of this bullshit. So as I can tell from this photo, it's green. Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook? It looks like a... I want to say light blue. Precisely. Figured it out yet? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and... you get green. This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color. I see. Your explanation does have the ring of truth to it. The witness saw the liquid as green, then lied about it. Yeah, well... apparently not. Apparently the witness was just like, no, it's yellow. See, everyone else is wrong. I knew the true color because I'm so good at, like, color theory and blah, blah, blah. No, fuck off. You saw it as green. You lied about it being yellow. Yellow green color blindness, also known as Dutton color blindness, is a type of color vision deficiency where individuals have difficulty distinguishing between colors in the yellow green spectrum. That's what's going to happen here. That's exactly what's going to happen here. This guy's going to be yellow green colorblind. I'm calling it now. As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale. But you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is. Grave? Liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? Thank you! It's quite natural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? I love that, like, we're just getting the whole, like, the original soundtrack when we're playing this Phoenix Wright instead of the new soundtrack. That's a great detail right there. Order! Order! Mr. Wright, you explained this at once. And the witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid. So I'm sure it means something, but what? I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valent Grammary, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because it looked yellow, he'd seen it before, he knew the IV liquid's color. Well, he knew the color, or it looked yellow. Because again, if he has yellow-green deficiency, would that mean that everything looks yellow to him? Or like stuff on that spectrum would all look yellow, or would everything look green? But how does that work? Are we actually gonna be playing the colorblind card here? Or is there like some other nefarious reason for why he would know the color? You peed in it, didn't you, little piss? Oh my god. Yeah, I think he'd probably seen it before. But like, why? How would he have seen it before? And how would he have seen it in a scenario that it wasn't? Well, he mentioned he was good at medicine earlier. Is he a doctor? Is he secretly a doctor? From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. Not inside the blue bag we'd see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag. I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what it all means. Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor. He knew a lot about medicine. I think he was a doctor. I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knows the IV liquid's color? Leaves it getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans, yeah? IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin. I remember it well. However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right? I mean, yes. As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body. At which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? Oh, he thinks he messed with it. Well, he did say how he was good at medicine, so he probably knew what he was doing to some extent. You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Wow, what if he actually did piss in it? No! Shit! That would actually be what happened! How else would you explain the timer being reset? To try and mask when he was killed? Criminal mastermind over here. I know, I'll throw off the time of death by peeing in the IV bag. It's genius! Shit! You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Let me get this straight, Everett. You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag? I don't think water was all that went in there, Gavin. Not with water, but with IV liquid. Oh, okay, it's just more IV liquid. Don't worry, everyone. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. Now wait. I said wait. How might an amateur such as myself essay to perform such a task? I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup. I don't know, I feel like an IV bag's a little more complicated than a cup. But I guess someone could figure it out. Although, where would you get the IV liquid from then? I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat? There's a point, amateurs. I, at least, would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag. You'll need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. Wait, what did I miss here? Speaking of which, ever see the or video when Alex Jones was informed his lawyers screwed up royally? Ah, yes. The classic, I'm losing. I'm gonna blame my lawyers for fucking up. I mean, look, lawyers aren't infallible, let's be real. They're people like anyone else, but... Come on, if that's your first, your first rebuttal is like, Your Honor, my lawyer's messed up. I don't know if I'd be able to take that at face value. Added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death. Where did he get it from, though? Would he, sneak into the medicine locker or something? I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to Earth? Violet Gramarye, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in the life of crime. Might I add what you strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was... Oh, the needle? Could he have used the needle? He put the bullet in the IV bag to make it seem higher than it was. You know, to increase the apparent volume of it. No, I don't think that was it. It's got to be the needle, but where are you getting the IV from is the problem. There's nothing else here. I don't think there's anything in here either. No. It's got to be this. I hope. The victim's syringe. It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick. And easy enough for an amateur to use. But where did he get it from? What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean. Not a trace of liquid in it. Well, unless it was water. I guess, yeah. Oh, yeah. Duh, he just uses water. Water it down. I hope he didn't get it from the other place, because that would hurt. And you don't find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Violet Gramarye, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will. Did he piss in the bag? You know what? Yes. Yeah, you know what? Sure. Let's go with that. He pissed in the bag. I think the man's been drinking too much water, though. Because that was some very clear piss. I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that while there is a doubt to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven, and that brings our trial to a close for today. Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. Can do a little much needed investigation work. Oh, do we get to investigate as Phoenix? Truly, there is no substitution for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young and they'll sweep you from your feet out from under you. In a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid? But there is no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Huh? He's admitting it? Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This I admit, after all. Why linger in the past when the future holds so much? You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin? Poof, Herr Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With his evidence, no less. Uh-oh. I see where this is going. What's this? This is the victim, Magnifique Glamour's diary. Diary? After going into the hospital, Magnifique began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and of meeting of his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end quite appropriately with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request? Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we? Tonight's IV is in, maybe the last. I leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. This journal may end here, or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. All that is left to mine is to lay down this pen. This does appear to have been written just before his death. The court accepts this into evidence. Read the last part of it, the particular care. This journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant, Zach Gramley. Well, he might also be referring to Valent, we don't know. He wrote letters to both of them after all. That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor after all. But look at what he said before that. This journal may end here or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifique Glamour intended to write again. That is, if Zach Glamour didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends. Oh, we're getting put in a trap here because now we're getting coerced into showing the page that was ripped, but we know that page is fake. Because Magnifique's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Glamour. Is this how we're going to reinstate Phoenix as a lawyer? Are we in the future going to prove that this page is fake? And that Phoenix did not forge it? And that he was given to it unknowingly as a fake? Order! Order! Prosecutor Gavin, are you certain that Magnifique Glamour wrote this? There is no mistaking his handwriting. Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifique did intend to continue his diary. Yet if his diary ended here, which plainly it did, then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Glamour. Is it though? Like, we sure that he ended it there because Zach was the first one in? Yeah, guy, I love the world when it lines up so perfectly. Just a blurry shaped person like Alex. Or is it Perry Mason would think lawyers would be that incompetent? I mean, I never saw the case, but I don't know. Like, yeah, obviously blaming your lawyers, that's like blaming your tools, right? Like, sure, it can happen. A tool could break or something and cause you to mess up. But is that really the most likely scenario? Well, how do you like me now, right? Still too green for your tastes, hmm? He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe. He'd overlook such an obvious problem with this precious evidence. Yeah, the obvious problem being the forged evidence you have in your hand, Phoenix. Oh, no. Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking. But put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. The diary's accepted like this trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. No! Do we pick no need and create a time paradox? Or do we show the forged evidence and ruin his career? I don't like either of these options. Oh, this is bad. Man, it's a good thing Maya's not here to see this. I kind of want to pick no need and see what happens. I don't like anything about this situation. The judge has already getting twitchy with his gavel, so I better show them something quick, or else. Damn it. There's no getting out of this one. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence. Yeah, your own evidence. Right. What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary? Well, you could say that. It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment. Yeah, it really isn't. You don't need to do this. Very well. Please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright. Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. It shows evidence that proves the victim continued writing in his diary. Alright, I'd be happy to. Decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end with this page is... sadly this. First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. What's this? I didn't notice that at all. That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. I don't believe it! Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifique Gramarye. That's what the defense's proposition. Oh, wait, let me see that. How would you miss that? I don't know. Ask the police in this world. The fact that they missed like a ripped page out, like that seems to be par for the course for them. That part, I'm not surprised by in the slightest. Although I do wonder where the real page is if this one's a fake. What did Sam Hill? Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary. Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remnants of the remains of the last page in Magnifique's diary. Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what all this means, attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Gramarye left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valent Gramarye. And this is why he said at the start, Zach said at the start that he wasn't going to win. There was no winning this, because Zach probably ordered this piece of forged evidence. That's how he knew. Why? I don't know. Why would he... I mean, I guess he just wanted to take revenge, but we know this guy is fine. So, like, what happens next? We know that this witness doesn't get arrested. Because, like, he's still around.
Handwriting too matches that on the other pages. This is without a doubt the genuine article.
Oh, sure, maybe the page is legit, but the writing on it? That's probably the forgery. $100,000 to pay someone else to mimic someone's handwriting. Seems like a fair price.
But wait, that's impossible. That old man couldn't have written that. Finally, you just couldn't resist, could you, Erweit?
Resist what? Presenting solid evidence?
Edgett. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? What have you caused we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. But Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses. I ask only to put it on hold. Please, my new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor. Well, if you put it that way, Mr. Wright, what's your take on this?
Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear his new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner.
Then, though this is highly, highly irregular, we'll put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring this surprise witness to the courtroom.
It's fun to see Phoenix actually confident. Yeah, I loved how he was like confident throughout this whole thing. Like, you know, he had 3 games where he's like, man, I've been through all this before. I know how all this goes. Someone claims the defendants, like, always, you know, blaming themselves, or like, oh yeah, and then you get like a new guy in and he's like, oh man, I'm gonna beat Phoenix, right? It's like, yeah, sure you are. I've got a clean record here. Perfect victories. You can't win against me. I know what I'm doing. It's weird that he still calls himself a rookie, though. I feel like at this point, he deserves to, you know, call himself pretty, I don't know, pretty experienced. I mean, it's been like 3 years. Is that not good enough to be considered experienced? He's been through, what, how many cases? Like 20 at least? And won pretty much all of them? With a couple technicalities here and there, sure. But, like, either way, I don't know. It feels weird that he still refers to himself as a rookie. Or doesn't even refute the fact when someone else calls him a rookie during this trial here. I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. So even Phoenix realizes this was a fake. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Who the hell is this?
Putting trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. I beg the court's understanding.
Oh, what? Yo, how's it going?
But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony.
Alright, because he hates people.
A judiciary deal? Plus the details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say? I thought it best to contain the information to this room. Very well. And you are the witness, I gather?
I love the way his eyes are drawn. Like, they look like paint marks. Not even eyes.
Yes, sir. State your name and occupation for the record. My name is Joe Misham. I'm a painter. A painter? And you are somehow related to this case? No, well, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Misham, was it? Do you know what this is?
Is this the first time we've had a victim appear before the stand? Like, as a technicality? Because, I mean, obviously he's dead, but, like, this is being the past and all.
Oh, yeah, I know it well.
How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I made it.
You... what? You made it? Finally got your internet working? Damn. Unfortunate. Of all the days too... Well, okay, to be fair, I wasn't expecting to be playing Phoenix Wright this long. Part of me was thinking of like switching to Lingo 2, because we didn't stream it last night. But if anything was to get shafted this week, I think Lingo 2 is fine. Because of this that's going on here. I didn't want to like stop this. This was just too juicy to not stop. So I think we're probably gonna. There's probably not gonna be Lingo tonight. We'll probably just finish this game off. Is my assumption here. I know we have like that much more to go. I think we can anyways. So probably tonight's just gonna be a Phoenix Wright stream more than anything. Yes, you might call it one of my works. The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Grame. Illegal evidence? I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large. Drew Misham has another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries? Well, so are we to understand that this page here is a fake? Prepared by a certain defense attorney. Whoa, 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 hey now! I didn't know it was a fake. I just realized it was a fake. There's a difference. I was given this page. Not under any sort of, like, false pretenses here. It's given to me by a little girl. I don't think she would have known. Don't start blaming me. I really hate how he sounds, though. That's not what Phoenix Wright is supposed to sound like. Why does he sound younger than he does in the older games? Hold it. I didn't prepare this evidence. As the attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume. But what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix Wright. How would you know it was fake? Okay, I as the player figured it was fake because one, Phoenix Wright just said it was fake before this guy came in. Two, it was pretty clear if you put 2 and 2 together from the first half of this whole of trial 4 or case 4 that this is the fake evidence. I mean, it was brought in mysteriously by a little girl. Just before that, we had mention of someone doing forgery of evidence 7 years ago. This trial. It's not hard to imagine this is the evidence. They even described the evidence that was forged. A diary page that was written and had a top hat on the back of the paper. We haven't seen the back of the paper yet. But I think we all know. We can all safely assume this is that page. You know, what with the top hat being the signature mark of the Gramarye troupe. Witness, Mr. Misham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? That I don't know. So, you have no proof it was me. Good. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contract with them. But there's no proof this is a fake. It's a fake. Huh. To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine. Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court. Well, at least it wasn't the Canadian guy's court. I don't think he would have been mean enough for what's about to follow. It was careless of me. That's all I can say.
Oh boy. Here.
What's this?
I don't know, I just got it over there in the hall. And they told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
was all a trap. A fatal trap.
Mr. Wright,
Yes?
do you have an explanation for yourself?
If I did, would the court hear it?
Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime, and presenting it in court a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney.
Oh, and not a fatal mistake for a prosecutor? Actually, yeah, it was. That's how we got him locked up. Edgeworth got away with it because he didn't technically do it.
Fatal too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one.
Your Honor, wait. I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime. But you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. We don't even... You have no proof that you did it willingly, though. Like, that's the thing. Like, you didn't realize it was a fake until after you presented it. I mean, you didn't say anything, but still. Yeah, we submitted it, but like, we didn't know it was fake at the time of submitting. That was something he realized during court as he was presenting it in court. He was given this evidence off the street by a girl, which in real life, that's not how you do evidence. That doesn't happen. But in this game, that's perfectly normal, and it's happened like a million times before. So for Phoenix, this is nothing. He's like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, more evidence, whatever. How many times has that happened? I don't know, whatever. Thanks, probably really useful stuff there. And then like when he presents, he's like, wait, shit, this is too convenient. There's something up here. And by then it was too late though.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright.
Your Honor?
Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah?
And so now everyone believes that Phoenix Wright deliberately and knowingly submitted and presented false evidence to the court.
I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself. I see no need for further discussion on this matter. A special witness dismissed.
To be fair, though, the judge isn't wrong. Negligence or not submitting false evidence is pretty serious. Although I do wonder if, like, someone unknowingly submitted false evidence, falsified evidence, like, they'd probably get punished, right? Like, for being careless like that. Because it's your job as an attorney, on either side of the court, to ensure the validity of all evidence submitted. Like, I don't think the court should be the one making sure that all your evidence is real.
Mr. Attorney?
Yes?
Could I ask your name?
Phoenix Wright.
Mr. Wright, I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I remember you, Mr. Wright.
Thanks? Well...
Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must...
Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Zack? There's one thing I'd wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist? Doesn't exist? What are you talking about?
I am talking
about this.
What? What the fuck?
Mr. Nigmar! The defendant escaped! Find him, quick! Bailiff, close all exits from the building!
What is going on here?
On the double, he must not be allowed to escape.
Hey, since when were there chairs up front there? I don't recall that. Have there always been chairs up there? I don't remember there being chairs up front. That day in the courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shadi Enigmar, aka Zach Gramery, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably, vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again. Not since that day. Oh, so Trucy wasn't exaggerating then. This is the Gramery miracle. No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zach Gramery vanished, along with him for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however. But not until 7 years later. Alright, so here's what's gonna happen. Apollo Justice is going to figure out and prove that Phoenix had no part in this forged evidence. He's gonna figure out who ordered this forged evidence. Somehow, Zach's gonna make a reappearance. And because of that, Phoenix Wright's gonna get his badge reinstated. Although it is weird that he got accused of presenting false evidence, yet he works with like the League of Attorneys or something to like set up this trial of the jury trial. That trial was 7 years ago, was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. But you'll soon be finding out all of this for yourself. Which of Magnifique Gramery's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant Zach Gramery go? What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? The past left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. And when all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first, you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended half-finished when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There is something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama. What does it do, you ask? That would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? It's Q&E to jump between the past and present, but let's begin 7 years ago. The past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. Oh shit, what is this? Okay, where do we want to go? Oh, should we go here first? We gotta check on Charlie. Nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away, but I figured I'm the only one who could do this, probably. And besides, I had plenty of time, thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away.
Oh, morning, Daddy.
I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
I am fine as always. This old boy here is to help me after all. That's young man to you? Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. My first show's today, after all.
2 weeks had passed since then. I called her into my office. We get into the damn Matrix. I'm guessing he just has access to it because, like, apparently he works for, like, the League of attorneys or something now. I don't know how that works if he got disbarred, but sure. Guess they still trust him over there. Because he was apparently in charge of setting up the jury system trial that Apollo was a part of at the start of this case. So he must have some clout over there. Tracy, there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future. I did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. I hope. So on the DS, they put one time period on one screen and one on the other. Oh, so like when you press the button to switch, it like swaps the screens? Oh, that would have been cool to see. And it looks good here too. Doesn't seem to be a problem here either. But it's just one of those little things that you just kind of don't get to really see when you only have one screen. It's like I always say, playing 999 on Steam, worst way you could possibly play it. Despite all the new quality of life stuff, worst way you could play that game. Always play it on the DS. That's one game you need the two screens for. And I will always hold that opinion. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. Why not call Maya? Maybe she would be willing to take her in. She might like that place. Could look up some places you might like to stay at. Yeah, there you go.
Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you.
Huh? Really?
So if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family?
Huh? I guess so. Getting weirder.
Mr. Attorney?
Actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you'd like. It doesn't have to be today or anything.
Okay, say, Daddy...
That was quick. Yes?
If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking, I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So, thanks, Daddy.
Ah.
Oh, and this office? It's a little blah. A little color goes a long way, you know. Oh, and Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this.
Trucy, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 8. Don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy.
Thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? What is it with, like, Phoenix and like, whatever woman he meets just taking over and being the one in charge? Okay, we're here for one reason and one reason only. And that's to click on this plant. Adventure's favorite plant, Charlie. And I guess watering Charlie's my only real job now. Wait, I have a child now. I can't feed Trucy like this. She probably needs more than the occasional watering too, I'm guessing. Yes, I think she will need more than the occasional watering, Phoenix. You're interested in a new Last Defense campaign? Not really. The gameplay's not my thing. Strategy games like that, turn-based strategy, I suck at them. I don't like them. I have played Fire Emblem. I have played Final Fantasy Tactics. I don't understand how people comprehend those games. I'll play real-time strategy. I'll play like any other puzzle game or any other type of strategy game. I love Civilization. I love strategy board games. I do not understand how people play like strategy RPGs like that. I cannot wrap my head around them. Like, it doesn't matter what I do, it's just, I don't like how for a game called, like, games that have tactics in the title, how random they usually are. And how luck-based they are. Just doesn't make sense to me. I didn't mind Advance Wars. That game was fine. But I think that's because that game was more like, it wasn't an overarching game. It was like level-based. So it was more of a puzzle. But no. Last Defense Academy, not really my thing. I'm sure the story's great. Like, I didn't really, I don't know. I didn't care for Danganronpa as much, and I certainly don't care for the art style of Danganronpa. but Uchikoshi is definitely, I like his story, his writing. I love I played the first one. I own the second. I haven't played it yet. I would definitely be playing the third if I played the second. And I love Zero Escape. So that aspect has me interested, but it's just like I don't want to sit there and try and force myself to play a strategy RPG just for that. It's not worth it. My disc. Not that I have any reason to sit there anymore. I guess Trucy can use it. It's great for studying math, English, geography, magic. I'm not crying. I just got some dust in my eye. Quite the collection of law books. My mentor brought all of them. I used to be too busy to read them. Now that I have the time to read them, there's no need. I can't just sell them. Maybe Trucy will want to read them someday. Nah. An old movie poster hangs on the wall. Finally found out the title after not knowing for the longest time. I actually rented the movie the other day. Cried my eyes out. Just thinking about it makes me tear up. Wait, it's just allergies, really. I should show it to her when she's a little older. Wait, was it called again? You just rented it. I'll have like the receipt from Blockbuster. You can still see that hotel from the window here. Every time I look out, I think back on those old cases. I wonder if the view looks different now that I'm not wearing my old badge.
I really dig the far-out view, Daddy.
Thanks. You must have learned a lot of words from her parents. Yeah, where's the mom? The hell happened to her? No living relatives? Mom's dead in the dirt?
So, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right?
You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me. For Daddy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that.
Actually, that's pretty accurate.
So, here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Well, it just seems so stiff, doesn't it? No one will be my friend at school that way.
Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law if you were to ask someone, people.
Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead.
You mean like a talent agency? And forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent?
You've got me, don't you? I'm a professional.
A professional?
Yep. After all, I am directly descended from the famous Zach Gramry.
Directly descended. He's your father.
Oh, and I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright too.
I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy, or Zach Gramry?
Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy. Which daddy was that again? Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of Troop Gramry, and they're big.
The Gramrys. They were on television a lot. Haven't seen them much recently, come to think of it.
Big magic happens when you put Zach and Violet Gramry together, you know? Once they made a giant waterfall there, right there on stage. And this giant trout swam up the giant waterfall.
Let me guess, there was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top?
I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic.
I should have brought it up so soon.
Wonder what'll happen to me with Daddy and Mommy both gone.
Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? Haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother.
But I have my magic, and a great daddy even if he is unemployed. You know, I think things are gonna be okay.
Wonder if she'll talk about her mother. Is the mother the one that they pretended to shoot during their, like, their stage thing? Now let me guess, one of the times they accidentally shot her? They accidentally forgot to miss? Go ahead, I don't know. Hopefully I'll be present at least for the case conclusion. I mean, yeah, if this ends up taking that long, you never know. I don't know, how much longer would this be? Do we actually have ourselves like a full other case in here? Because holy shit, if so. Well, we'll play as much as we can anyways. Tonight's going to be a full Phoenix Wright stream. Lingo is not happening. This is more important. I want to play this more. So, Trucy, you're a professional?
Yes, it's like that thing they say. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs?
They say that?
I always thought it was funny though.
What was?
Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid.
Right. So, in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy?
That's right. Well, wanna see a trick?
You're gonna do a magic trick? Yeah. Just don't disappear like your dad did. Preferably. Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all.
That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes. Ta-da!
Wow. She had Mr. Hat even back then?
Hey folks, it's Mr. Hat! I gotta say it's good to be seen.
Even Phoenix doesn't like it. Whoa, that was startling.
The amazing Mr. Hat, isn't he great? Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service.
He certainly makes an impression.
Doesn't he? I'm glad you like him, Daddy. Though my routines get a bit heady at times. Get it? Heady?
Friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. Oh, it's evidence now, is it? Added to the court record. Finally. It's like 1 a.m. for me, man. Staying up for the entire stream is gonna suck for school tomorrow. I didn't think it was gonna be like this big. I figure like, okay, it's probably big, but surely we could finish in like 8 hours or something. This doesn't feel like it's gonna be an 8-hour completion. Look, if it goes on too long, I'm also not staying up to 5 a.m. There's no way I'd be able to. Not these days. But we'll keep going anyways. There might be one more stream of this game. Could you tell me about your mommy, if it's okay?
Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage.
On stage? You mean with your daddy?
Yep. She was always there with Zach and Valent smiling. But then she went away.
Went away?
It was a grand illusion. But she made a mistake. She vanished and I guess she didn't know how to get back.
Oh, so same as your... So is there a chance that like both of her parents could come back? Maybe so.
I cried then. A lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here.
This is your mother? She's beautiful.
Her name's Thalassa. Thalassa Grammary.
Poor girl. I didn't know her mommy had gone missing. Her daddy's vanished too, right before our eyes. Did they just, like, parents just both run away from their problems? Kinda shit parents.
Hey, Daddy, you won't...
Don't worry. I won't vanish, I promise.
Hey, you can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Daddy always said to have a backup plan.
I guess all I rate is a backup plan. That's probably going to become important too. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that.
It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow.
What? But are we representing anyone?
Me and you, that makes 2, Daddy.
I think you need more than that to make an agency. 8 hours from now, really? Is that really how long this might take? Alright, well, we'll just go until we don't want to anymore, I guess. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent.
Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at.
Well, when you put it that way.
You mean you don't have any tricks? Not old standbys? This will no do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket.
Okay, I'll think of something.
That's a spirit. See you brain early tomorrow, Daddy. Welcome to the team, Daddy-o.
The team. Right. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. And to be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light. Alright, where do we want to go next? Detention center? We can go back to the lobby. Or we can even go to Drew's studio, the old Drew studio. What is making that shiny glow in the picture? Wait, you mean like the poster in the back? I'm guessing it's just because it's a framed poster behind glass, so like the window is glaring on it, unless you mean something else. What's the Mason system? How does it exist in this universe? I don't know. This is some computer system that apparently Phoenix Wright just has. I don't know who he's presenting this to or what. Like, he was talking directly to the player for once, which is kind of weird. I don't know where he is. He's probably at like the fucking hall for lawyers or something. Working on this case or whatever. It's probably part of his job, his secret job. Speaking of that shiny glowing... Oh, and the locket. Oh, can we see? Okay, well, we'll go somewhere else here. Let's go to detention center. Who the fuck would even be here? I'll take a look at the locket again. Where's the locket? Can I open it? How do we open it? Oh. Oh. Yeah, that is kind of weird. I thought that was maybe the earring at first, but that's like it's way over here. Maybe that's relevant. God, wouldn't that be something? So this is Trucy's mother, Thalassa. Yeah, she's pretty. I can picture her on stage with Zack. Still, she looks like a down-to-earth type, too. I guess Trucy takes after her. Alright, who's here? Oh, it's you, of course. What strange sight doth mine eyes behold? Excuse me? Two men on either side of a single transparent pane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. The forger of fakes walks freely, while the innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines. Are they not allowed to say plexiglass? Is that copyrighted? I never knew that. There's been no proof that I forged anything, nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet, these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. And what, may I ask, awaits you? A little piano and a cold little hole in the wall. Ah, but since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of Magnifie Gramarye, for one. Who pulled that trigger? Valent? Or his partner, Zack? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. Hairpin? Oh yeah, I guess it could be like a hairpin or something. But like, why is it so bright? That's a good point. Like, why is it so bright? It just looks like it's shining off of nothing because it's so bright. I mean, it could be like a... People stick all sorts of things in their hair anywhere. It could easily be a pin. I could see it. Not like a clip. Maybe not like a bobby pin, but just like, I don't know, something decorative maybe. But wouldn't you, like, from an art perspective, wouldn't you make the shine at least a little smaller so you can at least tell what is shiny? Because it really does just look like it's shining off the hair. Again though, maybe that's relevant. I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent. Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear and he never even touched it. Glory's spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. And his very disappearance is itself a revelation. Revealing what? Zack Gramarye killed Magnifie. It's as good as a signed confession. That's certainly been public opinion's take on it. I grow tired of my cage. And the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into magic right away? As long as an audience awaits with bated breath, there will be Valent. And also, yes, now that my partner has disappeared, Magnifie's repertoire is mine. Is that how that works? Valent Gramarye has a tradition to uphold. Is that true? Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or no. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity. The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valent. After all, you received one of those letters too.
You were just as obligated to follow Magnifi's instructions as your partner. So I was, but only Zack Grabbery followed them. Let us not speak anymore of who shot what. Not that my partner has vanished. The question is moot. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually. What might that be? I want to know what Magnifi had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? The trick up his sleeve? Perhaps you do not know. Know what? A great magician never reveals his secrets. Oh, we're doing this again, are we? I didn't think it would be that easy. The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight. Magatama was one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. It can show me the locks on people's hearts, and if I can't unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all, and the Magatama ends it. I know that Zack very likely didn't do it, but man, it looks so suspicious just to disappear from existence like he did. Well, yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, maybe he did actually do it, I wonder. I think this guy did it, though. He's gonna be the final villain that we put away at the end of all this. Has to be. Oh, so now we have a dedicated Magatama button, instead of having to, like, present it from evidence. Can we, how we present stuff to him? Can we present stuff from the future? Do we have any, we don't have any evidence from the future, right? No, we don't, okay. Can I present this? No, okay. I thought he was gonna, like, comment on Chusi's mom or something since they work together. Alright. Well, we'll come back later, I guess. We need to find the rest of the evidence. Alright, what's going on in here? Is this before or after the case? This is probably, like, just after it ended. Oh, maybe not. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. We deeply regret to have to declare a verdict in this way. This trial is over. Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Zack? There's one thing I wish to make clear. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Mr. Enigmar. The defendant escaped. Find him, quick. Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. And escape he did. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge, but now, like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey, you there, sir! Down on the hands! Floor! On your head! Now, now, now! What's the big idea? My ears! No unauthorized personnel allowed in here! But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed in here. I just say it like it is, sir. And it's usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct. Lost my friends, my girl, even my wallet. We've met before, haven't we? On a case 2 years ago? No recollection of that, sir. Huh? For me, working on a case is always in the present progressive tense, sir. There is no past. There is only now, sir. Okay. You're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir. Court Bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir. I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape. Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir. But you were a regular police officer once, right? Yeah, once. Why do you think he lost the job? Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So, you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing? I'm dying over here. Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir. thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet.
Yes, I wasn't the only victim. This was like one of the last people I expected to meet again. It was the last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform.
Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this, but last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me.
That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing.
So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one, a lowly bailiff.
But your uniform,
I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired.
that can't be legal. Wasn't he still a police officer during the Edgeworth games? And presuming that this happened shortly after that. Yeah, that didn't take very long. So you were the one who let the magician get away that day.
I'm dying over here. Star rises among the court bailiffs, full of hope. Then tragedy strikes.
Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zach Gramarie's disappearance?
Oh, the humanity.
That's enough of that. This guy seems a little out of place in the series. Oh, he felt very out of place in Case 1-5, for sure. Like, he just screamed, like, new character.
Why, yes, I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss. The door slams open, slam, and some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face!
So you saw someone suspicious coming your way?
Yes, and I, being a bailiff of little standing, gave chase. I chased that silk hat all the way down the hall, sir.
I have a diagram of the court building here.
Ah, there's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself, nary a friend to call my own.
Okay, and which way did Zach Gramarye run after bursting through the courtroom door?
He went up, like this, and around the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw that magic man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. I remember it like it was right here, because it was. Lobby number 2, sir.
You ran into his room? I don't see any place to hide in here.
Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. He was just gone.
That's impossible.
Yes, that word. Oh, how many times I've said that word. Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying. I'm dying over here.
Oh, okay, I won't say it again, promise.
But you have to admit, it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby? I searched.
Why the pause?
There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right. Nothing was here, sir.
How can you talk so loud and still be hiding something? I took the uniform saves on making a whole new set of sprites. Well, I think there's some new stuff here. Like, what the hell's this talisman he has down here? This charm. Where'd he get that from? Is that from his girlfriend? I can't remember who his girlfriend even was. I think she appeared once, didn't she? I thought she made an appearance. So, I mean, it's not all old. So Zach was in this room when he vanished.
Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes. That red silk hat, that flowing cape. He ran right in here, right inside this room.
Silk hat, cape? That's Zach, all right. I mean, it's some other magicians too. But we all know how that went. You know, presuming people based on their clothing.
But, sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there's nothing I can do but... nothing, sir.
What about now? Have any ideas?
Sir, ideas about what exactly, sir? If you don't mind me asking. You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that?
Oh, not you too. Cyclops, I should have known. And we get all the old music and everything. I love it. Well, I don't think we can... let's just finish exploring, and then we'll deal with the Magatamas. You know, let's see what we're dealing with here. Is it safe to presume that I don't need the present to unlock the Magatamas of the past? But maybe that's not a safe assumption. It seemed implied that might not be the case. I decided on sooner. Drew Misham, was it? I haven't done anything illegal. And I didn't come here to whine about past events. I want to ask you some questions. I suppose you have that right? That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit, it made quite an impression on me. I'm used to find myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix Wright, was it? I'll answer what I can. I'm not sure, but feels like I'm being watched. Intensely. Ah, this is my daughter. Vera, say hello. She's gone. Shall we begin then? Judging from this place, you're a painter? Not, sadly, a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by were it only me. Your daughter? Her mother grew weary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That is why I began my other occupation. Forgeries. But we all know it's not him doing the forgeries, it's her. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen. And who knows what my copies are used for. But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this, but that was my first work outside of painting. What? To think that it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. Never even imagined the possibility. Then why'd you take the job? I was well paid. Very well paid. He feels worse about it than I do. That's hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Yeah, sorry for ruining your career. Sorry, but it's not gonna be quite so easy. Trying to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. Where's that page? Your work? Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy. That copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. Copy? Is that implying that perhaps there's a version of this very page that's real? And that he really did write another page? I mean, obviously we can't prove it with this because this one's a fake. But the contents of it might still exist somewhere else. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me. I knew it would be difficult to escape this. Then let's talk. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did? It was unlike anything I attempted before. I guess it would be a little different from paintings. That is not what I mean. No, my previous work had sufficed to create a copy. This wasn't a copy? The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as reference. Sample page? Was that the page that was ripped out of the diary? So that would be the real one then, the sample. The second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client. Content should be exact same as a copy. Yeah, it sounds like it's not a copy. It sounds like it is its own thing, but it's based on the real thing. So that page is out there somewhere. Which, I mean, I think we could have surmised from the fact that it was torn out of the diary. That much is clear. There is a page missing, it's just a matter of where. So you used the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote. Yes, as I said, it was my first job of that nature. So, who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally, You know what I just thought of? Like, why did Phoenix choose to do all these, like, weird odd jobs of becoming, like, a pianist and a card player and all that? Why didn't he just become, like, a private eye? I mean, he clearly has the investigative and interviewing skills. He has this Magatama, which is probably super helpful. Why not just, like, become a detective or something? Psychlock, of course. Seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. Alright. Well, I guess we'll give his a try, since I don't think we're going to really get any further with any of this. Unless the present does have answers to the past. Which it very well could. But let's see what we're dealing with here. Maybe we have the evidence already. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Misham? I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I never met the client. So we got, like, the original Phoenix Wright 1 soundtrack for most of this. But this sounds like a slight remix slash remaster of the Magatama music from 2. True, when I asked the client's name, there were no Cyclocks in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Why are you doing this to me? Well, I've made my stand. No backing down now. So, what's Misham hiding? Client, the sample? I think the forger. I mean, as we know from future events anyways. I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you said. What is it then? You tell me what you knew about the client. And I couldn't see any Cyclocks. Psycho locks? Is that some sort of asylum security or a new hairstyle, perhaps? But then they did show up, didn't they? Who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally, Not personally. Those words triggered the Psychlock. Again with the Psycholocks. Now I really must know what they are. So, you didn't meet with the client, but someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence? Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business, but I'm afraid you've lost me. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about Cyclocks. As long as I came to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there. And your conclusion is? The real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Misham. Poppycock. Some of that would very likely be brought up in court case, knowing that the guy who found it allegedly forged evidence before. Would make me not want to hire him. Yeah, I mean, in the future, but again, this guy wasn't the forger. His daughter is. We know that from the Apollo part of this case. Way back, like, 6 hours ago, almost. Their daughter... Actually, that was from last stream, even. Her daughter is the forger. He's just, like, the front. He's the face of the operation. Because, you know, she's just a kid. I don't know what you're talking about. That's why I work. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could have been but me? That's the real question, isn't it? If the forger wasn't you, then I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger at Drew Studio is... The real forger is your daughter, Vera Misham, isn't it? Ridiculous. My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more one for landscapes, not surrealism. Nice comeback, but you're shaking in your boots. I've got you now. The only two people with access to the studio are you and your daughter. Cyclocks tell me you're not the forger. which makes your daughter the only possibility. Feel very much on the verge of going psycho-lock myself. Maybe these locks are going to be easier to unlock than I thought. I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter, Farah, not I. She's only 12. A genius, you might call her. Precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently. I let her play in the studio and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and the analytical devices I bought when they became necessary. My little girl's playthings now. Ah, do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? So, Vera was the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then? Actually, the client came once. Here, to this studio. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? But their face was covered and they did not want to talk to me. So, they talked to your daughter? I will speak only with the artist, the client told me. And that little girl is the key to our mystery client's true identity. Is that a secret that she's hung on to for the last 7 years? Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more. Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Nah, let's talk to her. Mr. Misham, I have a request. Let me guess. You'd like to speak with my daughter. Can I? My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy. Extremely so, actually. With only one exception. Which was... oddly enough, it was that client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished, and she was laughing. It was the first time I'd seen anything of the sort. Please, let me speak with her. All right. Uh-oh, this could be tough. Well, we're gonna try it anyway. But the fact that she's only ever talked to one person, that's interesting. Didn't... When she was in court in the future, who was the only person that got her to speak? Wasn't it Trucy? I don't know if I like where this is going. But wasn't Trucy the one that got her to actually say anything? Because anytime, like, Gavin mentioned anything, she froze up. Anytime Apollo mentioned anything, she froze up. Judge, she froze up. But whenever Trucy asked her a question, she was willing to speak. Oh, that's an interesting thought there. Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer, and pianist. I'm still looking for the keys that say Do Re Mi. Can't find them anywhere. I'm no good at this. I need something to get through to this girl. Or is Phoenix gonna magically make her open up too? Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. Yeah, this isn't going anywhere. Something to get through to this girl, okay. What if I showed her the page? No, okay. Need something to grab her attention, but what? Well, let's examine this room. We haven't done that yet. We've only been to, like, familiar locations so far. This is new. Going home by any chance? You seem so eager to get me out of here. No, I was just checking out the door. Oh. Good thing I'm too stubborn to take hints like that. A good trait in a lawyer. Paints are scattered all around, probably the ones he's currently using. Something very artistic about a messy room. Not that this is anything compared to my office. Maybe she's a Magic fan? I mean, maybe. No. She didn't use Mr. Hat. Guess that would make my office a masterpiece. That's it? That's the only two things I can click on here? Damn. Oh, there's a second half to this place. Never mind. What's this painting here? Ah, that's one of mine. It's an illustration for a book. It's not on sale yet, of course, but I thought it might be a good business. As a father, I'd like to be able to put food on my daughter's table. Not a feeling I know anything about. At least not yet. What's over here? Oh. Let me click that. Ah, there it is. There's the rest of the workshop. Oh, hey, look at that. It's the stamp. Maybe I'll just sidle on here for a closer look. Also, that weird perfume bottle that she likes so much. That's a pretty bottle. Ah, don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble. It belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. She looks at it often. There's a light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing. Oh, a perfume. Yeah, that's right. This is her nail polish. That's an awfully small frame. What's that inside it? A stamp? Ah, please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. That stamp belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. That's Zack and Valent. The Grammarys, isn't it? The post office issued that coveted stamp last year, when the Grammarys were at the height of their popularity. Not anymore. Oh hey, that looks familiar. Her outfit. Now that one of them has vanished off the face of the earth, yeah. Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan ever since. She watched them every time they came on TV, until the end. I see. That stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. Still wonder how she got her hands on it. Yeah, I wonder that too, considering it's poisoned. This is you and Vera? Yes. Yes. We took that one quite recently. I know, I'm a painter. Why not paint a portrait instead? I've never been that good at people, unfortunately. Ah, right. Shouldn't you practice? I mean, yeah, you know, some people don't do it. Bob Ross was never good at people. That's why he paints landscapes. You know, not everyone's good at every type of painting. What's this red envelope? Ah, don't touch that. That's, it's quite important. His face just changed hues. I guess I'd better behave, though it's tempting just to grab it. No, don't grab it. That'll create a time paradox. Trust me. Paints and pigments are lined up on the shelves, with some noticeable gaps. It's embarrassing, but I can't afford all the paints I want. I insist on buying the ones I use with my own money. I can see how you'd want to do that, sure. Perhaps you've heard that you can make any color, as long as you have the 3 primary colors? Well, it's a lie. Poor guy. Yeah, it kind of is. I thought that as a kid too, and then I tried it. It's hard, and it doesn't work very well. How'd you do? Did you make a time paradox? Nah, we're fine. This is just a simulation anyways. All of this already happened. We're just viewing files in a computer. But yeah, that's the same red envelope we have in our evidence dossier in the future. That's part of Apollo's half of this case. I'm sure we'll get to see it again shortly. Those aren't for painting, they're for analyzing. Paint composition, age, every conceivable angle. Tools of the forgery trade, I guess. That also looks familiar. There's some finished paintings stacked here. They don't look all that bad, really. I'll sell you one for 50 cents. That's okay. They look kind of heavy. Oh. Maybe he needs to work on his sales technique a bit. Is that all that's here? Oh. No, it's just that's the table again. We already looked at that. Alright. Let's go back and see if we can talk to her again. Okay, so we need to present something. Do we have something we can present? Oh, here we go. And then there's this. My stamp. Hey, she spoke. She can talk. Yeah, so this stamp... I'm gonna keep her talking. Isn't Troop Grammar amazing? Yes? Oh. Especially like those two, Zack and Valent. I mean, they're, just so magical. Aren't they? Aren't they? Yeah. Whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic, you know? Me too. Me too. I love them. They're so cool. It's like magic. Yeah. Alright, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start. I went and saw them with Father the other day. Opening ceremony at the Grammar Museum of Magic. The Grammar Museum? They have one of those? Guess it makes sense now they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows? Just once, when I was little, with Father. Grammar's on stage, it was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together. They do it all. Yeah, maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this. You know, about Zack and Valent, maybe? Oh, sure. Alright, better get asking before she changes her mind. There we go. That cracked her wide open. I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here. Why don't you like the outside? There's bad people out there. Well, true, but there are lots of good people too. Actually, I should tell you. She was almost kidnapped once. What? Kidnapped? Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. Can I start slamming against the keyboard like Zar? No, you're gonna mess with the simulation. You can't be slamming any keyboards here, okay? We're trying to figure out who killed this guy. This guy's dead in the future. Can't have anyone messing this up. Or otherwise we'll never find out. And also Phoenix won't get his badge back. Because he's been disbarred. She said she went to the Grammar Museum. With you, in fact. Ah, yes, actually, she was quite insistent on it. Much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me. That person gave me a good luck charm. A good luck charm? When I absolutely have to go outside. Yes, apparently she received something. A gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was. Father, I told you to keep that a secret. From that client, huh? This I have to hear about. So your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things? I really like painting, a lot. Father's always very happy when I paint them exactly the same. So you did this too? Oh, yes! That was my first job! Your first? All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. But this was totally different. The pen slips, and the way the writer held the pen, and the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope and analyze on the computer. She seems happy. Odd. Her work was the last nail in the Grammar coffin. I guess no one told her. Dude, she's 12. Of course no one told her. They're the best in the world. Huh? Oh, you mean the Troop Grammar? Of course. Father gave it to me. Your father? But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it. Oh, I guess I just took it, yeah. Took it? Father got a letter from that person. That person? You mean that letter was from the client? Oh, we talked about the Grammys forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it. Yeah, they're a sneaky one, this client. So they were trying to get on their good side. So, you met the person that asked you to do this job? And you talked with them? This is about a good luck charm you received. I can't talk about it. Eh? If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told. Yeah, but I really, really have to know. There it is. Oh, it's only 2. Right, time to do some psych unlocking.
I have a couple guesses as to who this client could be. You seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you the stamp.
No, that's not why. Hey, listen to me, to my problem.
Quit biting your nails, you might hit a nerve and pass out. As someone who is a chronic nail biter, oh, there is a lot of shit you can get into by biting your nails, trust me. You regret it every time, you hate it, and then you continue doing it anyways. The problem that keeps her inside all the time?
Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I would absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm.
A good luck charm? That your client gave you?
I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm?
It's gotta be the stamp. No? This doesn't bring good luck, I don't know what would. Ah, okay. Yeah. Maybe we don't have it yet. I don't know what else we'd have. Like, we just have a bunch of random papers and stuff. None of it would be any good. I don't think I have anything else that would really work. Yeah, I think we'll have to come back to this one. Nah, get out of here. It's the only item that's even, like, plausibly correct, and it's not correct, so... That's a gun. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna give her a gun. There's no logical way she would have even seen that gun. Let's be honest. Alright, should we try some of the other places? Okay, detention center had like 4. Let's try Meekins. Maybe his is easier. Try the present? Yeah, I guess we'll go to the present eventually. I'm guessing that at this point that the present does affect the past, so we'll probably have to go back and forth. But I'm just seeing if we can like do anything here now before we go to the present. Okay, Mr. Meekins, what do you know? Spit it out. Hey, who? What's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden? You know something, and I'm gonna find out what. Zach Gramarye vanished from this room. How'd he do it? How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say as I... Sir, why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something? Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here and... Listen, it was impossible. What could such a little girl possibly do anyway? What did you just say? Sir, did I just say something, sir? No, you screamed it through that megaphone of yours. Something else in the room, wasn't there? Sir, I'm going to have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking. It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who was here in that room that day. A little girl, eh? Well, there's 2 girls that we know of. But we don't even know if she was even in court. Why would she be? I mean... we just met her, after all. Sir, I've never seen that girl until just the other day. Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it. Sir, that day, she was here, in the room, sir. But he wasn't. You mean you chased her into this room, not him? Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing, but it was not how to not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician. 7 feet? Zach isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zach Gramarye. But you saw something. Therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar? Oh, is this how this is evidence? What's that? That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar? So, it wasn't a white aching dream, was it, sir? Come again? That night, on stage, I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat. He really exists. Yes, he does. We're not talking about you going to some seedy bar, though. We're talking about what happened here. I remember it clearly, but the details are a little vague. Zach Grammy exited the courtroom. I gave chase and cornered him in the corner room, sir. Zach Grammy, don't you even think you can escape Meekins. Down on your hands, floor on your head. Hello?
Something the matter, mister?
No. That is... Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Zach Grammy, do you know him?
Oh, I love Zach Grammy. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan.
Wait, she's covering for him? What the fuck? The hell's this shit? Okay, then she's no longer innocent in any of this. I see. That's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, that very same Zach came into this room.
But no one's in here except me.
But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug. So, Trucy was his accomplice. Imagine my astonished surprise when, 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him, Mr. Hat. I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while, I thought it had all been a long dream. A dream that lasted a week? It wasn't a magician who disappeared, it was Mr. Hat. But the magician did disappear, we all saw it in court. Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door and out came Zach. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act, and she was standing in front of lobby number 2. Along with Mr. Hat. Ah, and that's the beauty of it, isn't it? So, while you are standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner, and most likely runs through the closest door, into lobby number 1. This is where you come in. You turn the corner, in rather lukewarm pursuit, and at that very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. Then all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat. Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw that cape, Zach Grammy's red cape, fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir. All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries, wasted. It's as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die. The scattered remains of a messily eaten chocolate parfait. Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you'd suffered on account of this case. It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many, many times. Sometimes more than one. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me. Actually, about that girl. I'm sort of her guardian now. Is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor. Okay. I let the defendant escape. That's the stone-cold truth. Just another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great detective Gumshoe. Mr. Meekins, this is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want... It's an honor, sir. Sir, I can't count the number of things I've had taken from me, sir. But no one's ever given me anything for free. Right, I'll see you in court next time then, sir. I look forward to it. Might be a while before he's in court again, though. All eyes were on Zach Gramry that day in court, until his mysterious disappearance. Now part of the mystery's been revealed, but the magician remained out of sight. It'd be 7 years before I met him again.
Oh, that's 2. Yeah, this one's got 4. I don't expect that to be anything. Oh, we unlocked something here. Oh. I see. We couldn't go to the present because we didn't have any of them unlocked. So this is after the case, or when is this? Oh, this is before he died, right? I forgot this was the victim in the first case. I forgot many of the details of the first case. This is just before case 1, yeah. Because this is the victim, isn't he? I think he was, wasn't he? Before we start this, I'm gonna go in, like, I need to go fill up my IV bag with yellow, if you know what I mean. So I'll be back in a couple minutes, and then we'll get started on the present half of this thing. Oh, there we go. Alright. What did I miss in chat here? Kristoff was the culprit and Shady Smith the victim. Oh, okay. I forgot some of the characters and who did what in that case. It's been a couple of weeks since then. I'll be taking my leave now. Still have some work to do back at the office. Then I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later then. 2 hours left of my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. No, I am. Wait a second. Hang on. He's dead now, isn't he? I think it's safe to say Trucy no longer has a real father. Just realize that. Who I am? No, but if you hum it, I can play it. Just kidding. I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Oh, a customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. I seek a true competition. But the Borscht Bowl Club is the place for this. Now I see the rumor is true. And this is a friend of yours? Ah, don't mind me. I'm just your friendly neighborhood moose, man. Ah, he will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists. I'm number 2. I play piano. Well, sort of. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. It all comes back to this. Don't ask me how I got started. I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. It didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. That guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Is this a seedy poker club? No. It's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. The real players carry cash, and they always are thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. And let's compete. I'll take you to the room. I don't, yes. But before we go... Yes? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shady Smith. Oh, and I'm Breschel. Spark Breschel, news reporter. Oh, I'm... No. Phoenix Wright. Huh? You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. You still do not know who I am? Have we met? Stay in this courtroom. You cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Mr. Enigmar. The defendant escaped. Find him, quick. Bailiff, close all exits from the building. Yeah, we know what good that did. If it was any other bailiff, you can't be, but you're... Is that Gramarye? Yes, the reincarnation of Act of the Century. Pity I have only an audience of one. You. Is that Gramarye? This must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy ruined my life. Who there? Da? We will play soon. Ready the room. I will be preparing to hide out for you. Yeah, she was the fucking culprit on that one. Undercover, fake Russian woman. Are you really him? The Zack Gramarye? I am Sadie Smith. Remember this. How many years has it been now? 6? Exactly 3 days from now, it will be 7. I caused you so much... inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is she well? Trucy, I mean. She's fine. I've got her working already. Hope you don't mind. I need hardly express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I've come. That, and to settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker? His eyes. He's serious. I despise losing above all else. And so I have decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes. I know this guy's type, and they're dangerous. Everything's about the competition. All else is secondary. And perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me. And I you. I can actually examine this as Phoenix. If I remembered what Shady looked like in the first case, like if I remembered more details of the first case, I probably would have recognized him too when we first saw him in court earlier. I must say, it comes as quite a surprise. I never knew you played. I'd do anything else if I could, believe me. Oh yeah, there's something you can help me with. Do you think you could make that piano disappear? It'd help out in a lot of ways, really. You say the funniest things with that status face. People always tell me that, so I wasn't joking. Again, he should have just become like a private eye or something. Like, he would have been way better at that. This is grape juice. Is it refreshing? I usually drink too much and it ends up making me thirsty. Grape juice does tend to do that. Oh, Mr. Wright. There's something inside that bottle. Huh? It's my business card. You aren't surprised at all. Perhaps you don't like magic? Should have felt surprised. Maybe I had my poker face on. I mean real grape juice, by the way. Like, that shit actually does make you thirsty. One of the restaurant tables. This one's the closest to the piano. Which makes it the hardest to eat at, I hear. On days when I'm playing, that is. What do you think about the ukulele? Sound is slight, the annoyance curtailed. A ukulele in a Russian restaurant? Then you must go to a Hawaiian restaurant. Hawaiian shirts don't go with my complexion. I give up. Wait, is this the first game of the trilogy? This is the first game of the Apollo trilogy. This is technically Phoenix Wright 4. We're reliving the first case of this game actually right now, from Phoenix's perspective. Alright, let's talk. How many Magatama things are you gonna have? We competed that day 7 years ago too. Ah yes, you must have been surprised. Called to the detention center of the Blue. 2. 1. Showdown time. And then the Moida. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time, and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. You chose your defense attorneys by playing poker.
Some are hired, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do.
Juicy's power?
Juicy, and she is a class of her own.
For 7 years I played poker at the Borscht Bowl Club, and I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. And she sends me signals.
Eddie, he's got a good hand. Might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon.
So Phoenix had no qualms with like using Trucy like that. Okay. I guess once you lose your attorney badge, then all bets are off. Can you tell me what her power is?
Judging by the person's thoughts, reading their reactions is a staple of performance magic. But those of Trucy's line possess far greater skill.
Her line?
Recalling you were the second man to whom I've lost.
Magnifie Gramarye.
That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it.
Wait, so you're saying power is genetic? It's just in the Gramarye blood or something?
Blood. I'm sorry, but it is not something told lightly to outsiders. And it is nothing you need to know at this time.
Kind of Gramarye's secret then. Fine.
She's 15 this year? She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know.
I see.
When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause.
Wait, you're planning on vanishing from the get-go?
Yes, and for that I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day. Because of this.
This?
A transfer of rights. You see the signature?
I hereby give all rights to the secret, staging, and performance of my magic to the recipient named below. Recipient Zach Gramarye. Oh, shit! Interesting.
Transferal? That's Magnifie Gramarye's signature, isn't it?
I think that's our missing page. Hereby give all rights to the secret, staging, and performance of my magic to the recipient named below. And the recipient's name is you, Zach Gramarye.
Yes, it is I.
Wait, this page looks torn.
You recall the diary, yes?
So wait, is this guy's like real name Gramarye, or I thought that was just his stage name because he mentioned like bloodline with Trucy, and if Trucy's her daughter, but then he mentioned Magnifie. Like, is Magnifie actually Trucy's granddad, or I thought the Gramarye was just like a stage name for everyone but Magnifie Gramarye. First, take a look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Wait, let me see that. Is he innocent though? Because like, what if Zach, you know, he has this page here. What if he forged that name? I mean, how do we know that he didn't write that name in there? He didn't write his own name. How could I forget? Scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge.
This is the real page that was torn from the book.
Magnifie gave it to me that night. You could have told me this earlier, like 7 years earlier.
Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare for my escape from that courtroom. The greatest of Magnifie Gramarye's illusions are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage.
Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. Now, hang on a second. Is there a court record? Do we see people here? No, I mean this is valid, but he said he was able to. He had the rights to it now because I guess everyone else is dead, right? He's the only Gramarye left.
As the rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir.
Rightful?
I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor.
Your daughter. That is why I have resolved to come here tonight. Special.
Sir! Ah, here you go.
What's this? A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I would have you sign here as a witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore. And you need a public notary, besides.
Ah, I may not look it, but I'm a certified notary.
You are?
By day, I wear notary's glasses and hunt for news. And also by day, I wear reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well.
Your signature, please. This is the first reason I've come here tonight. Oh. Ah. I finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said. Precisely. There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So, if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day. Not to mention all of their possessions. Exactly. Which is why I'm here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document. Before my 7 years are up. You might say I am securing my daughter's inheritance. Do you really need this document? Dear Lord Brushel is terrifying. Oh, I hate him. I absolutely hate him. He's not as bad as that doctor dude from the clinic. From like, which game was that? Was that 2 or 3? I think that was 3. Although he showed up a couple times too. But he's very creepy. You know what makes it even better though? You have to do the whatever thing on him. You have to use the bracelet on him. Boy, examining him up close is even creepier. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. Hopefully we don't have to do that ever again with him. Not in this case, I'm afraid. In this case? Yes, I received the performance rights from Magnify Gamri. However, this was done in secret without witnesses. Before Magnify died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zack Gamri, and Valiant Gamri. Not Trucy. I see. So you do need this document. I have known Brushel since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. Now, only 3 known of my rebirth. I took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background, and found that you had no other close kin. It is as you say. Okay. I was kind of hoping he'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else, but Trucy's mother is a mystery. Okay, should we try this anyways? Maybe we can do something here. We don't have many other options. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. The first time I saw her do it, it blew my mind. And after you were done having your mind blown, you took to her to play cards with you. Gotta use the resources at hand, I always say. Spoken like a true lawyer. Yet I myself have no such power. But Trucy does. Why's that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother? Thalassa, Gamri? I will not speak of that. Thalassa's officially missing, correct? And I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. Is it the stamp? Oh, it is. The 3 of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet, there's another story behind the frame. Oh yeah, the doctor that shouldn't be allowed to near children. Yeah, I hate him too. See, okay, I originally thought, when I found out that Brushel was like a reporter or journalist or something, that was a shock to me because the only time I've ever seen his sprite was like 15 years ago. I thought he was like a dentist or something. Like, why the toothbrush? Why is this guy like such a fucking health nut when it comes to his mouth? Thalassa lost her life during a rehearsal. To you and Valiant Gamri's bullets. It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa? I'm sure Valiant would say the same thing. Why? It's just like another murder I might mention. Damn you. Her eyes. I loved the lass's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. But there was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She is dead, and Magnifi Grammy has joined her. So the only one with her power left now is Trucy? Oh, okay, so is Magnifi Grammy... Ah, okay, that makes sense. Magnifi is Thalas's dad, most likely then. It's the mom's side of the family. Mr. Zack? I do not know. I don't need any power to see through that one, buddy. So there's someone else. Someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Thalas's power. How would I know? My chances are slim. It would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. There is someone else with the power, and I know who. This boy. His name is... I forget. Something weird. Who could he be? An attorney. Attorney? I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices. So, what do we make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like, but you could at least say something like, I'm this boy, I could use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. A ring? If this will refresh your memory. I just happen to have evidence showing this missing link. No? Not in the locket? Do I have it? I have evidence of the ring? Of the bracelet? I don't know if I have this yet. I gotta, because like there's nowhere else to go. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. Yeah, a ring. Do I have the ring in here? Like, she didn't have the ring on her, did she? Nah, she don't have the ring. Okay. Ring. Does he have a ring? I don't see no rings. I don't think we have this evidence yet, because, like, where else would this ring be? You? No, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, not currently, it seems. Alright, well, let's get out of here. Okay, let's go find some other places to go. Maybe we've unlocked another area after all. Nothing? Alright. We didn't finish here. Or here. You know what? I never tried. I just gave up on this Magatama because it was 4 and I figured we didn't have the ability to do it, but... we might as well try. Flying by the seat of my pants on this one. Must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm going to find. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world, that's asking someone to commit murder. Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales. And he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess is it was a matter of life or death. Care to explain? Your troupe lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let's make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. Is it the gun? I mean, they're shooting people, or pretending to. Why, that's one of ours. Specially designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet, One shot. What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers. I'm not crying murder, Mr. Valent. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Zack and Valent's quick draw shoot him. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Was the shooting cancelled because someone might get hurt? Of course. What other reason could there be? Well, it could have been cancelled because someone had already been hurt. Fascinating. My Faustian forging friend. But tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol? Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic is not concerned with what-ifs. It is concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim we shot? Looks like I've chosen the right path. Let's just hope he walks it with me. Why would you even use real bullets? You're insane. We went over this in chat earlier. Like, why would you even use real bullets? But that's Zack Grammy's wife and Trucy's mother. Thalassa, I believe it was her name. But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? Still in denial mode, eh? Thalassa was at the greatest risk of being shot. This clearly shows just how much of a danger she was in. Oh, Stamp maybe? Because she was on stage with them in the middle of we did the whole story of it. Troupe Grammy's performances were very, very popular. So popular, they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame. We were not merely the latest craze, we were an age, a golden age. It's all here on the stamp. It's Thalassa, yes? Trucy's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her? I don't know. Part of his memory is still locked up. There is one thing you are failing to address. What's that? As you say, our troop was a world unto itself. Our leader, Magnifi, was so inclined he could hide anything he wished with ease. But Mr. Wright... Then he would have hid a crime, making him an accomplice. What a great foundation for blackmail. Oh, who said anything about blackmail? Alan's got a point. One of the troop members died in an accident and Magnifi covered it up. His innocence would come into question. Found the right address, Mr. Wright? I'm so close. There has to be something about how Thalassa's death could affect Zack and Valent's relationship with Magnifi. I see in your eyes you still have something to say. How can you possibly prove more than you already have? I'll prove why Thalassa's accident tied your hands so completely. Ooh. Why Thalassa's accident tied your hands so completely? I mean, she was kind of holding the whole thing together, no? Missing after a sudden disappearance. The Trucy? I think he's like, he's 15... Is he 15 in the present, or is this 15 now? Because this is, like, we have... These are all characters as we know them as now, no? I guess not. I guess this is their present ages. Except her. This is like Trucy's old profile. I mean, Phoenix was like, what, 21 when he did his first case? Prove I Thalassa's accent tied X. Okay, I feel like it's probably a person. I don't know what else it could be. Nothing on the diary. We can open it to the last page, but that's all we can do. Because Apollo seems like he's... Yeah, I think he's like over 20 in this, no? I thought he was over 20 in the present. I don't know. Okay, what exactly is going to be tying our hands here? Because... When the troop members died in an accident, Magnifi covered it up. His innocence would come into question. So close, there has to be something about how Thalassa's death could affect Zack and Valent's relationship with Magnifi. Well, wouldn't they, like, have to disband it, or they would... Wouldn't they be accused of murder? So something to say, how could you possibly prove more than you already have? Prove why Thalassa's accident tied your hands so completely. We've hid a crime, making him an accomplice, not a great foundation for blackmail. So Clyde, he could hide anything he wished with ease. So what, were they going to blackmail him? Prove why Thalassa's accident tied your hands so completely. I don't think... I feel like a person's the answer here, because I don't know what, like, evidence could even remotely hint at that. Was it his cancer? I don't see how that could be relevant. That's just part of the thing. That's also part of the thing. I don't see it being evidence. I think it's gonna be a person. But who? Thalassa's accident tied your hands so completely. Is it because of Zack? Like, would Zack... Okay, who actually shot her? Who accidentally shot her? Because if it was Valent, then Zack would be pretty upset. If it was Zack, I don't know. Is it Trucy that? No, Trucy wouldn't be affected. Would she? I don't see why she would be affected. I forgot something at the restaurant in the present. Is that important now? Do I need it for this? I thought I clicked on everything there. Can I solve this right now? Okay, it's important to this? Okay. Alright, let me just get out of here then. Alright, stop. Apparently I forgot to click on like something in the restaurant. So we're going back. Thank you. I didn't realize I looked like I clicked on everything. Maybe I just missed a spot. But I guess that's the one key piece of evidence that we need here. Okay, where did we not click? Did I? Where haven't I clicked? Oh, I need to present to him? Wait, really? Do I show him the locket? This person in the photo is Trucy's mother. Did you come by this? Yeah, Trucy showed it to me. And she said her mother was gone. Then it is so. Huh? She is gone. What more is there to say? Lots? Ah, I know! Whoa, you're still here? According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother, Magnifi Grammarly's only daughter. End quote. What? Magnifi's daughter? Is that true, Mr. Zack? Busho, you say too much. Why? Why am I the bad guy? Why? Zack decked him. In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over. Asa Grammarly, she's the most mysterious of the whole lot. Need to gather me some more evidence, clearly. Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition? Final? Why? As you said, I have come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground. Yeah, underground, alright. 6 feet under. Without seeing your daughter?
It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago we played. 7 years ago I lost. I already lost to beg the fee. I do not care to lose another. And I've heard that you never lose. It's just a rumor. Yes, for it is impossible to never lose, unless one has an ace up one's sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation. To think a mere lawyer might be out there pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lining up? That was that. This is this. For my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You are warned. This guy's beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards. Busha, you may leave. Ah, but it is your last game. I mean, what a scoop. I punched and I punched, but still it is not enough. I just remembered a future prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. And nice meeting you, Piano Man. Then let us begin. Dealer. Huh? You'll be witness to our competition. It is honor for me. Haven't I seen her around here before? Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe his name. You know him? After a fashion. Listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this. Was that what I needed to present? I guess I just need to finish this up first. Grammary power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. And I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I need to meet that reporter again. That was clear. And one other thing. The moment my final competition with Zack began that night, name was running through my head. Name of a man now in prison. Name Zack Grammary knew, but how? And why? Okay. So that little bit of info was enough to make that pendant probably a lot more important. Oh hey, that's a yellow envelope there. Alright, let's try this again. The president added a new profile, did it? Oh. Where? Or is it only in the present that it exists? Did they add this line? I thought we already knew this, though. Or I figured it out anyways. Oh, it updated. Okay, so this is probably what we need to do then. Do we have to still present all the evidence in a row? Or do we get to... Nah, okay, we have to still do everything. What was first? Let's be a path leading from the evidence to the thing. That's what I'm gonna find. Okay. I just found dramatic moves, dramatic phalanx, the god's wish, his life was taken. Weakness could be so powerful, blah blah blah. Okay. Flashy often means danger, doesn't it? Let's make this painless possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. Okay, that's why I presented this. I think, right? Or was it... What did I present first? Oh, it was the gun. Right, the gun was first, and then locket, stamp, okay. Taken. Yeah, I forgot about the gun. Oops. Okay. A life was sacrificed so that the show might go on, and this shows who it was. Gun locket stamp, thanks. Okay. Stamp, and then I'm guessing we present her profile. So that's what this all boils down to. It's all about the Lhasa. So we want to present a person. With a person, it's going to take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. The accidental death of Zack's wife tied both of your hands. And this information proves why Magnifi had so much power over you.
wasn't a question of who shot Thalassa. Thalassa herself was the problem. What do you mean? She was Zack Grammary's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnifi Grammary's only daughter. It was a terrible accident, and the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If that wasn't the key to Magnifi's power over you, I don't know what was. It was an accident. There's no proof, none at all. But Thalassa went missing, and your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. Doesn't matter, it doesn't take a genius to put one and one together. Okay, so that's, yeah. No, that makes sense now. That's why he said in the note you can't refuse. Because he probably could do something. What exactly, I'm not sure. Ours was a complex family. You mean Troupe Grammary? The master Magnifi Grammary, his only daughter, and his two disciples. That does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? Do not be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident. But that is all it was. An accident. Zack and Valent's tour de force. The guns blaze, the bullets fly straight toward that beautiful body on stage. And then crash, zing, pow, and everything but her. Now that is magic. It happened one day when we were practicing, same trick with a new twist. And tragedy. But as for whose bullets stole Thalassa's life, we shall never know the answer. Thalassa disappeared from our lives and Zack was bereft of his wife. Juicy lost her mother, and Magnifi his daughter. And that led to blackmail, I take it. It is all part and parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtain falls. Why did Magnifi Grammary try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died. All I can say is it was a critical time for Troupe Grammary, a passing of the torch from Magnifi to Zack and Valent. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Thalassa's death was the greatest sacrifice of all, yet, even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not. What do you mean? In time, we, myself, Zack, and Zack found we could no longer oppose Magnifi's wishes. Magnifi forced us to perform his art. For his benefit. I see. I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter. But do you not find cowardice in his actions? Huh? Beside, that to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing. But then to hang that death as a guillotine above our heads? Things were dark behind the scenes in Troupe Grammary, that's for sure. Does Trucy know? She was not told, naturally. Would want to know that their father might have taken their mother's life. True. Had not thought of that accident for a very long time. Sorry to dredge up old memories, but this has helped a lot. Not to find Magnifi's slayer, I should think. True. Ah. After that accident, there was one who came sniffing quite persistently. A reporter. He called himself a newsman at the time. Often I spied him lurking about the dressing room doing his research. Do you happen to remember his name? What was his name? Sorry, I've forgotten. But, in the course of his interviewing, he became quite close to my partner, Zack. I liked him not. I see. His name, I do not recall, but his scent. The cloying aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often. I see. Thanks for your help. There's no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You will not uncover answers, only wounds. I'm sorry. I began to notice a dark curtain hanging over Troupe Grammary, and I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned. The newsman. Never learned who that was at the time. Though I've got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile, and that sickly sweet smell of mint. The last floss-thin thread connecting Zack Grammary to this world. Sooner or later, I'd have to track him down. Now let's continue exploring the present for a bit. since I don't know if we'll have the info to finish up the past just yet. And we might as well do the new stuff. See where we're at. Well, well. Isn't this an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to my cramped confines? Gavin. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago? My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? You look well, Phoenix Wright. You too, Gavin. Is this still the... No, this is a different prison. I thought this was like the zoo prison. I guess that wouldn't... We haven't seen the zoo prison yet, technically speaking. And also, I think that prison got shut down. Or maybe it just got renovated. Life has been full of surprises for both of us. I've no doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours. And I'll bet you never expected to wind up here. Shady Smith was the name of the man you killed. Did you know who he really was? Who he was? Zach Grammer, you know, the defendant. I remember him, of course. But you say Smith was Zach? Impossible. Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence. What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think? After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty. But your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy. You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an evil human being. Isn't that enough? Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. We should probably examine his cell first. I don't think we've ever got to see someone in prison before after we've already, like, accused them of murder. This is neat. It's strange, you know. Here I am in solitary and yet the books keep piling up. Looks like you got more than books up there. Ah, yes, my collection. I have a few friends on the prison staff. They show me a little kindness. Just a little? That's some chair. Just looking at it makes me want to take a seat. You'd probably have to add a whole digit to the price of one of my office chairs. In here, a comfortable chair is the most valuable thing in the world. You'd have to add 2 digits to the price of the standard prison issue chair for this. Those prison chairs don't look so bad either. Maybe I should redecorate. Yeah, give your office the prison look. I'm sure that'll do wonders. An envelope's been bothering me since I came in here. It's not nice to peek at other people's mail. You get mail in jail? That I do, though they read it first apparently. And still, I am allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however. Looks like sneaking a peek is out of the question. Nice roses. You taking care of this one here? Yes. She's surprisingly delicate, you know. Requires careful tending, but she is my best friend, as they say. Best? Come on. Now I'm starting to feel bad for you. Oh. Of course, she's known to bite if handled roughly. Your rose bites? I was speaking of the photo next to the rose. My retriever, Von Gogh. Cute, but feisty. Dog has its thorn. Who's taking care of it now? I think that's it. Okay. You know, the wall's actually kind of nice. I kind of like the decor in here. The prison door, you know, kind of ruins... it doesn't really tie the room together. It's kind of fraying it apart, if anything, but... the rest of it's not bad. You recall that case 7 years ago? Ah, yes. The trial where Zach Grammer was pulled his famous Vanishing Act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it? That was when I met you, wasn't it? Was it now? The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion. Yours. It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position after all. 7 years we've been friends. And yet, I still don't understand you. But right, your friendship towards me was never pure. You suspected me then as you do now, don't you? Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what I think. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it. Persistent, aren't you? I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game. Zach Gramery mentioned your name, Gavin. Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe his name was. After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had it turned on me. Seemed to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cop should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. I have to know. Why did you kill Shady Smith? No. Zach Gramery. Yeah, there it is. I was waiting for it. Ooh, black locks. Whoa. I've never seen Cyclocks like these. Dark, cold, full of despair. Can I even unlock these things? Something wrong, right? No, it's nothing. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know. He's doing his nails. What the fuck? That's the last thing I expected. You're thinking, what self-respecting man would use nail polish? Not really. I know appearances are a big thing with you. You know what I say? One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. At first rate in all things. Except nothing less. That certainly does look like first-rate nail polish. I like the sparkly bottle. It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please, have one. It's on me. Thanks, I guess. Can we take a look at that bottle? Oh, what's this? Ariadone. I've heard of that brand. And this must be the brand symbol. It's supposed to be some kind of flower. Wait, no. Maybe it's a hand. Wait, on second thought, is that an eagle? It does look kind of like a bird. There's the beak, there's the eye, and then like feathers. I don't know about an eagle though. Who makes these things up anyway? Yeah, you'd think they'd try for a clear symbol at least. Yeah, it's pretty blurry. You can imagine why that is. Alright, well, I don't think we're... I guess we can see what we're in for. Oh, I don't even have access to it. He's not even gonna try this one. Alright, let's go to Drew Studio in the modern day. Well, what do we have here? Remember me? Of course I remember you! Journalist meets ex-Icternian bar. End quote. Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. Mission was poisoned and his daughters... Oh, yes, I know. Oh, how I know. Yes! It's cause no end of grief, to be honest. Journalist wishes he'd track down case just a little quicker. End quote. Were you on the trail of this case the whole time? Zach Gramery was a good friend. Zach said something to that effect back at the Borscht Bowl Club. What a character. What a man. If a little... No, a lot... No, extremely rough around the edges. Do you think I could ask you a few questions? Oh, you serious? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not the interviewee. A journalist asks questions, not the other way around. End quote. Fine, shoot. I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately. Let's examine first. Never know what could be here. Door outside. Vera might come walking in at any moment, if she wasn't in intensive care. Will she ever come through that door again, I wonder? Oh yeah, I kind of forgot she was poisoned. Oops. This is where Mr. Misham fell? Never thought our 7-year reunion would be quite like this. Wait, you knew Mr. Misham? I met him once, in court. It was a brief meeting, but one I'll remember for the rest of my life. That's a story right there, that is. I smell a scoop. Ex-attorney now down in his luck, pianist pays Sonata of Sorrow. End quote. I'm all ears. Let's have it. Don't hold anything back. Could you at least get rid of the down in his luck part? I mean, clearly he's paying the bill somehow. Can't be that bad at piano. Those 3 paintings. All Drew's works, of course. Which is to say, Vera's works, really. Or to be more precise, Vera's forgeries of someone else's works. Of course, if you demand utter and total precision. Actually, there's nothing more. I was about to say. Nothing? How about over here? Anything new? Oh, look at all the paints he has now. Look at all the jars of paints and pigments. Why are there so many jars of the same color? My guess is they're sorted by age. Age? When you're making a forgery, it's important to match the age of the original, see? Paint compositions change a lot over the years. Oh, right. Did you learn that in journalism school? Journalist relies on writing skill and imagination. End quote. As long as you don't do news story by imagination. Come on, you're giving him too much credit. Either that or they just brought a lot of the same color by mistake. I find myself not caring anymore. That's an odd assortment of equipment to find in a painter's studio. Of course, it makes more sense when you know they were making forgeries. I guess that's why they never took visitors here. Wouldn't really want people seeing all this. Yes, in fact, I was the first human being ever to set foot inside this studio. Other than Mr. Misham, of course. Oh, and Vera too. And this is assuming that I'm human, of course. You don't know? I begin to have my doubts. We're not going to mention the fact that we were here? Drafting table. Probably for making detailed designs for forgeries. You know what I think about that? I'll tell you. Painting should be done freehand. No rules, no restrictions. You really think a line drawn by a ruler is going to move anyone? I smell a letter to the editor. Could you write an article with a ruler? End quote. Unless you want a ruler to write the address on your blackmail's letter straight. That's what I think. You can quote me on it too. You could drop this guy on a desert island and he wouldn't get bored. Alright, that's it. Just the table. Let's take a closer look at that desk. A picture of a young Mr. Misham and a very young Vera. They're smiling. They look happy. Of course, now Mr. Misham's passed away, and Vera's on death's doorstep in the hospital. Guess I'll just do what I can, and hope it's enough. What do you mean no clues here? Excuse me? How did I misclick that? This room looks even smaller sitting next to that photo. Just the right size for a commemorative stamp indeed. A commemorative stamp put there by a daughter that killed her father. Sometimes, life just sucks. Hey, we don't know that for sure, okay? That's inconclusive. There's no reason to believe that. In fact, I think there's many reasons to not believe that. This envelope's from the client who requested that forgery. Just think, if that had gone and lost in the mail, I'd still be wearing my attorney's badge. I just have to do that when I see this pose. Is that why it sounds different? Is that supposed to be his, like, 7 years older, grizzled, old man voice? And they just didn't want to, like, bother making another set for the actual trial? Because I'm guessing he's probably going to get back behind the stand at some point. during this case, in the modern day. I can't believe it's been 7 years. I have to stop torturing myself with these things. I know, I'll just pretend it's saying something else. The post office? Why, it's right over there. Good day, sir. See, that's what I was kind of thinking it was. I don't know, I guess I just never associated it with the pose for some reason. Okay, let's talk. It was tragic what happened to Drew Misham and his daughter. Forgery is a serious crime and they paid the price. You know what really did them in though, don't you? Yes, forged diary page. The night I interviewed him, I found out something about Mr. Misham I hadn't known. What's that? You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years. Walls have ears, potatoes have eyes. End quote. Being watched? You mean he felt guilty? No, I'm not talking about feelings here. You know, I felt watched too. The whole time I'd been on this case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensation on back of neck. Freaks out. End quote. Because you felt guilty? Why would I feel guilty? Felt like you were being watched, huh? Wonder what it all means. Maybe someone was just like peeking through the mailbox or something. Drew Misham felt like he was being watched. And you along with him. You sure it wasn't just nerves? Nerves? No, it's not nothing so mundane. I stopped paying attention to my nerves long time ago. But I felt it too. Journalist sure he is being watched. End quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Gremery got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me? Well, you're blaming yourself for this whole thing? He completely vanishes from that courtroom. Then for 7 years he talks to no one. Not a soul. Then just as the remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made. And then he dies. Starting to put the pieces together, are we? And you were being watched this whole time? Maybe not just me. Maybe you were too. Me? I feel like it's a little late in the game to be start throwing around conspiracy theories like that. I met Zach through a case, actually. You mean the shooting of Magnifique Gremery? No, before that. It's not widely known. You mean the accident? During the quick draw shooting practice? My, you're well informed. You should have seen me back then. I dug up quite the scoop. I wanted it all. Money, fame, woman, a little puppy. All for me. I was younger then, and my days and nights smelled of fresher mint than they do now. Ella Gremery did mention one particularly nosy reporter. In fact, I was on a close speaking terms with Magnifique Gremery at the time. I knew his daughter too, of course. Thalassa, wasn't it? Really? Then Thalassa disappeared, quite suddenly at that. And Magnifique wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalist catches scent of a scoop, goes on feeding frenzy. End quote. I set up a one-on-one interview with Thalassa's husband, see? Zach Gremery. Something strange was in the air over at Troop Gremery in those days. The whole scrawny mentor controlling disciple scene started by then, I'm guessing. Thalassa, she was part of it all. Right? Come on, you can tell me off the record. Sorry, I don't know. Anyway, I kept prying and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice, or 5 times, but over time he came to see me as his confidant. He's been waiting this whole time. 7 years, eh? Waiting? For his big comeback, of course. A big revival of the Magnifique miracle. Of course it was all a dream. Because of this. The performance rights. In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who's to say the old man didn't give his rights to both Zach and Valent? So Valent waited until Zach died, legally at least. The time finally comes and Valent's like a kid on Christmas morning. He's getting ready for a show at the Sunshine Coliseum, you know. If that document sees the legal light of day, it's going to put a bit of a damper on the big show. He's a sorry one, that Valent Gremery. Lost out to his partner at work, and in love too. Love. It's the same old story, really. 2 disciples and their mentor's only daughter. What is 3 sides and all of them pointy? A love triangle. That is pretty classic. When you're in performing troupe, that's your world.
It's like family. One with an entire high school's worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing. And in the middle of it all, this. In the middle of all this, Thalassa is Trucy. And then she dies. Need to find out more about this Thalassa. Is there anything else he can tell us? Do we present this, maybe? Mr. Special, do you know this person? Do I know that person? Of course! I was friends with Zack, after all. He hit me a few times. 5 times, actually. But still, I'd never forget his wife. Thalassa Gramry. Magnifi Gramry's only daughter. Do you think you could tell me more about her? Well, why the heck not? Thank you. That was easy. So, Thalassa married Zack and had Trucy, see? It was her second marriage, actually. You mean she was divorced? Hadn't heard this one before. And not quite. Her late husband was a performer too. Apparently, he died during some gig. Tragic, really. They had only been married 1 year. I didn't know. Ah, but she was a beauty. I still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know? That's not weird or anything. I've known Trucy since she was a little thing too. She got the better deal, really. She's got you for family, after all. What do you mean? Just reminiscing, you know? Thalassa has another child besides Trucy. End quote. What? But Trucy said she was an only child. Ah, yes, this one she had with her previous husband. Her previous husband? Her first husband who died during a performance? Yep, they had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now. That's not another child. Do you think I can borrow that photo, Oto? Sure, I can be generous on occasion, you know? Wonder if we'll ever meet this other kid. Won't need this locket anymore. Better return it to Trucy before I forget. Split events all get all tangled together and get bigger and bigger. Don't you think? I was too busy wondering about bigger to listen to what you were saying. Sometimes you just gotta accept that you won't be able to untangle it all, I think. Maybe so, but still. I have to do what I can. And I have to tell what I find to those who come next. Next, you say? I'm not one who will close this little curtain on this little play. Apparently, that's not my role anymore. Magnifi. I was just wondering what Magnifi would think of all this. What do you mean? Haven't you seen it in Trucy? She's got his power. You mean how I can't lie to Trucy? It was the same with Magnifi. And with his daughter, Thalassa. It's a strange thing. You think it's some Gramry gene? Magnifi told me once back when Zack married Thalassa. He said Zack had good eyes. But not good like Gramry's eyes. Not that good. I wonder if Zack ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Gramry secret was? Maybe nobody, now that Zack's gone. Zack Gramry. Plot had finally begun to reveal itself. It sprouted from a warp in the Gramry fabric and grew, swallowing everything, wrapping itself around the Gramry's power. Power which passed from Magnifi Gramry to Thalassa, to the next generation. That would once again need to meet the one who bridged it all together. So now we're gonna make our own time paradox, apparently, because can't really talk to him anymore, and yet now we're bringing info from the not too distant future here. Is this one right? Yeah, because we had 3 or 4, right? Or whatever. We're missing 1. No more about the trials of Trucy. Okay, what was the first bit here? Let's see. Les is officially missing, correct? I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. Do we do the gun? I can't remember what I did for this. Was it gun? Or was it the stamp?
I thought it was the gun. Oh, it was, okay. Yeah, we already read all of this. We were just missing the last piece on this one. What was it, the second one here? Someone else, someone other than Chusi, someone who inherited Blasto's power. Chancellor would take a miracle to learn the truth, or maybe one has already occurred. Someone else with the power, and I know who. Yeah, this is where we put Apollo. And then the ring, which is clearly visible here. Actually, I know something. Her marriage to Thalassa was her second. How did you know this? Her first husband. He died a year after they wed. Yes? He was a performer. They were met when he joined us Grammys as a guest on our show. After Thalassa wed him, she left the troupe for a while. You say she had a child then? I have a photograph of her here. Okay, in this picture, this sheen looks like it comes from the earring a little better. It's like way over here to the left of the earring in the locket. It looks better here. Couldn't help but notice what she was wearing when I first saw this. Those bracelets stand out. They are Grammy family heirloom. This boy wears a bracelet just like the ones in the picture. What? So, that's why. Why what, Mr. Zack? I took this photograph of Thalassa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet. I bet I know where that other one went. She gave it to this boy, her son. So what you're saying is... Trucy is Apollo's half-sister. This strange power, I myself do not know where it comes. Yet the fact is that it is passed down the Grammy line. It runs in their veins. What is it? I asked her, Thalassa, once. This is what she told me. The power responds to tension in others. Tension? If she were to face a person and they became tense, even slightly, then she would know, no matter how hard they tried to hide it from her. So she could see it? Not quite. This is the strangest part of it all. She wouldn't realize that she was subconsciously detecting this tension. Without the use of a particular object, or in her case, objects. Objects? Wait, are they something she wore? Yes. Her bracelets. I admit the first time I saw one of those, I felt there was more to it than just fashion. What kind of power could a bracelet have? So, Trucy has this power too, but she doesn't have any bracelets. I have made a decision. I will tell you all I know. Consider it a gift. Holy shit. Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point, but those two are brother and sister, yes. And the brother too has this power of theirs. So Trucy has an older brother. I wonder what will become of that. Hey, Mr. Wright, tonight, after our game is done, I will return to a life of hiding. I would not see her live her life without knowing. I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right. I am in your debt, once again. No kidding. What I want to know is how all this got to be so messed up. Those bracelets are made of a special alloy. It is said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth. So they're temperature sensitive or something. Yes. This is how they can shrink to the exact size of their wearer's wrist. And this has something to do with the power? What have I told you? The Grammy power reacts to tension in others. When the Grammy senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension translates into minute contractions of the muscles. So minute they cannot sense it on their own. Their muscles. Oh, so that's what the bracelets are for. With a bracelet on, one can sense these contractions. Because the bracelet is always a perfect fit. So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on the wrist. Precisely.
that alone doesn't really count as mind reading. I believe I understand how the process works from there. It's a simple question of eyesight. Eyesight? I guess that sounds simple enough. Have you ever heard of kinetic vision? Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? I've heard of it before. They say athletes can see a moving ball like it was stopped, if they focus. Oh, but it's not confined to sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest twitch of the face, and the meaning that lies beneath it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of a card before one may distract it. So basically what you're saying is, the Gramarys can see really well? For them, seeing is more than believing. It is knowing. Their power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus. Things are starting to come into focus for me too. Of course, it is difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time. But what if someone could tell you when to focus? Or something. Precisely. But wait, Trucy doesn't have any bracelets. You're talking about Polka, yes? At the timing of when to focus is so elementary, she probably does it without thinking. I doubt Trucy herself has realized this. That is all I know of things, Grammy. Thank you, Mr. Zack. If this boy's bracelet is the real thing, then he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power. I'll keep that in mind. Well, shall we play a game? I've said to him so much. Let me say one more thing. I will tell you of that night. That night? On the night my mentor, Magnifique Grammy, passed from his world to the next. There were 2 pistols, and 2 letters sent. This was Magnifique's test. A test? In his last years, Magnifique Grammy worked us to the bone. No, to the palm. But that night I could not shoot him. So I shot the clan's forehead instead. I'm guessing his test was his ability to mind read. He was seeing who deserved the inheritance, basically. This, it seems, was the correct answer. Take this. I give you my art to you, Zack. What? It is thanks for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zack. Though I would not have my mind dyed by your hand. I shoot you. You're my mentor. I thought you might say that. I went home without shooting anything. What would you have done then? And of course I would have given Valent his chance. And if I'd shot you in the forehead instead, then it would be over. If you or Valent were to shoot me in the head, then I to the darkness would go and my art with me. A fitting end, don't you think? Yet this ending too gives me no cause for regret. Thank you, Zack. And I am sorry. I have done much that was wrong in my day. Seems to me that Magnifique wanted you to be his successor all along. That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Valent's. Perhaps, but it is not something we'll ever know for sure now. I wonder, what is Valent up to these days? Waiting for you to die. 7 years pass like this, the performance rights go to him. And now here I am, and his dream is ended. It's worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know. What? You don't mean to tell me they put the blame for our mentor's death on him? That trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zack. There were even rumors that Valent had helped you pull it off. That's madness. Well, seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Isn't it odd that sorting out my life should prove so complicated, even though I'm dead? That night, Zack Gramry was killed. He died as Shady Smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing before he parted. This. His confession, to use as I saw fit. Wait, he's taking the blame for the murder? What the fuck? Huh. Of course, he killed no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valent Gramry.
Interesting. Okay, do we have anything left in the past? I thought we had something. Oh, we didn't finish up in Drew's studio. What were we missing here for the locks? Maybe we can do this one now. It's only 2. Seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you this stamp?
No, that's not why. They listened to me, to my problem.
The problem that keeps her inside all the time?
They'll go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But I don't absolutely have to go out. All I had to do was use a good luck charm.
Good luck charm. That your client gave you? I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Oh. Yeah, good luck charm. Maybe it was this. This was what they gave you, wasn't it? Same bottle's over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right?
I heard once. Cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil. This is a magic bottle. It has the power.
Ah, of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting anymore on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job. Was this the client? Ooh. I was almost thinking it could be her. Like that being the whole twist to this whole thing. She didn't die, she disappeared. I don't see why it would be him. That's weird. I feel like it's gonna be one of those two. I guess it could be Zach. Nah, he wouldn't have done it, would he? Maybe it was him. I'm gonna try her first. Okay. I don't know, it seemed like a far-fetched thing, but I could almost see it being true. But I think she's actually dead. Like, I don't think there's any argument about that. I'm gonna ask you to do this job. Unless it was her. No. I feel like we should know this client, but maybe not. Could it have been him? I don't know. I'm gonna come back to this if we can. Hopefully I don't have to do this now. I feel like I'm missing some key piece of info. I probably could guess it. I could brute force it, but I don't want to. He seemed like he knew about the forgery. Maybe it was him. Alright, we haven't gotten to the Coliseum yet. Let's do that first. Well, this is a blast from the distant past. Long time no see, Mr. Valent. 7 years, has it been? Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Actually, I came because there's something I want to ask you. I've spoken to the press. I've nothing more to say. I've spoken to a lot of people myself, come to some conclusions. But then I realized, I need to hear it from you. Anything to examine here is Phoenix? I don't think I've ever seen a hot air balloon so close. It's a favorite of mine. I've often thought of how to use it in one of my shows. As for the climax of Valent's quick draw shoot 'em returns. I stand on stage, I shoot, and the hot air balloon is pierced. It explodes. What do you think? Thrilling, yes? A little, I guess. But no one inside the Coliseum would be able to see it. Bravo!
Took me 4 days of playing to realize that. There's a reason why you don't deserve the rights to all this show. Man in a costume is handing out balloons to the kids. It's nice to know kids still like balloons, somehow. They're a favorite of mine, balloon sellers, that is. I would have to join me on the big stage. You can hand out balloons to the children in the audience. Wouldn't all those balloons get in the way of seeing your show? Bravo. Possibility had not even occurred to me. Phoenix Wright, entertainment consultant. Hey, it might be a better gig than the piano. That sure is a big sign. Yes, it's a favorite of mine. Impressive, isn't it? I considered using it for one wall of my house when the show's over. Wow, your house is that big? Actually, as fate would have it, I currently live in a one-room apartment. But following the wild success of my show, I intend to build a luxurious mansion. Story over just how big to make it. Until that sign whispered its answer to me. That's really beautiful. The Sunshine Coliseum, was it? I'm not sure it actually qualifies as a coliseum, but it's a great form. Yes, it's a favorite of mine. I've always been fond of sunshine. Speaking of which, have you heard what happened here recently? Oh yeah, something about something going on during some concert. Exactamundo. I see no reason to hide the fact that I too was involved in that case. Well, that's something. Did you help solve it? What do you take me for? No, I merely served to deepen the mystery. That's obstruction of justice. I'm a magician. It's my sworn duty to create mystery whenever possible. Nothing else here. Alright. What more could you possibly have to say after all this time? I've walked a difficult road these past 7 years. Because you couldn't perform Magnifi's repertoire? Do not be deceived. Talent skill is the real deal. I do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No, it was my partner who slowed me on my way. Zach Gramery. His rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought. Zach Gramery murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you? I remembered as if 'twere only yesterday. Yet that were not the way of it in the end. For while he vanished, the suspicion upon my own person never did. His partner Zach vanished to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies of a press said. I had no idea. Yet that very same press comes to me now, feigning interest. They cover the greatest magic show in the history as if it were a vaudevillian distraction. Here I must stand, smiling at them all. What am I if not a player in some fiendish farce? But it suggests it's because you never made it clear what happened. Magnifi's death is still a mystery to this day, which is why I came here to get the answer from you. Ah, okay. Maybe if we solve this one first, the other one will become more clear. I need to be seeing these things sooner or later. The audience has no business stepping up on the stage. They must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight. That sounds an awful lot like something I heard 7 years ago. Well, if it's not hers, it's gotta be his. Ask what you will, you'll get nothing from me. I'm as much part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened. For 7 long years I've endured. Now, finally, the curtain lifts on my new golden age. All the miracles of our troupe within my grasp. Sorry to do this, Valent, but right now, I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb. That should think things up. Valent, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this. Ooh, we gonna show him this? Oh shit, we are. I wasn't sure we were gonna go this far. And what might that be? See, it bears the Gramery seal. I should have brought this to your attention sooner, but I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast. What is this? Document showing the true recipient of the performance rights to Magnifi's miracles. What? Zach Gramery, he wrote this? What? He passed everything to his daughter? Juicy Enigmar. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days. Preposterous! Zach is gone! vanished into the void. This is a genuine article. Zack was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this. Might want to cancel your show. Or maybe ask for permission. Maybe get a certain other someone on the stage with you. Why? Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived in thrall to the dead? You're not the only one with that problem. But he shot Magnifi. Yes, it was Zack. It was. And then he left. My career as a magician fell into darkness. Do you think there might be some way out of it? Say, if you could prove Zack Gramarye shot Magnifi? Was that why you testified? Yes, my way out. It should have been my way out. Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Valent. All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed Magnifi Gramarye? Is this thing? The fake confession? Yep. More forged. Well, I guess this isn't really forged, just so much as not the truth. I believe I have the answer to your prayers right here. Zack Gramarye wrote one mere or thing before passing on. But this is a confession, in which he admits to the killing of Magnifi Gramarye. See? All according to your plan. I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience, give them a fleeting dream. Yet, it seems the tables have turned. Now I am the audience, believing in the deceptions I have wrought upon myself. Zack wrote this right in front of me, after I explained your situation to him. You do know that this confession is nothing but lies? Yes, it's my opinion that Zack Gramarye killed no one. Then you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. To receive instructions to kill but with what is innocent, the one who remains is guilty. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. So he vanished to protect me, his partner. A stirring tale, 'tis true. Did you shoot Magnifi Gramarye in the forehead? If I had, and I told you, what would you do? Run to the police, perchance? Do as you will. There is nothing left for me now. It is true, after all. I have little talent. I needed my mentor Magnifi's repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed a hold of me. I knew it. So Valent Gramarye did kill the great Magnifi. So sorry, Mr. Wright. But it was not I who shot my mentor. What? But if it wasn't you, then who was it? It was another disciple, was there? Another disciple? Such as, I don't know, a Knack and Talent Gramarye, maybe? The wild fantasies could be further from the truth. Only Zack and Valent received those threatening letters. But there was another. One more person who could have fired that pistol that night. I don't suppose you figured it out by now. It wasn't Zack or Valent who shot Magnifi. It had to be the only other person at the scene, which means... Wait, you don't mean... Yes, the great Magnifi Gramarye himself. So Magnifi Gramarye committed suicide? You find it hard to believe? To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility. Yeah, how many times have we, like, even teased the notion of suicide in one of these cases, and it's like, that's bullshit. Why would it ever be suicide? When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him. When I turned to make and made to leave the room, the old man called out to me. So you spoke with Magnifi Gramarye? Yes, and this is why I knew what he had done. Magnifi transferred the rights to his repertoire to my partner Zack Gramarye, not me. I see. Then I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it. You owe me no apology. Huh? My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of murder. What? Your crime?
Is Aunt Gramarye confessing something to me? What could be more serious than murder? You see, I knew that 2 letters had been sent. There are no secrets between partners. It was easy to find out. That was when I understood Magnifie's plan. He wanted to die by one of your hands? Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights to his repertoire. That was when I heard it. The little demon whispering inside my heart. The demon? Let me confess. I had intended to shoot Magnifie. And I planned on framing my partner for the crime. So he probably wanted one of them to shoot him, either as part of his blackmail, and maybe also be as like part of, oh man, if I shoot this guy and get rid of him, then I can be free of the curse because I was involved in the shooting of his daughter. You know, something like that maybe. So it was a tempting proposition, to be sure. That night, I prepared something before going to Magnifie's hospital room, which was IV fluid, of course. I'd seen it on an earlier visit. If Zack did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then I would use the IV liquid to place the murder on his hands. That was my plan. But you didn't shoot him. I could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came. Then Magnifie called me back. I am sorry, Valiant. I am giving my magic to Zack, not you. You still lack the draw he has. Please, help him if you can. I left the room. Then I stopped. The shock of what I had just been told consumed me. That is when I heard that fateful gunshot. Magnifie Gramarye killing himself. Then the demon Doboka knew it within me. Zack killed him. He was the one. Frame him, and the magic will be yours. And there it is. I altered the scene of his suicide. I took the pistol from his hand, wiped off the prints, then I used the syringe to add the IV liquid I brought. So in the end, things happened pretty much as planned. Magnifie died and you framed Zack for his murder. As planned indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I anticipated. I like what they did with this because he was such, like anyone who played any Phoenix Wright game up to this point, and maybe even this one too, he just seemed like such an obvious villain. And the fact that like the way that Phoenix played up, like, oh man, I'm so confident, I know how this all goes down because I've done this like, I don't know, 20 times before. It's like, yeah, the player would agree with this. Like, yeah, I know how this is going to work. We know where this is going. And then it turns out, no, he wasn't the one who killed him. He wasn't technically the villain. He was in the way. He did forge the evidence. But it was more complicated than what it seemed at first. And I like that. Do you believe my story? Can it be believed truly? That was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe, but... Yes? I'm glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valiant. Thank you. It is I who should be thanking you, Mr. Wright. Only when I had lost everything could I make my decision. You're gonna turn yourself in? My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. And as my guilt stays, all else begins to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. I've had enough of vanishing acts. I understand. My life was ruled by a dead man. But I find myself was wrong. I find I was wrong. But Zack Gramarye was alive. Well, not anymore. And now it occurs to me, what if he was not the only one who survived? What do you mean? You see, now that I think about it, I realize that we never saw proof of her demise. We never saw her body. Her? The mind races and the mouth flaps on. My apologies. Forget this matter. I can only hope that the day will come when I again meet my partner Zack Gramarye. Then I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I'm glad we had this chance to talk. Thank you. Zack Gramarye, Shady Smith, whichever name you prefer, is no longer with us. The truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver, and the impenetrable darkness that remained has taken another life. I knew what I had to do to push back the darkness for good. And it would involve paying that man a visit. So are we paying him a visit first, or are we gonna go and solve who the client was? I feel like the client might actually end up being the last thing we do, because that's kind of the crux of... Almost feels like the crux of the current case, too. Alright, well, let's try this one again. Maybe we can do something about those black ones now. Nope, doesn't look like it. Alright, we gotta go solve the other one first. So, I'm guessing it was Valant who made the forgery then? As part of his frame job? I don't know who else it could be. It's gotta be Valant. I don't see why it could be Zack. That doesn't make sense. Or maybe now that we solved the whole puzzle with Valant in the future, I mean, there's a good chance that maybe it was Trucy's mom. No? Okay. So maybe I wasn't onto something yet. Maybe that wasn't the flag I needed to trigger. Was it him? He wouldn't have been involved, was he? Nah. I don't... We'll try him next. I better save here just think. Oh, we can't save here. Fuck. Might maybe I should back out and save. Nah, there's autosaves. I trust this game. Okay, we need to... I need to know who the client is. No, she wasn't the client to herself. That doesn't make any sense at all. Was he the client? No. Okay, they talked about magic, so it's got to be someone related to magic. It's not her either. It's got to be one of the magicians. Was it her? I mean, she was the one with the thing. I thought I tried her already. Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't know who else it could be. Would he have been... Did anyone know him at the time? I mean, maybe it was him. Like, if he's involved now, maybe there's some connection to the past here. We have to do something here. Okay. Like, I have to have the person here. Unless, like, it's just saying it's wrong because I don't have the other info and it's not hitting the flag. Which is possible, because at this point I feel like I am kind of brute forcing it, but... okay. It's not gonna be him. Why would the fuck would it be him? That makes zero sense. I could maybe see it being him. I can't remember if he was, like, even relevant in this time period. It's literally no one else, though. Unless he ordered it for some reason. Is he trying to cause drama? That doesn't make sense. Why would he help him in the future? It is him. Man, I considered him like 3 different times. Like, no, he's not even relevant during this time period. Why would he even like show up? Why would he be one ordering this? But no, it makes perfect sense because I think he was mentioned at least once during this time period. This man is a friend of mine. Do you know him? His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually.
I promised. I promised not to tell.
I wonder what Gavin's gonna say when he finds out that his brother helped get Phoenix Wright disbarred.
I'm sorry. I can't talk about the client. I promised. If I break my promise, the spell won't work.
I don't need a name anymore. I've got my answer. You're pretty confident in this charm, then. Oh yeah, because that's why he has the bottle. Oh my god, I should have seen it from the start. The connection was right there.
I think they might be the devil.
Huh?
Or maybe an angel.
What do you mean?
I saw it. Or I think I saw it. When they gave me this, I saw the devil's face.
Facing the client's face look like the devil's?
No, the client was gentle, with a gentle smile.
So where'd you see this devil then?
It was so quick. I don't remember well, but that's when I knew that person wasn't like other people. That's why I believed in my good luck charm.
I'm not sure what this devil she saw was, but it's pretty clear that Christoph Gavin has her charmed. Well, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now. I am sorry for what happened. I want to apologize to my client, Zach Gramery.
Did I do something bad?
What makes you think that?
Your eyes, they're sad. Very sad.
I'll put my smile on next time I come. I promise.
Hope to see you smile then too, Vera. Oh, okay. Take care.
Thinking back on my first encounter with the young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late. Alright. 1 spot left. How the hell are we gonna solve this one? Oh. Sorry, sir. Prisoner Christoph Gavin is currently occupied. I see. Do you know when he'll be finished? Well, could you go find out? Certainly, sir. Please wait here a moment. My apologies to the guard. There's something I need to see. Wait, are we allowed to just walk into his cell? Is that what's implied here? I thought this was just like a convenience, you know, angle for the player to make it a little nicer to look at than just bars. Looking through bars the entire time. I didn't think we were actually in here. There it is. The yellow envelope. The sender is Drew Misham. I was right. When I first arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene. This is the last letter that Drew Misham wrote. And there's something I need to do. The last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes. Let's see if this atroquinine spray finds anything. Oh shit. There's the stamp! And it's got the poison! Should we tell him not to lick this letter? So this was Drew Misham's messenger of death. It was a stamp alright, no mistaking it. And his last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. The interview request came like you said it would, and they're looking into the case. I swear on my life I won't tell them about you, so please, release the spell you've put on my daughter. I'll write later with a report. Oh, wow. He's been blackmailing her for like 7 years? Ooh. Gotcha. Finally, decisive evidence. What's this? A burglar? In jail? Gavin, I didn't know you moonlighted in larceny, right? Gavin, something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. My apologies, but there's not much I care to discuss. Vera Misham hasn't received her verdict yet. You follow me, Gavin? There are no known survivors of atrocanine poisoning, but it never hurts to hope. Okay, I'll be leaving now then. Right, wait. Yeah, Gavin? Would you mind leaving that letter? It's private. Oh, sorry. Forgot I had it. Many thanks.
Wait, is that like a secret camera? What the fuck? He's been recording all of this? Oh my god.
We've now seen all the clues in this case. Clues I gathered over 7 long years. Now it is time. Every story has an ending. We've come to the final chapter, the final trial. Find the truth. You're the only ones who can. Oh, is he speaking to Apollo and Trucy? That's who he was addressing this entire time. How much of this is even left? Just the final case, I guess, probably, right? Trial day 2. Time is it? Okay. We will save Trial Day 2, which I'm guessing is the finale. That seemed like a lot, but I feel like this is probably going to be the finale. We will save this for next stream. Hopefully Tuesday. I really am looking forward to this. If it ends up being short, then we just start Game 5, you know? Nothing wrong with that. That seems like a good spot to end at. Doesn't feel like much of a cliffhanger. You know, we got most of our answers. I think I have an idea of how this is probably going to end. Although, it's interesting. I feel like we still are missing a couple of clues about Kristoff's involvement in this whole thing, especially since he's been in jail for the last 7 years. Or, well, last couple of weeks. But, I don't know. Why did he want to frame and, like, get Phoenix disbarred like that? Like, that's the whole reason he did it. He obviously knew that was going to happen. And yet somehow Phoenix was, I don't know, apparently involved in this case. Maybe it's because he had a bunch of evidence and they were like, oh, that's useful. You know, we could do something with that. Interesting, though. Maybe the whole jury thing is a lie. Maybe that's just part of the setup for this whole case. You know, Phoenix is starting to use some of his dirty tricks since he's already been branded as a traitor. Can't wait to see how this is going to end. I mean, we all kind of know it's probably going to end with Phoenix getting his badge back, since I'm pretty sure he's a playable character in the next game. So he has to get it back somehow. This has been really good so far, man. I wish I didn't have to stop it, but it's like 2 a.m. There's no point. We might as well save this for a different day. So that'll be it for today. I'm going to try and be back for some Minecraft tomorrow. I guess there was no lingo this week. That's fine. Whatever. This was way more interesting. Let's be real. Hopefully there'll be some lingo next week. But yeah, likely some Minecraft tomorrow. Likely some Metro on Monday. Hopefully more of this on Tuesday. But in the meantime, thank you all for watching tonight. I hope everyone enjoyed. And I will see you next time.